despite Anna's warning, and decided to do what she thought was the best for the boy. If everything works out as she hoped, Anna would be thanking her for it. I really don't want you to do that. If anything, I want you to do nothing. And, despite our quirk of being able to access each other's thoughts, how could you be so wrong about what I want you to do? Anna felt that, and was doing this on purpose. Otherwise, considering their mental connection, they both should not require to have this conversation. Anna, forget that. Why is Ah-sung not reacting? Shouldn't she have received the news about Wyatt's death by now? And skillfully switched the topic of their conversation. Anna knew what and was up to by bringing this out of nowhere, but what she said was also concerning. Did Ah-sung not receive the report from her subordinates? Or was the boy's attempt to fake his death for the second time seen through by the allied semi-demigods? But considering that any underlying would not be enthused to report the failure of the mission, Anna thought that news about the boy's death would soon reach Ah-sung. Forget about that. How do we sell Wyatt's death? Do I have to kill ABA just to keep Wyatt's fake death under wraps? Anna was more worried about her reaction ruining the perfect fake death pulled off by the boy. Yes, Anna, kill ABA, that will solve everything. And was not being sarcastic. Her words were genuine. Anna killing ABA would easily steal the spotlight on the boy's death onto itself, and could not think of a better distraction than this. Could you stop with your sarcasm at least now? Anna said in annoyance. Girl, who has the time to be sarcastic? I am being serious. What could be a better distraction than you killing ABA? And explained. And people call me the crazy one of the two, Anna uttered as she began to think of the perfect reaction to avoid Ah-sung having doubts about the boy's death, or doing anything else that would raise Ah-sung's suspicion about it. The boy had faked his death almost perfectly. Anna did not want her being nosy to ruin it for the boy. Since when did you start caring about the consequences? And muttered in dissatisfaction as she was being looked down on by Anna, of all people. Shut up. I am thinking. Anna went through all her tell signs and decided to avoid them during her upcoming act. Well, whatever you have thought of, you better hurry up. From the looks of Ah-sung's bodyguards' positioning, it seems they had received the news and are preparing for the worst. Ever since Anna threatened Agatha, and Ah-sung came to her rescue, and never lost sight of what Ah-sung's bodyguards were up to because depending on the situation, they could be her enemies. Thankfully, things did not come to that, though she had to pretend that it had come to that. Watch me. Saying that, Anna began staring at Ah-sung indifferently. Ah-sung, whose eyes meet Anna's indifferent stare, screamed in fright. Seeing her act showing results already, Anna was convinced she was headed down the right path, and then continued with the act, as she menacingly said, I take it your cronies have finally informed you about Wyatt's death. Great. Keep this up while I think of a way to send her packing, and was impressed by Anna's act, and seeing Ah-sung panicking, she was more than satisfied. She felt as if Anna's years of lying were finally being put to good use. Whatever you end up planning, remember no killing. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when Wyatt comes back from his fake death. Anna reminded, and that killing ABA, or anyone for that matter, was off the table. How do you expect me to sell that you are grieving to Ah-sung without any bloodshed? Everybody in Anna's circle knew if she was angry, then someone was going to have a bad day, or even the last day of their life. With such a reputation, if Anna were to not spill some blood, it would definitely raise Ah-sung's suspicion, making An's task more difficult than it has to be. Seeing Ah-sung dare to make eye contact with her, Anna maintained her indifferent gaze and heard Ah-sung say, Before you do anything we all regret, why don't you take a deep breath and think this through? Agatha, knowing where Ah-sung was headed with her words, Anna, following her act, interrupted her in the middle in a fit of rage. Ah-sung, we are best friends, but choose your next words wisely. Anna, you are on fire today. Your lying is finally coming in handy, and was not surprised seeing Ah-sung and others falling for Anna's act. Otherwise, Anna's 100 years of career as a lair would be a waste. Stop wasting a time figuring out how to put an end to this. Anna was doing well so far, but she knew herself and knew it was about time she did something to mess up what she had built so far. Empty beasts are not easy to defend against. Even demigods can't. So what? It was their duty to lay their life protecting Wyatt, but he died, and they are still alive. Anna continued to contradict whatever reasons Ah-sung came up with an indifferent face, but she never expected hysterical Susan to interrupt her. No, Wyatt is not dead. He can't be dead. Take that back. What does she mean? Does she know Wyatt is alive? How does she know that? Did Wyatt send her a text informing her of his well-being? Why did he send her a text but not me? Does he care about her more than me? Is she more important to him than me? Anna's mind went to a dark place, misinterpreting Susan's response. Anna, snap out of it. Wyatt did not reach out to Susan about faking his. Susan is just in denial about Wyatt's death. Seeing Anna's mind enter the dark place, and instantly switched to damage control and talked Anna back to the bright side. Really? Anna asked, and in suspicion. Just look at her, she is devastated over the loss of a friend. Besides, if Wyatt had informed her about him faking his death, wouldn't he have asked her to keep it a secret? And explained to the volatile Anna. Anna and Anne together stared at Susan, only to see her stare back at them furiously, ready to fight to the death. Seeing Susan's response, Anna found Susan cute and finally relaxed, feeling what and said was true. Susan was just in the denial stage of grieving. Soon Anna started to pity Susan because she knew, though all this was just an act for her, it was all real for Susan. I can't believe that you, Anna Heat-Sand, the Southern Emperor adored by many, were jealous of a little card scholar girl from a humble background, and did not miss the chance to taunt Anna because it was very rare for Anna to ever get jealous and act insecure. So seeing Susan bring that out in Anna, and could not help self but taunt Anna. Shut up, I was not jealous. I was just angry, that is all. As Anna went to the place, Susan was in the spotlight for her sudden outburst. As a weak card scholar with a humble background, she seemed out of place in this group, and now she dares to interrupt the only heir of her ruler. Now that was daring. Even if Susan's company did not outcast her for background and realm, but considering how disgruntled Anna was over grief, it was neither the time nor place for her to act up. So everyone present could not help but feel no matter how accommodating Anna was, she would not let this one slide. But before Anna could act up, ABA ignorantly said, I am confused. Is Wyatt alive or not? With this, the spotlight shifted from Susan to ABA. Hearing her, everyone could not help but think how ignorant she was and wondered how she survived so far, obviously thanks to her demigod father. When everyone formed an opinion about ABA, they did not know that ABA did not ask this question because she was ignorant. Instead, she asked this to save her friend Susan's skin. She had already gotten the news of her friend's death. She did not want to hear another one. ABA was clear about how the boy's death also meant the same for her, but despite her worries, she acted in care for her friend, not fearing that this made her situation even worse. If the boy were here, he could see why ABA grew to save humanity in the clown mask's vision despite her current shortcomings. She had a big and kind heart. As Anna and Anne's gaze landed on her, ABA did not regret her choice. She continued to attract their anger so that they would forget Susan's sudden outburst. What? Is it wrong that I want clarity? I need to know if I should be sad or happy. After all, Wyatt was my friend. As ABA was trying her best to attract Anna's anger to keep her friend Susan safe, she heard her grandaunt Asung say, Girl, will you shut up? Why are you provoking death? Are you that desperate to meet your maker and ask him for the missing screws in your brain? Hearing her grandaunt say these words, ABA felt insulted, but before she could give Asung a fitting reply, she felt Susan glare at her. This caused ABA to feel wronged. After all, she was doing all this to save Susan's skin, but now seeing Susan also blame her for being ignorant like others, how could she not feel aggrieved? Considering the situation, she could give Susan an explanation, and it was not certain if Susan would even believe her reason for saying such insensitive things. Before the situation became more awkward for ABA, and who was silent so far, suddenly spoke up. Susan, Wyatt was assassinated. You're denying it will not change the fact. And Big Sis Asung, Anna has promised Demigod Windsor to take care of ABA, so we will not kill for the time being, but once she returns home, we will uphold our words. Heat's End royal family's honor. This was Anne's ingenious plan to resolve the situation without resorting to bloodshed. Anna extended ABA's stay as a hostage because Demigod Windsor asked her to. He promised to reward her handsomely, and Anna promised to bring some positive change to his daughter. Anna was not the best teacher available, but she had her achievements to back her merit as a teacher, and not to mention she would not deter from the fact that Anne was the beloved daughter of a demigod when it came to teaching and a lesson. It was a harmless win-win agreement between the two parties. If Anna were to kill ABA now, then it would mean she broke her promise, which would be a big stain on Heatsin royal family's honor. Giving Anna a plausible reason to not kill ABA without arousing Asong or her bodyguard's suspicion about the boy's death. This was the ingenious reason Anne had come up with. Using this reason as a perfect cover, Anna delayed killing ABA, contrary to her word that she would kill Agatha's precious if she could not protect Anna's precious. And from the looks of Asong and her bodyguards, it seemed that Anne's plan worked. Asong's next words were a good assurance of that. And you too. I would accept this from her, but you? Come on, you guys. Things don't have to end like this. In the warehouse, tensions were high, thanks to the award-winning act put forward by Anna and Anne. Hearing Anne's harsh words, Susan broke down, facing the reality that her young boss was dead. ABA too was having a hard time accepting her friend's death. This feeling was new to her. She understood the concept of death, but she never had experienced it in real life. ABA had lost her mother even before she knew her, so accepting her mother's death was not as difficult. Ada decided to grieve for the loss of her friend along with Susan instead of waiting for Anna and to decide when to take her life. So she guided Susan to the only bedroom in the warehouse to get some quietness. ABA and Susan left without caring to hear what Asong had to say about what and just said. But before she could get to the point, once again Anna interrupted Asong, saying, I gave my word to Demigod Windsor to take care of his daughter, and I will uphold it. And I also gave my word to Agatha that I will kill her precious princess if anything were to happen to Wyatt, and I plan to uphold it too. Asong's brows frowned, not because she was interrupted by Anna again. If Asong let something as little as this get her worked up, then she would not be fit for her job as a politician. The reason she frowned was that Anna would not change her mind about killing ABA. Yes, Anna promised not to kill ABA for now, but that changed nothing. Anna trying to kill ABA today or a week from now did not make a difference. After hearing the indifference in Anna's voice, Asong felt it was going to be near impossible to change Anna's mind about killing ABA. But she had to try because the support of both the Southern royal family and the Demigod Windsor was important to her. They say rich and influential friends help your career, and they were correct. Asong was a fitting example of this. If not for the deciding vote from the Southern royal family, Asong, as a mortal, could never hold a seat in the government. The Southern royal family's support helped her where her family failed to. Now that her health worries have been put to bed, Asong had big plans for her career, and for that the support of both the Southern royal family and Demigod Windsor's support was required. Demigod Windsor might not be as powerful as the Southern royal family, but his influence was not any less than theirs thanks to his specialty. He had a lot of powerful connections who were not afraid of rubbing the Southern royal family the wrong way. With these two forces behind her, Asong felt that nobody could stop her ascend into the ranks of the government, but now all that was starting to seem like a pipe dream, seeing how Anna would not budge about killing ABA over a boy. This was typical of Anna, but she had to convince her otherwise for the sake of world peace. Are you guys sure you are going to make an enemy out of Demigod Windsor for a... I hate to sound like an insensitive BTCH, but the circumstances call for it, so I have to say it, a dead crush? Even though Anna was fully aware that all this was just an act, hearing Asong speak such words, she could not help but take offense. How dare you? You insensitive itch? I know I have been very fickle when it comes to my partners, but that was the past me. Now it is different. Seeing Anna aggressively lash out at her, Asong grinned in her mind for managing to replace Anna's indifference with anger. As an angry Anna was a lot easier to manipulate than an indifferent Anna. How is it different, Anna? Tell me. Anna got worked up thinking how, when she confessed her feelings to the boy, he too did not believe her, just like Asong, who did not believe her. It is different. I don't have to explain myself to you. Seeing that her doubting the genuinity of Anna's feelings for the boy caused Anna's anger to grow, Asong decided to stick to it. No, you have to explain to me how this boy was any different from your past flings. You have to tell me. Seeing that her past was causing even her closest friend to doubt her feelings for the boy, Anna felt it was not a surprise that the boy was having a hard time trusting her feelings for him. This realization caused Anna to grow angry at herself for being too fickle in the past, and now it was affecting the only relationship cared about. Enraged at herself, Anna yelled, Asong, I said I don't have to explain myself to you. Seeing her strategy was working, Asong continued to poke Anna where it enraged her the most. Why not? I am your best friend, I have the right to know. Just admit it. Anna, you haven't changed one bit. You are as impulsive as back then, and this boy is just another fling of yours. Anna, who was already angry at her past self for her questionable and lengthy track record of ex-boyfriends, could not take any more of Ah-sung repeatedly reminding her about her past affecting what she considered as her present and future, so she yelled in irritation. Shut the FCK up, Ah-sung, or I will. You don't know me. Seeing Anna start to make threats that she would never be able to hold up, Ah-sung's grin in her mind widened. Just a little bit more, and she would have Anna's mind hot enough to cast her thoughts as she desired. I know you. Anna, I know you better than my parents know me. I have seen you at your best and worst. Threatening to kill a girl over a boy is a new low even for you, Anna. Seeing Ah-sung starting to stand on moral high ground and starting to judge her, Anna was immediately pissed at Ah-sung. Yes, she had fun in the past, so what? That doesn't mean anyone can judge her for that. Or she could not spend her present and future with whom she wanted because of that. Ah-sung, you don't know anything. Just leave. Seeing the opportunity, Ah-sung decided to land her final blow. Yes, I don't know, Anna. I don't know. How could I? You don't tell me anything nowadays. Then, Ah-sung got up and turned to leave, fully knowing that Anna was a sentimental fool and would not let her leave after hearing the words she just spoke. Anna was okay with being called anything but a bad friend. Anna, who was worked up about her one-sided love, now felt bad realizing that with the passing years she has been neglecting her friend. They were so out of touch that neither knew what was going on in the other's life. So she decided to confess and confide in her friend once again like used in the past. Fine. You want me to tell you? I will tell. Why, it was not just another fling. He is the first man I ever loved. There it is, I said it. I am in love with a high schooler. Screw me for being in love with a high schooler. Seeing Anna break emotionally, Ah-sung felt her victory was imminent as long as she played her cards right. Oh, honey, come here. I am sorry, I did not mean any of that. I just wanted you to talk to me like we used to. Seeing Ah-sung manipulate Anna and cuss at Anna in her mind. This simpleton, this works too. But she did not immediately expose Ah-sung's game plan to Anna, seeing how it was all working out to help set the narrative they wanted to set. So she jumped in to have some fun. Weep. And, honey, you two come here. Big sis, Wyatt is my first love too. And, I dare you to say that one more time. He is my first love. Get your own lover. You two would have made Wyatt the luckiest man alive. Shame he had to die so young. An hour later. So Anna, you agree to forgive Agatha and not kill ABA. It will be hard, but I will forgive them as long as they help find his assassins and help me bring them to justice. Yes. Don't worry, we will not spare any effort to find the assassination organization and the hand behind the boy's death. This is my promise to you. Ah-sung felt a sense of achievement thinking that she had achieved the impossible. Anna was confused as to what just happened. What did I just agree to? Wasn't all this an act? What is false? What is real? And, gazing at the celebrating Ah-sung and puzzled Anna, snickered, unable to escape feeling omniscient, she thought, fools. This is not what I had in mind when I agreed to give you 5% of my cut of the phantom sword wood. I complained to Jill as I looked at the golems pumping in logs of phantom sword wood into a big array formation, and the big array formation pump out stacks of phantom sword wood ingredient cards. Would it help if I told you that the operation of this array formation consumes a lot of energy? Jill spoke with a guilty smile, even though she did not feel even a shred of guilt for tricking the boy. No, it does not. The artificial soul energy vein is powering this array formation. You speak as if you are making a loss. I honestly did not know that array formation could be used to mass-produce cards of a kind, especially an ingredient card. If I had known when Jill offered to convert my share of the Phantom Sword wood into card ingredients for a 5% of my shares in the Phantom Sword wood plantation, I would have rejected her without giving it a second thought. Well, too bad you can't go back on your word now. Jill clearly was enjoying her victory, but was holding back her smile in order not to rub salt in the boy's wound. Bask in your victory as much as you can, because soon I will get you for this. Was I being petty? Yes, and I felt that Jill appreciated this petty part of me. Haha, bring it. Jill no longer suppressed her laughter and began to laugh without restraint. Jill was a sore winner and a firm believer that rubbing their victory on the face of the loser was the right of the winner. As a result, she had very few friends. She restrained herself to not hurt the feelings of the boy as she really liked him. But now knowing that she could be herself around him, she started to like him even more. And the fact that the boy dared to challenge her was an added bonus. Only time could tell if he could keep up with her. I was left without words witnessing Jill laugh without restraint. Was it me, or she looked alluring than usual? I was waiting for you to negotiate, but you astonished me by agreeing to my proposal. I even felt a little regret for not asking for more than 5%. How can you not know that array formation can be used to mass-produce ingredient cards and other simple cards? And you want me to believe that Master Lorenzo was the one who taught you array mastery? Jill was not done with just laughing at me, but she also had to call me on it. First, I was not taught array mastery by anybody. I was self-taught. Second, Lorenzo only lent me some of his study material. He wishes he was my array mastery teacher. Get your facts straight. Women. Being mocked by Jill, I had to make some things clear before misunderstanding becomes the fact. Now you confess. I did not know if Jill was saying this intentionally, but I clearly remember telling her otherwise this morning. Whatever, are you done? The more I refuted Jill, the more she will use this to poke fun at me. So I decided to act aloof. Not yet, but what is it? Jill was far from done making fun of me, but feeling that I needed her assistance, she paused her victory lap. I need these ingredients. Do you have them, or should we get them from the city? I said, sharing the ingredient list with Jill's grimoire. Jill summoned her grimoire and went through the ingredient list forward by the boy. Then, before giving the boy an answer, she asked, most of these are the ingredients to create an A-rank dungeon prevention array formation. Are you planning to use these ingredients to create an array that can detect the formation of soul energy vein? Having spent decades trying to reverse engineer the dungeon formation array to create an array to detect the formation of the soul energy vein, Jill immediately noticed what the ingredient list shared by the boy was for. Yes, I am, I answered Jill casually. Well then let me save some time for you. I have tried the same numerous times with different sets of ingredients each time, but the results were always disappointing. The dungeon prevention array is very stable, but even a slight change to it will cause the array formation to collapse. I have tried to figure out the root cause of this, and you know what I found, You found that the dungeon prevention array formation gets unstable with a slight change because the predecessor who created it wanted it to be so. I interrupted Jill and spoke the words in her mind. Why you? How did you figure that out in such little time? It took me years to come to that conclusion. Hearing the boy reach the conclusion that took her years to reach within less than half a day, she was astonished. Don't beat yourself over this. If not for the idea behind your device, it would have taken me longer to reach this conclusion. I was not lying when I said this, but I left out a fact that even if it would have taken me a lot more time to reach this conclusion, it would not have taken me years. I had 3 slave consciousnesses to share my workload, soul pupils to help me explore the mysteries of soul pathways involved, and the high val to run simulations on the theories I came up with. With such efficient tools at my disposal, it would be embarrassing if it took me longer to reach this conclusion. No, even with my device and the research behind it, it is impossible to reach this conclusion in such a short period. Jill did not take the easy explanation I gave to her. Jill looked at me suspiciously. I don't know what was going in her mind right now, but considering how she was not willing to take the easy explanation I gave her, it was clear she was trying to figure out how I reached the conclusion, which took her years to reach within a few hours. Did not bother to remove Jill's suspicions, as this was better than her mocking for not knowing the basics that array formation can be used to mass-produce cards of a kind. So, can you get me the ingredients or not? If not for me needing the ingredients, I would have let Jill with her thoughts, but I did like the idea of wasting time when I could be doing something productive. Jill woke up from her contemplation and then withdrew the suspicious look she unconsciously kept giving me. Be honest, did you hack my grimoire and steal my research data? Aren't you overestimating the ability of the golden grimoire? I said, summoning my golden grade grimoire. Even if I could hack into Jill's grimoire, my grimoire wouldn't allow me to, as it was not sophisticated enough to break through the firewall protecting the platinum grade grimoire that the authorities and Jill, herself, had placed to stop anyone from hacking into her grimoire and leaving without being noticed. If I could, I would not have bothered to take an oath just to know what Jill was up to down here in the South. You do have a point, Jill nodded in agreement, but then added, so how did you do it? Jill, can you just let it go? I like your curiosity and enthusiasm to find the truth. That's what makes you a good researcher, but you have to know the basic social norms. I like that Jill was eager to find the unknown, but I don't like this obsessive part of her. Fine. Jill agreed to leave it alone, but I could see a glint in her eyes which said, "We are not done here, buddy." Seeing that glint in Jill's eyes, I sighed. Jill ignored my sigh and said, "I have all the ingredients on your list, but my stock is not enough to meet your demand. Give me what you have, and I will check if I can make do with them." It was not surprising that Jill had the ingredients I was looking for, because most of the ingredients in my list were the ingredients required for the creation of the dungeon prevention array and Jill's device. Even though the quantity of the ingredients did not meet my requirement, I decided to make do with what from Jill because the ingredients were free and I could not wait to put the theory I came up with to practical use. The ingredients for the dungeon prevention array and Jill's device were very rare and expensive. Some were even regulated ingredients. Therefore, I had no complaints about their quantity. "Aren't you flexible?" Jill was surprised by the boy's reply because most researchers would not be willing to risk continuing their experiment with even a small variable out of their calculation, let alone insufficient ingredients. "Don't worry, I know what I am doing." I assured Jill. I extended my hand toward her, indicating to her to hand me the ingredients. Jill took out a storage card, and before handing it to me, she said, "I will cut the cost of these ingredients from your share of the phantom sword wood." Fine. Only when I agreed to pay the cost of the ingredients she gave me with phantom sword would did Jill hand the storage card to me, saying, "I will be charging you for the storage card too." "Sure." I snatched the storage card from Jill. "Don't take it personally. I just did not want the money to come between our relationship." Jill came up with an excuse to deny that she was a penny pincher. "Sure." I nodded and equipped the storage card in my grimoire's attack page. Having gotten the ingredients, I no longer wanted to waste time bickering with Jill, but could not wait to get to the experimenting as soon as possible. Seeing the boy give her a half-hearted nod out of eagerness to start his experiment, Jill, for the second time in her life, felt sad for not being able to spend time with a man. The first time was with her dad. She wanted the boy to prioritize spending time her over starting his stupid experiment. Suppressing her emotions, Jill prepared herself for the second greatest thing after winning, being able to say, "I told you so." Having gone through the list of ingredients the boy asked for, Jill knew what experiment the boy was going to conduct. Though she did not use the exact ingredients, she too had tried this experiment to modify the dungeon prevention array into a soul energy vein detection array. After conducting numerous experiments to achieve the same, be it a different set of ingredients or a different approach, Jill had tried it all and had already come to learn that the dungeon prevention array was too volatile to change by default, so trying modifying it was just a fool's errand. Jill had exchanged decades of her to come to the disappointing conclusion. Even Jill prepared to say, "I told you so" to the boy, yet a part of her hoped the boy would come through. Jill had a hint of expectation that the boy would be able to find something she missed. Jill had this shiver of expectation from the boy not because she thought the boy was better than her, but instead because she hoped that the boy she liked succeeded where she failed. Not to mention, he was conducting this experiment despite knowing that the creator of the dungeon prevention array purposefully designed the array such that it cannot tolerate even a slight change, making it impossible to modify the array formation. Jill was not wrong about it being impossible to modify or try and alter the dungeon prevention array. It was indeed a waste of time to do that. So what was the experiment I was going to conduct about? The experiment was for me to check the new array formation recipe I came up with to detect the formation of the soul energy vein. Most of the theory was based on the dungeon prevention array, but the recipe I came up with was not that different from it, but it was a different approach. Using the stored data of the artificial soul energy vein and the dungeon prevention array recipe, I simulated numerous experiments using the Hive AI to see how the dungeon prevention array would stop the formation of artificial soul energy veins within its range of effect. The results of these experiments were so valuable that Jill would not hesitate to kill for them. For her to gather the same data, it would take decades and lots of resources, considering that she was able to accurately determine how to create an artificial soul energy vein. I was able to uncover the mystery of artificial soul energy vein creation with my soul pupils, but the same luxury was not possible for Jill. First, she would have to spend decades figuring out how to create an artificial soul energy vein and another decade conducting experiments to gather the data I had in my hands right now. If Jill had the data I had in my hand right now, maybe she too could achieve miracles. Unfortunately for her, she did not, but I did. The reason why this data was important was that it gave us information about which ingredients to use to get a particular reaction. For example, if the dungeon prevention array was able to prevent dungeon formation by stopping the soul energy vein formation, then how did it achieve that without affecting the quantity of soul energy in its area of effect? Soul energy veins were basically threads of the soul pathway containing the purest and most concentrated soul energy. So how was the dungeon prevention array able to stop these soul pathways without affecting the soul energy concentration in the atmospheres of the area? People who can afford dungeon prevention arrays are powerful. They need a soul energy-rich area to continue their routine active soul control cultivation. The only reason the dungeon prevention array was able to withstand the test of time was that it was able to stop the dungeon formation in an area without affecting the soul energy concentration in the air of the area. The secret behind this effect of the dungeon prevention array was as a set of ingredients. When used in a specific sequence, they were able to achieve something the array of this time would consider a miracle, warding off soul energy veins. Now the secret to that warding off the soul energy vein was mine. I could think of numerous possibilities to use it. Out of those numerous possibilities currently, I was focusing on the one I call soul energy vein summoning. If successful, I will have the all-soul energy of the world at my fingertips. I had big ambitions for this discovery, but for now, I will settle for using it to create an array that could detect the formation of a soul energy vein. This was all I needed to one-up Jill. But there was a problem. Knowing Jill, if I succeed, then she will do everything in her power to get an answer to how I did achieve it. But considering the wide range of applications of this discovery, and not to mention the cash that would flow in, I decided to do what the predecessor who created the dungeon prevention array did. He had created his array in such a way that his creation clouds only work the way he intended for it to. If anybody tried to be smarter, then the array would collapse even with the slightest change. Despite being so volatile, the dungeon prevention array had one of the highest stability when it was set up perfectly according to the recipe. The secret behind this was within the ingredients used. Studying the dungeon formation array was a big eye-opener. It changed how I viewed the ingredients and their impact on array formation and card creation. With this research, my card creation and array mastery had made progress by leaps. From this, I could only take away one thing. I haven't been using the soul pupils to their full potential. And considering the things the creator of the dungeon prevention array was able to do without the soul pupils, I had a huge respect for him. Now, this predecessor was someone I would not mind calling my teacher. Though that was not possible for various reasons, I still could learn a lot from the work of the ancient array masters, and knew exactly a place to find them, the central academic city. While Jill watched me, I began to arrange the soul pathways of nature to define a boundary for the array, specifying the area of effect of the array. I did not have enough ingredients, so I could not create a large-scale array formation. For now, I could only settle on a small-scale one. But the problem was, if the array I was creating had a limited array of effects, then how will it detect the artificial soul energy vein at the core of the dungeon? To answer this problem, I could do what Jill did, create a device that was not limited by mobility, or I could turn it into a field card. If it was for commercial use, then I would have gone with Jill's approach, but this was just an experiment. I already knew where to find a soul energy vein, so a field card would be enough to serve the purpose of my experimentation. The dungeon I was in was the product of the artificial soul energy vein, which was the accidental product of the soul energy leaking from the dungeon relocation apparatus. The researchers of the dungeon relocation project had accidentally managed to recreate the process of dungeon formation from scratch. But these researchers were not equipped to notice what was happening right in front of them, until Jill, who was on the brink of uncovering the very truth of the dungeon formation, had a narrow vision. All she cared about was her research, so she failed to see what she uncovered was more than her research. Maybe she did, but did not pursue it, knowing her current limit was not enough to handle what she had found. Therefore, she decided to stick with what she was best at, and once she was done, it would not be too late for her to venture further with what she had uncovered at the dungeon relocation experiment. But she would have never thought that while she was taking it slow, The boy whom she did not even consider a threat would use what she had stumbled upon to uncover the very secret of this world. I uncovered that the card world we were in started when the sentient energy in the spiritual plane interacted with the matter in the physical plane. The process of the energies of the sentient energy in the spiritual plane interacting with matter in the physical plane gave birth to the world and every existence on it. The world on the physical plane is the card world, and the sentient energy in the spiritual plane is the world's will. World's will embodies the rules and the purest and most concentrated form of soul energy that when introduced into the world, after interacting with the matter of the physical plane forms soul pathways that become the essence of every existence. But in some rare cases, these pure and concentrated soul energies come together to form soul energy veins, and at these veins end of dungeons are formed. I was able to conclude this secret of the world after learning how the soul energy vein came into being using the knowledge of how to create artificial soul energy veins and how the dungeon prevention array created by the ancient array masters could prevent the formation of the dungeons. While uncovering the secret of the world, I also uncovered various other secrets related to array formation through the dungeon prevention array created by ancient array masters, two of which were how to ward off soul energy veins, and the second being the secret to conditional equilibrium used by the ancient array master to keep the principle and working of his creation from being misused. For example, altering the array to achieve a different purpose instead of using it for what it was originally intended for. I singled out these two secrets that were uncovered from the dungeon prevention array formation because I was going to use one of them to create what I called vein detection field card, and one of them to make sure that nobody can misuse the working principle of the card I had created to serve their nefarious purpose. The warding off of the soul energy vein was a miraculous trick pulled off by the dungeon prevention array, but this trick also allowed me to create an array that would identify the soul energy vein based on the data I collected through the simulation of my experiment on the reaction of the dungeon prevention array toward artificial soul energy. Despite the obvious limitation of the field card over a mobile item, I settled for creating the vein detection array formation as the field card because of two reasons. An item and an array formation are two different things. To convert the array into an item, I will have to hold up on the idea of starting the experiment to come up with a new item recipe based on the array recipe I wanted to test. That would take a lot of time. Compared to that, converting the array recipe into a field card recipe was a lot simpler. 2. Even if I take the time to create an item card recipe based on the vein detection array recipe, I lack the ingredients. I had more than enough ingredients for a field card, but I will not know if I had enough for an item card or if I would need other ingredients. Compared to a field card conversion, the item card conversion had a lot of uncertainty. In the end, for the experimental purpose, converting the vein detection array formation into a vein detection field card was the most efficient and time-saving choice over a vein detection item card. So following the vein detection array recipe, I arranged a small vein detection array formation using the limited ingredients I bought from Jill at a sky-high price. Once the array was arranged, next I had to transfer its soul pathways into an appropriate core and then morph it into a field card. Card name, vein detection field. Card type, field card. Card rank, a rank, rare grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 99/100. Effect, the user can summon a field of a 20-meter radius to detect soul energy vein within its area of effect. Jill watched as the boy not only successfully set up an array formation using the ingredients he bought from her, but he turned it into a field card. This caused her to doubt if the boy's experiment was really about soul energy vein detection based on the working principle behind the dungeon prevention array and her soul energy vein detection device. Considering the numerous failures she suffered in that domain, Jill growing skeptical about the boy achieving something she wasn't able to achieve was not a surprise. That was human nature. Jill could not hold back and tried to peek at the card the boy had created, but before she could get a glance of the card's info, he had equipped the card in his grimoire. Jill's little action caught my eye, but I did not bother to call her out. Instead, I asked her, "Since you are free, can you take me to the core area to conclude my experiment?" The core area was surrounded by the phantom swordwood array. I could use my soul pupils to find a safe through it, but I wanted Jill present by my side, as I achieve something she has been trying for decades now. What do you mean I am free? I have a lot of work, can't you see? Jill said, playing hard to get. Fine, I will go by myself then. Knowing Jill will ask to see the card info of the card I just created in exchange for her help, I made it clear to her that I could travel across the array formation even without her help. Fine, I will lead the way since you asked so nicely, Jill said, being sarcastic. Lead away. Under the direction of Jill, we finally arrived at the core of the dungeon where the artificial soul energy vein ended. Arriving at the core area, I walked to the edge of the hole, and then, summoning my grimoire, I chanted, Field card, vein detection field. Soon the vein detection field card started to output a string of data to my grimoire. The data shared by the field card to my grimoire spoke to the presence of a soul energy vein within the field, the location of the soul energy vein in the field, the direction the soul energy vein is entering the field, the width of the soul energy vein, the purity, the concentration of the soul energy in the soul energy vein, and lastly the time to the for dungeon formation along with the rank of the dungeon to be formed. This data was for the physical proof, but as the holder of the card, I was able to use the field to feel the presence of the soul energy vein, which was nothing compared to the visual given by my soul pupil, but better than the analog graph displayed by Jill's device. Yes, my field card range was not any better than Jill's devices, but this was only because I was limited by the availability of the required ingredients. If I had enough quantity of ingredients, like the dungeon prevention array that can cover an entire city, my vein detection array could also cover an entire city. Back to the field card. The card apprentices could use this field card to feel the soul energy vein similar to how an array master or a card creationist can feel the soul pathways of ingredients or their surroundings through their spirituality. It was like an add-on to the card apprentice's spirituality. Thinking of this, I shut down my soul pupils and used my spirituality to check the surrounding soul pathways. I could feel the soul pathway clearer than before. This was thanks to the field card. I was astonished to find that other than helping its user feel the presence of the soul energy vein, the vein detection field card made the user's spirituality more sensitive to the soul pathway. This was not my intention, but it seems one of the ingredients or a sequence of ingredients I used to create this card was responsible for this. Thankfully, I tried the card before handing it over to Jill to show her that I am better than her. It would be so embarrassing to hear from Jill what the card I created could do. This was an unintentional perk, seeing how this effect of the card was not mentioned in the card info as an additional effect of the card, shows how this effect is a complementary effect of the field. Once I isolate the ingredients that led to this effect, I can perfect the vein detection array recipe/field card recipe such that it gets an added array/card as an additional effect. Or even use the ingredients to create separate cards just for the effect of enhancing the card apprentice's spirituality. This discovery, though appreciated, had put a dent in my display to Jill. I was fine with sharing that I had managed to create an array to detect the soul energy vein with Jill, but not the complementary effect of the array that enhanced the spirituality of the user within its field. I planned to use Jill as the cover to sell the vein detection array formation. Therefore, I decided to use the card and show off in front of Jill, and then let her obsessive behavior do my bidding. This way, though Jill got the fame of discovering the vein detection array, I would be the one enjoying the wealth it brought without attracting any unwanted attention towards me. Unlike silver milk powder, which was still stuck at the production stage, the vein detection array recipe, vein detection field card recipe, and vein detection item card recipe would rack in wealth as soon as they were copyrighted. Yes, the wealth of the copyrighted recipes would go to the person owning the copyright, Jill Norley. But because of a prearranged private oath between us, she will be diverting all the earnings of the vein detection copyright recipes to me. This way I will have money to speed up a lot of projects which were still in the development stage or start the projects that were previously on hold due to lack of funds. But all my plans of using Jill as the front to launder the wealth of the copyrighted vein detections recipes will have to be put on hold for now that I have another challenge at my hands. I need to make sure that the vein detection array/field card/item card recipes only help the card apprentice create an array or a card that helps them feel the presence of the soul energy vein and not boost their spirituality. If not, I will be making a huge loss on these recipes, as it would be like offering 1 kilogram gold free for buying 1 kilogram silver. Forget the loss. Being greedy here can be my end. I say so because I did not have any idea of the limit of the boost provided by the array to one's spirituality. Did it only work for low-level card apprentices, or even high-level card apprentices like card demigods? Whether the boost provided by the array increases with rank. Just thinking of these implications, I felt a chill on the back of my neck. Even with Jill covering for me, I would not be able to avoid the consequences of this one. Boosting one's spirituality meant boosting one's understanding of the world. Those old demigods who have reached the ceiling of this world and feel being imprisoned by the worlds will go to any lengths, even if there was a slight possibility that they could break through the ceiling of this world's realms. The presence of the devil alone was indication enough for the card apprentice that the card demigod realm was not the end of the road in cultivating active soul control. So if they feel like there was something that could help them even take a peek at what's next, they would be willing to burn the entire humanity to the ground. This was one of the reasons why the demon worshippers were able to wreak havoc in this world for centuries. The devils had seduced many card demigods at the end of their road with the false promise of a power higher than that of a card demigod, an existence on equal footing to a devil. These promises were why my demigods formed demon cults and let humanity die in its own hands. Thankfully, before it was too late, it was found that the devil did not have the power to fulfill its promise, leading to the near extinction of the demon worshippers and its present-day circumstances. In conclusion, if I don't think this through, the ability to boost one's spirituality could start a war that could mark the end of this era and the beginning of a new era. Wyatt, what happened? Was your experiment a success? Seeing the boy fall into deep contemplation after activating the new card he created for experimentation, Jill asked for the results out of curiosity, though she felt that the odds of this experiment being a success were not high enough. Hearing Jill call me, I snapped out of my thoughts, and glancing at her, I slowly shook my head, saying, "It was a failure." "It failed? How? Didn't you successfully create the card?" Jill was surprised by the boy's answer. "I did create the card I was aiming for, but the result did not turn out to be what I wanted," I explained, heading back to the base, avoiding eye contact with Jill. "Oh, what happened? Let Big Sister help you." Jill offered her help. "Big Sister?" I stopped on my track and turned to look at Jill with a grossed-out expression. "I mean, just this morning my tool cleaned her pipes." It sounded right in my mind, but when I said it out loud, I heard it nonetheless. "All I am trying to say is you have a one Morningstar researcher at your hands. You might as well make the most of it." Now, Jill just seemed to be pushing the boy to ask her for help. "You don't say." I looked at Jill with a playful smile and said, "You know what, Jill? I think you are right. I should indeed make the most of the resources I got." "Okay, so how can I help you?" Jill asked the boy enthusiastically. Now was her time to show the boy that he needed her around. "Miss A1 Researcher, could you help me understand why the soul energy lost by the dungeon relocation apparatus created an artificial soul energy vein and not just dissipate in the surrounding, like the thermal energy does when you boil water?" As I asked this question, Jill's enthused smile froze and grew quiet as she did not have the answer for this. "Miss A1 Researcher, do you want me to repeat my question?" I called out to Jill, who tried various ways to elegantly put that she did not know why, but seeing the playful glint in the boy's eyes, she realized that he was messing with, knowing fully well that she did not know the answer for this. Learning that the boy was just playing her, Jill's cheeks puffed up and she strode towards the wood in a fit of rage, but then she turned around and came right up to the boy's face and, pointing at his nose, she yelled, "Just so you know, I take pride in what I do and I am celebrated for it. It might be boring, but it keeps me going when I don't know all the answers. And I refuse to let know it all theids like you rub it on my face." "Rub what on your face?" I asked Jill in confusion, not understanding what she was so furious about. Me not knowing that why the soul energy lost by the dungeon relocation apparatus gathers to form an artificial soul energy instead of dissipating in the surrounding, like the thermal energy lost during boiling water. Jill explained, and then felt dumb for saying it. "Look, I am not going to tell you how you are supposed to feel or not feel, but I think that the fact that you do not know the answers to everything bugs you is what makes you a good researcher and what you are celebrated for," I said while pulling Jill into a hug and brushing her hair. Hearing the boy, Jill rested head on his chest, and wrapping her arms around his waist, she said, "Really? Well, good, and I think so too. So what was all that about?" I asked Jill, trying to understand why a smart and confident woman would suddenly start acting like a girl. "Here's the thing. I want us to take what we hear to the next step when we get out of here." Jill spoke her mind, even though it made her vulnerable in front of the boy, and then she immediately added, "I know you have girls outside, so I want to make the most of the time I have with you to show you that I am a better than the hose you have waiting for you in the Sky Blossom City." Hose, really? I tilt my head down to look into Jill's eyes as I said this, as I was not comfortable by Jill calling Anna or Susan as hose. "I am not done sharing my embracing thoughts. Do you mind?" Jill glared at the boy, seeing how he was more focused on the part of her calling his hose instead of her feelings for him. "Yes, mistress, please continue." Being glared at, I acted submissive, knowing that it took a lot of courage for one to be emotionally vulnerable in front of another, especially in front of the one who you have a crush on, particularly when you were someone as prideful as Jill. "But no matter what I try, you seem like you have everything under control and do not need me. Not to mention, you keep bringing up about leaving again and again as if spending time with me is suffocating you. It hurts when all I want to do is make you see me." Saying that, embarrassed Jill buried her face in my chest. Now, what am I supposed to do? I don't want to hurt Jill, but I don't want to hurt Anna and Susan too. And why can't women take a hint when we say that we are not available? Not to forget, what happened to the part where we agreed to emotion-free, pure primal intercourse? "Wyatt, you are awfully quiet. Say something," Jill asked. "What?" I knew what Jill wanted to say, but I had to rip the Band-Aid off, or at least that's what I thought. Jill lifted her head from my chest, let go of waist, and glaring at me, she said, "I pour feeling out, and all you have to say to that is, what?" Oh my God, I am so embarrassed right now. I can't believe this is happening to me. "Jill, listen to me. You agreed to casual sex. You said no feelings would involved." I tried to explain to Jill that from the start I was not prepared to accept her feeling for me, but before I could finish, she interrupted me, yelling, "Are you calling me a slut? Get the hell out of my face. Are you calling me a slut? Get the hell out of my face. You know I did not say that, and you don't mean it." "Yes, I do." "Jill, calm down. I know you feel hurt and ashamed for being rejected." I tried to console Jill as she began to lash out at being rejected by me. Why? Because without her, I would have to find a new way to monetize the new version of vein detection array/card recipe once I have modified the current version of the vein detection array/card recipe. But Jill looked at me, hoping that there was more to my words, something that would help her cope with the pain from the rejection. There is no but. If I knew how to magically make the pain of rejection or breakup go away, I would be insanely rich even if I sold it to everyone who needed it for a cent. Saying that, I looked into Jill's wet eyes and said, "All I am trying to say is that this does not have to be the end of the friendship between us. Better yet, I could hold a grudge and try to ruin your life. This would make a perfect origin story for the enmity between us," Jill said with an indifferent face, making it impossible for me to tell whether she was kidding or for real. "Please tell me you are kidding," I begged Jill. "When the time comes, you will know," Jill answered mysteriously, and then headed into the woods, leaving me worrying for the remainder of my time in this dungeon. I hurriedly followed behind Jill and asked, "Jill, how long do you plan to continue stealing the soul energy from the dungeon relocation experiment of Luna for the Phantom Wood Plantation?" I asked this because this had to stop at some point for Luna to complete the dungeon relocation of the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon. This way, the Southern Watch stationed at the Sky Blossom City can finally relocate the dungeon to the secure region, and I can leave for the Southern Royal Palace to complete Luna's order. "If you want to leave, then leave. I will arrange a golem to take you out of the dungeon," Jill answered impatiently. I thought all the golems were busy. I reminded Jill of what she told me earlier. Jill stopped on her tracks, turned to glare at me, and grudgingly said, "Well, guess what? One just got free." I did not take Jill's attitude seriously because as the person who rejected her, I had to take it without complaining if I still wanted to continue being her friend with her. As part of my new initiative of growing less dependent on Anna and the Southern royal family, I had decided to branch out by being more open-minded and tolerating. My friendship with Agatha was the best example of this. For your information, I wasn't asking because I want to leave. Instead, I want to know how long before Luna grew suspicious that something is amiss with her dungeon relocation experiment. I said, trying to clear the misunderstanding Jill had. Oh, but what do you mean by for your information? As if I care if you stay or leave. For your information, I don't care. Jill clearly was not done venting, and it appeared she would not be done anytime soon. So how long? How long what? When will you end your side business? I said, pointing at the phantom sword wood surrounding us. When I feel like it. And when would that be? What is it to you? Didn't I already say you can leave whenever you wanted to? Jill returned to her closed self that I saw during our first meeting. Hey, come on, Jill. You are making it harder for me to be your friend. I know I could just leave just as Jill suggested, but something in me would not let me do that, and I prayed it was my greed for money and not something else. Good. My father said that a boy and a girl could never be friends. Jill's father sounds like he has broken his share of hearts back in his youth. Hearing Jill say that, I raised one of my eyebrows and asked her, Jill, are you saying that either I am your lover or a nobody? No, you idiot. Don't you get it? I am saying that I will make you mine. Jill yelled out of nowhere. Okay, now you can get me that golem. I want out of this dungeon. Learning that Jill was still gunning for a relationship even after I shot her down, I knew screw money. I need to get out of here. Why do I keep crossing paths with crazy chicks? Susan, I miss your sweet smile. Sorry, I can't. All of them are busy helping with my research or the plantation, Jill lied. You just said you had golem free to take out of the dungeon. I did, but when you said no, I assigned it a task. Jill spoke as if all this was my fault. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What gave me away? Well, will you at least tell me when you will stop stealing from the dungeon relocation experiment? I did not plan to leave without knowing the answer to this anyway. I have already collected the data I could get, so we can stop after the new batch of phantom swordwood planted by the golems is mature enough to harvest. We can leave after all the phantom swordwood stock is turned into a card ingredient. It seems after declaring that she would not stop pursuing her feelings for the boy to him, Jill was in a better mood than before, and answered the boy without making things difficult for him. Great, I exclaimed, knowing that Luna could finally complete the D-rank Silver Beach Gate dungeon relocation. Why the hell is it taking you so long to open the boy's grimoire? Carl yelled at the semi-demigod in charge of the Sun Blossom incident. Being yelled at by the supreme leader, the semi-demigod stood still with his head down in silence. He knew his silence would only make things worse by enraging the enraged supreme leader even more, but he had made his peace with it. This morning, after returning from the Sun Blossom City, having acquired the boy's grimoire from the allied semi-demigods, the Circle's semi-demigod tried to replicate the soul energy signature of from the bloodstains on the grimoire using the regular method, but after the 8 hours long wait, his blood did not belong to the boy. Realizing this, he did not panic, but frowned over the wasted effort and resources. However, he thanked his preparedness for having collected a few hairs from the boy and his clones when he held them captive. Since it was impossible to tell which one of the clones was the boy's real body, they planned to cast a small soul bewitchment curse using all 3 hair samples to determine the original body of the boy, as the soul bewitchment curse would only affect the original body of the boy that had the soul and not the clones, but it did not come to that. Now he could use one of these 3 hair samples to replicate the boy's soul energy signature, and it did not matter which one of these hair samples belonged to the original body of the boy because they all were made from the boy and his soul energy. That was enough to get the job done. 8 hours later, the semi-demigod finally started to panic. Yes, he was able to replicate the boy's soul signature using the hair samples he had collected, but the problem was the grimoire that he believed to be the boy's grimoire was not the boy's grimoire. How can this happen? He asked the allied semi-demigod to take an oath and everything. Yet how were the allied semi-demigods able to dupe him? Now what? He could not go claim a refund from them, as this grimoire was not acquired by honest means. What did this mean for him? Something worse than death awaited him. There was no way he could avoid it. It was only a matter of time. And now, Carl looked at his semi-demigod subordinate who stood in front like a stiff statue, unable to answer him. By now, if he did not realize something went horribly wrong, he might as well give up being the supreme leader. What went wrong? Carl frowned and asked, hoping the damage was small enough to be savaged, but seeing how his subordinate was not even bothering to beg for mercy and prepared to face what's to come, the odds of the damage being small were less likely. The grimoire that we brought does not belong to the boy. The semi-demigod spoke without emotion, as he knew no matter what he did there was no way for him to struggle free from what's coming. What? Hearing his subordinate, Carl thundered as the damage was beyond repair. He lost one of his most prized collections. Since you have already accepted your fate, I will not delay it, but before you leave, any last regrets? Carl summoned his grimoire and asked his subordinates if he had any last unfulfilled desires. Please spare my family. The semi-demigod did not lift his head, instead asked the supreme leader to end his wrath with him and not extend it to his family. Nonsenses, your family is my family. Why would I hurt them? We are one after all. Saying that, Carl activated his origin card, adding, I hate that it has to end like this, but it was nice knowing a part of me this closely. Hearing the supreme leader, the semi-demigod was not surprised by his weird turn of phrase, as he was indeed a part of the supreme leader. As Carl's origin card activated, his semi-demigod subordinate instantly turned into a ball of soul pathways and arrangements. Even his grimoire and ego gem had turned into a sequence of soul pathways and arrangements. But the interesting part was that at the center of this ball of soul pathways was a tiny phantom, which looked exactly like Carl himself. Seeing this, Carl let out a sigh, saying, You were one of the capable ones. After that, he took out a refined common core usually used by card creationists and array masters. Then he transferred the floating ball of soul pathways in front of him into the common core, and then placed the core containing his semi-demigod subordinates' soul pathways on the card creation page of his grimoire. Then he excited the soul pathway of the core that morphed it into a card. As the core morphed into a card, the tiny phantom of Carl rushed out and merged with Carl's original soul, and the resulting card was a unique grade card with no card ratings or card durability. It was an origin card. And this origin card seemed to belong to the semi-demigod subordinate that Carl had just used as an ingredient to create this card. Carl did not even bother to go through the origin card info and directly scarified the origin card to his origin card and sighed again, muttering to himself, This card doesn't even come close to making up for the loss of the myriad devil body origin card. Then Carl closed his eyes and went through the memories of the subordinate he had just devoured to get the exact overview of the situation. And after a few minutes he opened his eyes and then thought, This incident needs to be covered, or at least the part about the disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect using the sect's signature Desolate Punisher array to slaughter the customers he was hired to protect. Carl shook his head, knowing that it was near impossible to hide the news that one of the disciples of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect had used their sect's signature array, the Desolate Punisher array, to slaughter their employer. If this was an isolated situation, then he may have been able to keep the lid on this by buying and silencing whoever he could, but the Southern royal family and cronies from the central government were involved in his incident, making it impossible to keep this incident hidden. Thinking of this, Carl sighed. Not only did loss one of his prized origin cards, Myriad Devil Body, but it was starting to seem that his plan for the Yin-Yang sect was about to end even before it started. Carl's origin card allows him to create the perfect incarnations of himself by sacrificing a small percentage of his active soul control to refine a developing fetus inside a womb into his incarnation. The incarnation created by his origin card would have a complete and perfect individuality with capability to feel emotions, have virtue and sins, making the perfect incarnation which even the worlds would fail to trace back to Carl, allowing these incarnations to contract their own grimoire and have two unique origin cards. Incarnation created by this method themselves have no idea that they were the incarnation until Carl himself wants them to, and despite their individuality, the incarnations would be under control of Carl, as he can control their life and death using his origin card. Using this origin card of his, over the century, Carl has been able to plant many incarnations of his in many big and small sects and organizations across the world. The semi-demigod subordinate he just turned into a origin card, and Mike from the Sun Blossom City. Both were his incarnations. Not just these two, but the entire core membership of the circle were filled with Carl's incarnations. Since the entire core management of the circle was made up of Carl's perfect incarnations, it was not very hard for him to turn the circle from a small criminal organization from the Sky Blossom City to occupy a foothold at the Central Region's capital city. With the entire core management of the circle made up of him, the circle was like a well-oiled machine, everyone working towards one goal without any office drama and politics, making it the secret of the circle's success. Carl's origin cards applications did not end there. It had many other additional effects that would make it simply too easy to communicate with his incarnations, as if all of them were one and the same despite Carl being the dominant of all his incarnations. This was also the reason why Matron was not able to use her origin card to make her way into the circle's core. This huge secret of Carl's was what brought Sansa to trust him as a partner. How did it come to this? Carl muttered to himself as he has never taken such a huge loss since he founded the circle. Both Myriad Devil Body and the relationship with Yin-Yang Harmony Sect were the key pieces to his plan of world domination, but he lost them in just one night. One of Carl's incarnations was fighting for the spot of the position of the next leader of the Yin-Yang Harmony Sect. This all started with the unexpected death of the demigod Yin Widow, despite what the Yin-Yang Harmony Sect had made the world believe. As one of the elder demigod, and with a demigod's son, Yin Widow held a key position in the Yin-Yang Harmony Sect. Even after her numerous scandals, she had strong following and authority in the sect. However, with her death, the balance maintained between the forces of the sect fell, making it possible for one of his incarnations within the Yin-Yang Harmony to fight for the position of the heir. As a show of power of his incarnation in the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, the Circle had made many lucrative deals with the sect. In return, Circle was able to avail many of Yin-Yang sect's privileges. But now, as one of their headquarters became the origin for the upcoming public relation SHD storm for the Yin-Yang Harmony sect regarding the safety of the desolate Punisher array, Carl felt that it would weaken the stance of his incarnation in the Yin-Yang Harmony sect succession wars. Yes, it was not the Circle's fault that Ji Feng decided to use the desolate Punisher array to bite the hand that feed him, but in the politics this did not matter if the Circle was one of the victim here, as long as it helped their agenda that would call their father impotent and mother a whore. Where did it go all wrong? Having gone through the memories of the semi-demigod he just converted into an origin card, Carl was starting to believe that there was a huge conspiracy behind this incident, but he could not put his finger on it. He had already eliminated the southern royal family, Demigod Windsor and Asong, as the culprits. Seeing how they had no knowledge of the Matron and Pa clan, it was clear that these people were not up to date about the undercurrents of the all five regions. As for someone from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, it was less likely because this incident was going to cost a lot. They may become a wallflower from the social butterfly they are now. Therefore, the Yin-Yang Harmony sect was definitely not behind this. Leaving only one person, the person who informed him of the boy attacking the Sun Blossom City headquarters, Matron. She knew everything about this incident, from when the boy would be attacking to the semi-demigods protecting him, and how to overcome Mike's origin card ability. This doubt of Carl was the reason why he had asked his semi-demigod subordinates to prioritize retrieving Mike's corpse from the boy instead of killing him. As he suspected, Matron had already prepared a response in case he did not take her bait to kill the boy. That was to have her men assassinate the boy. The deadly thing about this plot was, if his semi-demigod subordinates did not return to Sun Blossom City to get the real corpse of Mike from the boy, the allied semi-demigod present at scene would believe that the assassins belonged to the Circle. And worst part of this was that they would start connecting all the assassination in the central region conducted in similar fashion to the boy's assassination as the doing of the Circle. This way the rumors of a secretive assassination organization would disappear and the Circle would be left taking heat from the world. This was why when Agatha insisted about the information about the assassins that killed the boy, Carl allowed his semi-demigod to speak of the secretive assassination organization killing important people around the world. Due to all these seemingly coincidental incidents, Carl had already begun to believe that Matron was conspiring against him, while making sure she was not breaking the simple oath they took to strengthen each other's trust in the other. The only reason why Carl was not acting out against the Pa clan despite believing Matron was conspiring against him and his organization was because of his secret that she held in her hand. I thought after advancing to the demigod realm I will be able to avoid the royal duties and politics, but some wannabe secret organization almost succeeds to assassinate me. Now the ungrateful husband and children of mine treat me as the weakest of the link of the family, and am stuck being the only royal presence managing the southern region. For God's sake, I defended the way beyond for more than a century and took the lead in monster war, sigh. Colleen complained in her mind as she sat on the throne and listened to her loyal ministers bicker about the state affairs and the appropriate use of this year's state budget, as a considerable chunk of it was being planned to be used for building Luna's private army. Being stuck with managing the state's politics, Colleen was already annoyed, and the bickering of the ministers was only adding to her annoyance. She wanted to yell at them, but they put forward reasonable points. The southern region did not need another private force, so wasting a sizable chunk of this year's state budget on it made no sense. However, the ministers did not know that the royal family never planned to build Luna's private army for the southern region, but for the royal family and their agenda. "Silence," Colleen yelled, causing her sound to vibrate throughout the palace hall and turning the babbling ministers quiet. Then Colleen's majestic gaze scanned throughout the palace hall and every minister in it. Seeing she had everyone's attention, she declared, "Half of the cost for building Luna's army will come from the state's budget, and the other half will come from the royal treasury." Hearing Colleen declare her order, the ministers could only nod their heads, even if they did not agree to Colleen's orders, as they had no choice but to follow them. It may seem like Colleen was inappropriately using the state's budget, but there was more to it than that. Luna's private army's current purpose was to fulfill the royal family's agenda, but once that was done, her army would be deployed alongside Southern Watch to guard the southern region. The royal treasury may seem like the ruler's personal property, but it was mostly used for emergencies as a last resort, such as monster disaster relief funds for the people. "Next," Colleen said, asking the minister to speak up about the next agenda at today's royal meeting. As soon as Colleen said this, the ministers whispered in low voices, but no one stood up to address the next agenda on the list, until one brave old minister finally stood and spoke up. "Your Highness, the next agenda is about the princess's large-scale spending." Before the old man could finish, Colleen suddenly interrupted him by declaring, "My daughter has her reasons, and I assure you her actions will help develop the South." Next, the old man shook his head hearing Colleen. It was not that he did not trust the royal family; he would lay his life for them, but the amount of capital being directed on the princess's project was an enormous amount and was starting to seem a never-ending expense. The next agenda is about the dungeon relocation experiment being conducted by Her Highness Luna at the Blossom District. She has borrowed a huge amount of top-grade soul jades from our banks for this experiment. We think that the Morningstar University is responsible for any expense regarding Her Highness's experiment. The old minister almost fell to his chair seeing the amount of top-grade soul jades borrowed by Luna for her dungeon relocation experiment. With that amount of soul jades, they could buy 2 SSS-rank gate dungeons. Yes, the Morningstar University is responsible for the soul jades borrowed by Luna. I have already spoken to them about it, and it is not of concern. Next, Colleen lied. Yes, she did speak to the Morningstar University, but it was about renting the dungeon relocation apparatus. It was the royal family that owed Morningstar University money, not the other way around. Colleen had to put up this pretense because she did not want people to figure out that what was going on in the Blossom District was not an experiment, but something that would determine the future of the southern region and its people. Sigh. The old minister sighed in relief hearing Colleen, and began to speak about the next agenda. "Your Majesty, the next agenda is about the silver milk powder scam and the Southern Emperor's involvement in it." Why do I feel like a few questions ago this meeting took a turn from discussing state affairs to scrutinizing the actions and expenditure of the royal family? Colleen thundered at ministers in the hall, and then glancing at the old minister, she said, "Richard, out of consideration for your merits, I will let you undermining the royal family's authority slide this time. If there is a second time, your merits will not be able to save you. This humble one apologies for his audacity and thanks your highness for your generosity." The old minister named Richard bowed to Colleen as an apology and chose to move to the next agenda. Colleen's reaction was a clear answer to the Southern Emperor's involvement in the silver milk powder scam. Colleen would not have reacted so intensely if there wasn't any truth to this matter. Not to mention, Richard did not take Colleen's warning to heart, because he knew what she meant by harsh words. "You have known that girl long enough to know whether she was involved in that scam." Sigh. I don't want to talk about it. Thinking of this, Richard could only sigh helplessly. Just when he thought Anna was showing signs of growth when she asked him for the documents on Southern Watch military development proposals and other state affairs, but her involvement in this scam proved that she had reverted back to her old self. Next, Colleen spoke such harsh words knowing Richard could take it. And not to mention with the Paw clan spies active in the palace, she could only choose to dodge such sensitive questions. Hearing Colleen, Richard, who was shocked by what was next on the list of agenda, turned to face the ministers and yelled, "Which one of you fools wrote the next agenda? And the idiots who supported it stand up for me now." Seeing Richard flare up reading the next agenda, intrigued Colleen summoned her grimoire and went through the list, causing the gap between her brows to grow narrow in a frown. Then she glared at ministers with frightening malice. Unlike Richard, Colleen knew the real reason behind the next agenda, so she was enraged seeing that it was brought up in the court. Seeing that both Richard and Colleen were very dissatisfied with the next agenda on the list, the ministers who were unaware of what was actually going on shivered in fright. But none stood up to take the blame. Seeing this, Richard yelled, "You idiots, stand up before I begin an investigation into this." For an agenda to be presented in the royal court, it has to be supported by a minimum number of ministers as a matter of concern. Since this agenda had made it to the court, then it must have acquired the required number of votes to gain representation in the royal court. Now, this was a real concern for Colleen. She was surprised to see that spies had such a huge influence in the court. I was the one who added the agenda to the list." A young minister got up claiming responsibility, and then added, "I have shared the list of ministers that support me on this agenda to your grimoire, Minister Richard." "Good, now, read the agenda out loud for our colleagues," Richard said, while other ministers shook their heads knowing this young minister's career in politics had come to an end. Despite the malice-filled gaze of Colleen, Richard, and the pity-filled gaze of his fellow ministers, young minister maintained his and read the next agenda aloud. "Your Highness, the next agenda is about the new security clearance levels and policies. Most of us ministers are finding it difficult to do our jobs due to this new transition. It would put our minds at ease and allow us to do our jobs if you were to enlighten us with the reason behind this new change in the palace security." Richard was about to speak, but Colleen interrupted him, saying, "Do any of you ministers feel the same as him? Speak up now. If a majority of you feel the new security changes surrounding the palace are a hindrance, then we can abolish it and adopt the old one." Colleen knew it was a long shot to expect the Paw clan spies to fall for this, but she could only give it a try. If the unexpected happens, then it would only mean that things were more serious than they assumed them to be. If the majority of the ministers were to oppose this new security protocol setup to flush out the Paw clan spies, then there was a possibility that the Paw clan spies had a grip over the majority of the royal court ministers. Now that was just insane. It meant that the cancer-named Paw clan had spread enough to become the downfall of the southern royal family. Thankfully, none of the ministers dared to voice opposition to the new security protocol, and some even went as far as to yell at the young court minister that put forward this agenda. This meant that the grip of Paw clan spies in the royal court was not strong enough for them to act blatantly. "Richard, open an investigation regarding this issue, put the entire royal court under arrest, and send the Southern Watch soldiers to arrest the court ministers that could not make it to this meeting. Nobody will be leaving until the investigation is complete," Colleen decisively ordered Richard, and then glancing over at the ministers in the hall, she said, "If you have not done anything wrong, then you have nothing to worry about." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Richard saluted Colleen and began to make arrangements accordingly. Though Richard was not aware of the truth behind the new security protocol, according to him, questioning the new security protocol was akin to questioning and undermining the royal family's authority, which was a crime enough for one to be punished with death. In the wake of the sudden turn of events, the ministers started to panic and whisper. Their cultivation was not high because in politics the person with the fastest wit wins. So they were not to be underestimated, not to mention the ones that could make it, as royal court ministers were the cream of the crop. They have bested hundreds of thousands of loyal and capable people to come into power. But no matter how loyal they were to the royal family and the southern region, most of them were not perfect. Some accepted bribes, some skimmed money in accounts, and some practiced nepotism. Therefore, most of them could not help but panic hearing the internal investigation, causing every one of them to fear for their future, making the court noisy. Seeing them panic and kick up a noise, Colleen wanted to order them to behave, but before she could say anything, one of her aides came up to her and said, "Your Highness, Demigod Baylor from the Central Capital Region is seeking permission to use the Royal Warp Array formation to enter the southern region." With the aide's words, Colleen's expression turned grim, considering demigod Baylor's connection with Matron, and she asked her aide. Did he give a reason for his request? None, Your Highness. But he did say that he would be traveling with his wife. What did you say? Colleen exaggeratedly asked her aide to repeat himself to check if she heard him right the first time. Demigod Baylor has not stated his purpose of visit, but he said that he will be traveling with his wife. The aide repeated himself in detail. Listening to her aide repeat the same thing the second time, Colleen was sure she did not hear him wrong the first time and thought, that BTCH is daring. The Paw clan's ambush that nearly claimed her life during the mission Forsaken Treasure was still fresh in Colleen's mind. Ever since she found out that the mastermind behind the ambush was Sansa, she has been waiting for a chance to rip her a new one. If not for her daughter convincing her to maintain the status quo, she would have sieged the Baylor Manor in the central capital in a fit of rage the very next day. She was where Anna learned how to hold a grudge. Old and new grudges aside, Colleen was confused, not knowing the purpose of the demigod Baylor's visit with his wife. The clown mask had already made it clear that the central capital Baylor family was not involved with Matron's Paw clan. So Colleen knew Sansa was coming here as demigod Baylor's wife and not as Matron. But considering the timings, Colleen felt skeptical. She opens an internal investigation for the royal court ministers to find the Paw clan spies, and the big lady boss herself shows up at her doorstep. Coincidence? It has to be, because even with her origin card, Sansa could not pull something like this. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since Colleen had ordered an internal investigation into the royal court. Matron was capable of many things, but omnipotence was not one of them. Your Highness, at the risk of being rude, the aide called Colleen for an answer. If the guest were not a reputed demigod, then the aide would not bother. Colleen thought hard about whether to give the demigod Baylor permission. Considering the lethality of Sansa's origin card, Colleen did not know if it would be a good idea to invite the wolf into the pig pen. So she was conflicted. If it was up to her, she would have prepared a guillotine right at the royal warp array to behead Sansa as soon as she steps into the southern region, but things were not that easy. As a royal, even her small actions had serious consequences, so she could only bury such thoughts, and with great perseverance say, "Permit him. On a second thought, I will be personally receiving them. Prepare the necessary arrangements to receive them." "Yes, Your Highness, right away." The aide bowed to Colleen and left to make the necessary arrangements. As the aide left, Colleen summoned her grimoire and called one of the demigods on duty to guard the royal palace. "Good morning, Your Highness. How may I be of your service today?" A playful voice answered Colleen's call. Hearing it, Colleen's frown deepened as she warned, "Baxter, I am not in the mood for your shenanigans today, so don't make me repeat myself twice." "Your wish is my command, my liege," demigod Baxter answered. "Sigh, I am receiving an important guest at the royal warp array, so I need you to keep the entire royal court under lockdown and help Richard with my internal investigation into the royal court ministers." Knowing demigod Baxter long enough, Colleen just gave up and stated her purpose. "Is it regarding the mysterious Matron and Paw clan?" Demigod Baxter was one of many demigods who originated in the southern region and were employed by the southern royal family. His loyalty towards the Heatsend royal family and the southern region was unquestionable. Therefore, he was informed about Matron and the Paw clan, but not about the clown mask and her future vision. "Yes," Colleen answered. "Your Highness, you should have led with that. Leave it to me. I will be right there." Demigod Baxter finally got serious, learning that the current issue was regarding the Paw clan, which was slowly rusting the southern region. On that note, "Martin is traveling with the important guest I am about to receive at the royal warp array," Colleen revealed, and then added, "She will be traveling as Sansa, the wife of demigod Baylor. Is she aware that we are aware of the existence of her second identity?" Demigod Baxter did not waste his breath questioning the obvious and directly asked the crux of the issue. "I don't think she knows, but let's see." Colleen was also worried about Sansa noticing that they were aware of her second identity and her plans for the southern region. The reason for her worry was the more Sansa was in the dark, the more time they had to undo Sansa's web over the southern region. "If you want, I can receive the guest, and you can continue with your internal investigation into the royal court." Demigod Baxter was fully aware of the bad blood between the matron and Colleen, so considering Colleen's anger issues, he thought it would be for the best if he received demigod Baylor and his wife. "No, I got this. Besides, I need you to use your infamous item card, Heart's Mirror, on every royal court minister. Colleen had her plans for Matron's visit to the southern region. And Demigod Baxter's item card, Heart's Mirror, was the reason she called him for help with an internal investigation into the royal court instead of any other demigod who took their job seriously. No wonder you called for me. You needed my item card, Heart's Mirror, not me. And here I was thinking I had finally managed to leave a good impression on you and change your mind about me. Demigod Baxter said sarcastically, as he was well aware that Colleen was not a huge fan of his. Hearing Demigod Baxter's sarcasm, Colleen did not add any comments. Though he was her employee, she could not stop him from expressing his dissatisfaction with his employer. Your Highness, how long are you going to hold it against me? I used to date your granddaughter. I loved her more than anything in the world. I was considering to marry her. I even asked His Majesty for his blessing to make an honest woman out of his granddaughter, but just when it got serious, she sent me to scour the unknown grounds of way beyond to get her the mythical nectar. By the time I returned, she had slept with my best friend and bunch of other friends. Who in the right mind does that? I was willing to die for her, but she. If anybody has the right to be angry here, it should be me. The love of my life cheated on me with my friends, and the worst thing is I still love her. And I hate myself for that. Demigod Baxter poured the grievance in his heart out. Son, I am not angry towards you. My granddaughter did wrong by you. I feel ashamed. I just can't bring myself to face you. So I can only choose to avoid you. Colleen clarified that she was not angry with Demigod Baxter. Instead, she felt guilt for what her granddaughter did to him. The day her husband told her that Demigod Baxter was going to propose to her granddaughter, she was happy for her granddaughter, but then Anna went and did something nobody could have predicted or comprehended to this day. Hearing Colleen answer that the reason she has been avoiding him was because of her guilt towards him, Demigod Baxter was without words and felt embarrassed for jumping to conclusions and creating a scene. If it helps, I was rooting for you too, but I guess you two were not meant to be, Colleen added, hoping her words would console Demigod Baxter. It helps, Your Highness. From Demigod Baxter's voice it was clear as day that he was still hung up on Anna. Knowing Anna was hung up on somebody else enough to change her ways for good, Colleen could only shake her head, feeling petty for Demigod Baxter, and said, You should move on. Anna has already moved on. What do you mean, Your Highness? Is Anna in a serious relationship with somebody else? Demigod Baxter asked, realizing Colleen's words had an underlying meaning to them. I hate to be the bringer of bad news for you, however, Anna seems to be serious about a boy, but considering it's Anna, I am not sure. Colleen genuinely meant what she said. She had known Anna long enough to know it was not easy for Anna to open her heart to someone, but if she does, then she grows dependent on them to the point of suffocation. Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, how long has she been dating, and how serious is she about it? For someone who claims he hated himself for loving someone who betrayed his love and trust, Demigod Baxter seemed to have no qualms about investigating his unfaithful ex. Son, don't do this to yourself, Colleen said, thinking the best for Demigod Baxter. Your Highness, please, this may be what I need to move on, Demigod Baxter begged Colleen. Colleen knew better, but her guilt towards Demigod Baxter clouded her mind, and she spilled the beans. I don't know what those two have can be considered as a relationship, but I know that Anna was serious enough to abstain from doing the deed for the boy. It hasn't been long, but I haven't seen Anna so hung up on someone before. This was the first time I have ever heard Anna say she was in love. Another reason for Colleen to cave was she felt Demigod Baxter was a better fit for her granddaughter than a country body, even if he happens to be the inventor of the infamous silver milk powder. Colleen has seen Anna jump from one man to another like changing clothes, but she had never heard Anna describe the man she was dating as the love of her life. Despite her opinion about her granddaughter's love life, Colleen hopes that this was it. What? Demigod Baxter said in surprise. Having dated Anna for a while, he knew about Anna's high carnal desires, so it came as a surprise to him that Anna still had not done the deed with her new partner. While Anna was in a relationship with him, she never once uttered the word love. And when he said it to her, she would thank him. Because of this, Demigod Baxter used to think that despite her hyperactive sex life and numerous partners, Anna was very serious when it came to love. So it came as a shock to Demigod Baxter when heard that Anna said she was in love with her new partner. The more Demigod Baxter thought of his relationship with Anna, the illusion of a perfect relationship started to fall apart, but they began to doubt Colleen's words and asked, "Your Highness, you sure Anna said she was in love?" Demigod Baxter found it easier to believe that Colleen was lying rather than think that what he had with Anna was just his imagination, an illusion that he used to fool himself into thinking that the girl he believed to be the love of his life was also in love with him. It was not clear if everything between Baxter and Anna was him imagining things that were not there out of his love for Anna, because Colleen, her husband, and her daughter also believed there was something between Anna and Baxter. Demigod Baxter may be delusional, but what about Anna's family? They were hoping he was the one for Anna. They would not think that unless they saw something real between Anna and Baxter. The answer to this was only known to Anna. Others could only speculate. "Your Highness, the warp array is ready. Demigod Baylor and his should be arriving." The aide informed Colleen that she would be at the royal warp array to receive their guest, Demigod Baylor and his wife. "Baxter, I don't know what is going on between my granddaughter and you. I want you kids to resolve it among yourself. I will not interfere, as long as it does not affect your work. Remember, not one royal court minister is allowed to leave unless they pass the screening of your item card, Heart's Mirror." Saying that, Colleen hung up on Baxter and flickered to the royal warp array formation to welcome the Demigod Baylor and his wife to the southern region. As Colleen flickered to the warp array, she saw the vague figure of a man and a woman solidify on the warp array. Demigod Baylor and his wife were here. Arriving at the Southern Royal Palace, Demigod Baylor and his wife were surprised to see Colleen Heatsend personally receive them. Even though Colleen had just broken through to the demigod realm, her status and authority were far greater than Demigod Baylor, who had stepped into the demigod realm years ago. So the couple was astonished to see the Queen of the South herself receive them at the royal warp array. "Welcome to the South," masking her anger and resentment towards Sansa. Colleen, as host, was the first to greet the couple. "Thank you, Your Highness." Covering their surprise, the couple thanked Colleen. As the demigods, Baylor and his wife did not need to follow royal etiquette and rather kept the greetings casual. "If you don't mind me asking, what brings such a young couple as yourself here? Don't tell me you are on your honeymoon here. I love the southern region, but it is not a romantic getaway I would choose." Colleen did not bother with small talk, spoke her mind, then tried to cover it with rhetorical conversation. The couple was puzzled by Colleen's question, but Sansa chose to answer her, knowing her man was a man of little words. "No, we are not here for our honeymoon. We are here to adopt our friend's orphan son as our own." "Too bad you guys are not here for your honeymoon, but adaptation is good too. You guys must have been close for you to adopt your friend's orphan son." Hearing the purpose of the Baylor couple's visit, Colleen was taken aback, but relieved that it had nothing to do with her starting an internal investigation into the royal court or Cole. "We were childhood friends, but due to some unfortunate circumstance, she had to move here with her husband. We haven't been in touch with each other for 2 decades now, but recently we received news that she and her husband died in a dungeon raid, leaving behind their orphan child. So we decided to step up and take care of her only child as best friends. This is the least we could do, considering she was such a good friend to both of us. God bless her soul." Sansa passionately spoke, explaining the situation to Colleen in detail. "Oh, she is good." Hearing Sansa's story, Colleen remembered that the mother of the kid who invented the silver milk powder was Sansa and Demigod Baylor's friend. If she recalls correctly, Sansa had sent nearly 3 dozen card emperors to kill the boy. Colleen was finding it hard to believe that the woman who wanted to kill the boy so badly would want to adopt him. What was she planning? Was she planning to get close to the boy and use her origin card on him and make him her puppet? Whatever she was up to, clearly she was not adopting the boy out of the goodness of her heart, nor for her best friend. According to Clown Mask, she was the mastermind behind the boy's parents' death. Seeing how devious and conniving Sansa was firsthand, Colleen barely managed to keep her act together and not tip off the enemy, as it was hard for her to control her urge to punch Sansa to death. "Wow, you are good." "Excuse me. I mean, you are a good friend," Colleen lied, barely managing to cover her tracks. "Your Highness, we are doing just what anybody else in our place would do," Sansa said, trying to be humble, but it did not come off as such. "You're being humble," Colleen said, barely managing to keep her face straight, and asked, "By chance does your friend happen to live in the Blossom District's third-rate city, Sky Blossom City?" "Yes," Demigod Baylor answered before Sansa could. Though he was not interested in the small talk, he gained interest in it hearing Colleen mention the city Ellen used to live in. The kid you two are planning to adopt, by chance does he happen to be named Dalton Wyatt? His mother, Ellen Wyatt, seems to be related to the Central Capital's Duskborn family. Colleen slowly steered the conversation to make it clear to Sansa and Demigod Baylor that the kid they were interested in was under the radar of the Southern royal family. Listening to Colleen mention the boy's name, both Sansa and Demigod Baylor barely maintained their calm, but not for the same reason as the other. Demigod Baylor was excited because he would not have to waste time finding the boy, while Sansa was excited because she thought her husband was about to learn the news of his nemesis's orphan's death. This will save them some time, and they could return to the Central Capital with less drama. Yes, Your Highness, that's him. We are here to adopt him, Demigod Baylor answered excitedly. If it's him, this is going to be difficult. Colleen wrecked her brain to think of reasons to stop Demigod Baylor from adopting the kid. Her reason for doing so could not be more apparent. Right now the boy was a goose laying a golden egg for the Southern royal family. How could they hand him over to someone else just because they asked? Hearing Colleen tell Demigod Baylor that it was going to be difficult for them to adopt the boy, Sansa almost wet herself out of the suspense of the big reveal. The ecstasy Sansa was feeling right now could not be described with words. Apart from other reasons for Sansa to operate her organization from the shadows, the rush Sansa felt witnessing the aftermath of the destruction caused by her as the third person was why she never got bored of her second identity as matron. This right here was one of Sansa's many fetishes as a highly intelligent sadistic sociopath. Masking her pleasure with anxiety and worry, she asked Colleen, "Your Highness, why is it going to be difficult for us to adopt that child?" A deep frown had formed on Demigod Baylor's head. He gazed at Colleen, waiting for her to explain herself. Colleen knew Sansa did not care about the boy, so she did not fall for her act, but from the reaction of Demigod Baylor it seemed to her that he was being serious when he said that he would adopt his friend's orphan son. This gave her a headache, as she would have to come up with a good reason if planned to stall Demigod Baylor from adopting the boy. Colleen thought hard, and then said, "I say that because Dalton Wyatt has been accused of serious crimes. Right now he is under royal custody as we investigate his crimes. Forget adopting him. You people will not be able to meet until his innocence is proven." Having said that, Colleen could not help but thank her daughter for having foreseen something like this and spreading the rumors that the boy was a fraudster who defrauded the Southern Emperor on every social media outlet available. Unfortunately for Colleen, if only she had contacted her granddaughter, she would know that there was a better excuse she could use than the one her daughter had cooked up. But that thought never crossed her mind, and Anna did not bother to report back to her family that the boy died, because she was aware he faked his death successfully for the second time and felt that the unrest this misconception could create was not worth it. "What?" Sansa exclaimed in disbelief. This time her disbelief was genuine, as she was waiting for Colleen to report the boy being assassinated, but instead, she heard something outside her expectation. "What do you mean?" Demigod Baylor's gaze at Colleen turned unfriendly, and a baleful aura leaked from his body. As someone who oversees big responsibilities and passes life-altering judgments, this was unexpected from Demigod Baylor. He instantly assumed that Ellen's son was being framed, and his heart just jumped head first with only one feeling, which was to defend the boy no matter what. His mind did not even bother to wait for a second and listen to either side and judge who was right and who was wrong. For him, all that mattered was that Ellen's son was in trouble, and he had to save him at any cost. That was how much he was unreasonably in love with Ellen. His love for her knew no bounds. He was willing to suffer for eternity just to see her happy. That was why he helped his love elope with someone else, and now he was going to do everything in his power to help her orphan son so that her soul could rest peacefully in the afterlife. For a powerful demigod with a palace full of achievements, this was his Demigod Baylor's baggage. Any man in his place would be disgusted with their actions, but not him. In his words, "This life just for you, my dear Ellen." Feeling the malice-filled aura leaking from the Demigod Baylor, the palace guards and the royal guards jumped into action to defend their queen. From the aura leaked by the palace guards, it can be seen that the highest realm among them was Card semi-demigod, and they made most of the palace guards. As for the royal guards, they were all in the demigod realm. "Kid, as a favor to your superiors back at the central capital, I will forgive you this once." So learn to control your baleful aura, because if there is a next time, I will take one of your arms, even if it means getting on the wrong side of the old bones watching over the central capital," Colleen warned Demigod Baylor as she signaled the guards to stand down. She meant every word she said, and as the Queen of the South, she had the power to do so and withstand the consequences that would follow. Demigod Baylor was the poster boy for the central government. If someone were to harm him, it would be equal to hurting the prestige of the central government. So the old generation who were protecting and overseeing the current government would not like Colleen hurting Demigod Baylor for whatever reason she had. But that did not matter to Colleen, as she was a heat send. Their wealth may not be close to what the government had, but their strength and authority were not to be underestimated. With Colleen's warning, Demigod Baylor controlled his emotions and hid his aura. Then he apologized to her. "Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness." "Demigod Baylor, you must be busy cleaning the central government's mess. I can understand you not being able to keep up with current news, but what about your wife? The whole world is talking about what your friend's orphan did. I am surprised that neither you nor your wife has heard about it yet." Colleen frowned as she said this, trying to imply how serious this issue was. As for taking a shot at Sansa, she could not help herself. Compared to the plans Sansa has for her family in the southern region, this was nothing. "Sansa, what is Her Highness talking about?" Demigod Baylor asked his wife, who appeared to be still trying to understand the situation. "Honey, I too have been busy lately. I don't know what Her Highness is talking about." Sansa instantly answered her husband with a lie. She had heard about the silver milk powder fraud, but she lied because she did not want her husband to blame her for not informing him about this matter, and considering that she was the one who asked him to wait and head to the southern region later, she would come off as deliberate and purposeful. "Aren't you guys the power couple of the week?" Colleen spoke sarcastically, knowing Baylor was the central government's janitor and Sansa was the shadow head of a secret assassin clan. "Your Highness, I guess this is the southern hospitality I have heard so much about." Sansa could bear Colleen taking shots at her, but talking smack about her darling was not something she could tolerate. "Yes, now that you have experienced it, you can leave the way you came. And please do not visit again. You two are not welcome here." Colleen was not bothered by Sansa's comment. Yes, she was the Queen of the South, but she started as an army grunt. She was where Anna got her street charm. Demigod Baylor leaking his baleful aura in presence of Colleen was already a crime punishable by death. The only reason Colleen was letting him walk was out of face for his masters. As for Sansa, as much as Colleen wanted to kill her on the spot and eradicate cancer infesting the southern region once and for all, she was not 100% sure that she could kill Sansa in a single blow or detain her. According to Clown Mask, killing Matron's physical body or detaining it would not work because her origin card, which allowed her to manipulate others' memories, also granted her something similar to immortality with the help of a few additional mythical cards. That's the reason why Sansa would dare to travel to the heart of her enemy's territory. She was not being overconfident. She was prepared. There was a reason why the Supreme Leader had to consider all of his cards before going against Sansa. She was the perfect example of how dangerous things can come in pretty packaging. The current Paw clan was just Sansa being low-key. Those who have seen Clown Mask's vision would know what Matron was really capable of. There was a reason why Matron was able to hold 2 of the 5 regions when the 3 mischiefs overturned the world. Feeling that hunting an ignorant tiger was less risky than hunting a wounded tiger, Colleen chose to swallow her anger and send the couple on their way, even though Demigod Baylor had given her enough reason to kill both of them. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be a little rude here. I am not leaving the southern region without Dalton Wyatt," Demigod Baylor declared. Demigod Baylor was confident of his power and believed as long as he did not break any laws, Colleen could not touch them. Therefore, he did not hesitate to go against Colleen. The only reason Demigod Baylor used the royal wrap array to enter the southern region was as a courtesy to the Heatsend royal family. He represented the central government, so he thought it would be polite to greet the royal family on his way. And now he was regretting it. "Sigh, I come to greet you guys when you come to my house. But you guys not only dare to reveal your baleful aura but challenge me. Guards, throw these 2 out. And if they dare to enter the southern region again, kill them." Colleen ordered her royal guards, which consists of only demigods. Colleen did this not because Demigod Baylor dared to challenge her. Instead, she did not the boy who invented silver milk powder to learn about Demigod Baylor, who wanted to adopt him. Right now, The Southern royal family was the only one the boy could depend on, and Colleen wanted that to continue. The boy was already daring and rebellious enough without anyone backing him. If found a backer in demigod Baylor, then the Southern royal family could not control him anymore. Colleen knew the boy would be attending the Morningstar University in the central academic city one day, and she could not separate him from the world for long, but that day was still far. Many things could happen during that period. So for now, she did not want the boy to know he had people he could depend on out there. It was not longer about protecting the boy from Sansa's nefarious plans for him, but about keeping the interest of the Heatsend royal family and the southern region. Your Highness, you can throw us out of your palace, but you cannot stop us from entering the southern region. Demigod Baylor brought up the law, but he should have known better than to use the law of the central region down here, in the south region. Kid, the entire southern region is my family's property. If I say you two are not allowed here, then no one in this world can oppose me on that, Colleen said, oozing a majestic aura. She wasn't just a queen, she was the soldier queen. Valleys of the Way Beyond still echoed with her endeavor and terror. Unlike everyone else in her family, she was not blessed with the unparalleled bloodline. She was able to stand here today, all because of her effort and hard work. Born to commoners and raised by their hard-earned, honest living, arrogance was ingrained in her bones. Be it the central government or devils or the supreme beings, she dared to fight them all. Demigod Baylor was speechless out of disbelief that Colleen so blatantly disregarded the law agreed upon by the government and the 5 royal families. For someone who has lived worshipping the law, Colleen's words were nothing short of blaspheme. But he could argue he heard Colleen repeat herself. Guards, throw them out. Honey, let us leave. We can always return when we have all the facts, Sansa said, not wanting her husband to be humiliated out of his stubbornness. No matter how much she wanted to see the look of loss and helplessness on his face after learning about the boy's death, she did not want him to suffer under the hands of the Southern Royal Palace's royal guards. Demigod Baylor nodded, feeling what his wife said made sense. He was not fully aware of the situation, and his unstable emotion had led to a bad first impression. Stubbornly using force here would only make matter worse. Once he gets the entire picture, he could use his connections in the government to resolve whatever trouble Ellen's child was in. Hearing Sansa, Colleen added, "My advice to you two is don't struggle. You will only be making it harder on yourself." The couple chose to ignore Colleen's advice and walked towards the warp array, planning to return before they were forced by the royal guards. As the couple walked into the warp array, they were lost in deep thoughts. Saving Ellen's son occupied Demigod Baylor's mind. As for Sansa, she was confused. What the heck did just happen? Were her exact thoughts. From the Queen of the South, Colleen, personally receiving them at warp array, to her husband being humiliated, to being thrown out of the southern region. None of it was within her calculation. She felt like she was missing something. She had heard that the Queen of the South was unruly and wild, but that was not enough to explain what was happening right now. What could it be? Was her second identity revealed? No, the Soldier Queen seems more hostile toward her husband than her. Why was that? Did he offend her in some way? As far as she knows, these two should have never have run into each other until today. What am I missing? Walking out of the warp array, Demigod Baylor, without waiting for Sansa, said, "Sansa, you head home. I get to the root of this and return to dinner with Wyatt." "Sure, honey, and please take." Demigod Baylor had already left the building. Sansa could finish her sentence. The last time Sansa had seen her husband this angry was when the Duskborn family had exiled Ellen and her husband. Yes, he was angry at the Duskborn family, who were punishing Ellen for marrying her lover and breaking the marriage contract between her and Demigod Baylor himself. Nothing about him made sense when it came to Ellen. Demigod Baylor was not angry at Ellen for betraying him. Instead, he held her elope. As if this wasn't crazy enough, now he was willing to face off and make an enemy out of the Southern royal family for Ellen and her lover's orphaned son. How crazy was that? If anybody shouldn't be making claims about crazy, then it was Sansa. She was the woman who willingly married the man who was madly in love with another woman who had started a family with another man. We are one crazy-ass couple, thought Sansa as she shook her and summoned her grimoire to send out revised orders to her minions in the Southern Royal Palace. Find out why the Soldier Queen is angry with the Demigod Baylor, and dig up everything about silver milk powder and how the royal family is connected to it. Not the one royal family falsely spread in the media outlet. Dig deeper. And lastly, I want the list of Soldier Queen's favorite keens and friends in ascending order. Only Sansa knew what she would do with the list of Soldier Queen Colleen's favorite keens and friends. But considering that she ran secret spies and assassins clan, it could not be more apparent. Leaving his wife behind, Demigod Baylor headed straight to his command base, surprising his subordinates for the second time today. The first was when he asked for leave, and the second time was now because of his sudden appearance. But if they gave it a thought, working during his leave, that was in line with the Demigod Baylor they knew. "Good morning, General." "Good morning, sir." Demigod Baylor's subordinates saluted him as he made his way to his office. "General, what are you doing here? Did you not apply for a 2-day leave?" Demigod Gilliam, a lieutenant general and the assistant to the general, asked Demigod Baylor. "Not now, Gilliam. Call back all personnel on personal or medical leave. As long as they are conscious, I want them to report to duty ASAP. And ask everyone present in the base to stop what they are doing and meet me at the conference room in 5 minutes." Demigod Baylor ordered Gilliam before slamming the door of his office shut as he prepared to change into his spare work uniform, which he kept in his office for an emergency. As a demigod, he was not required to follow these formalities, but as a general, he chose to. "Right away, sir," Gilliam said to the door that was slammed shut in his face, and could not help but think, who poked this bear? The last time he was this motivated, the entire command base smelled like a fish market as no one had time to use a shower card. Gilliam shuddered just thinking about the consequences of Demigod Baylor's wrath. By the end, they caught the culprits, and it was a big win for society and justice, all right, but what about them? The entire base had to work for weeks from their office and site. The unlucky few were cheated on by their marital partners. All they received in return was an attaboy from their superiors. No incentives, no increments, no promotion, not even a day of leave. They were called to work the very next day. Shaking his head, Gilliam summoned his grimoire and relayed the sad news to the other lieutenant generals and major generals. With that, as if a chain reaction, loud and exaggerated sighs began to sound in the command base one after another as Demigod Baylor's new orders spread like a wildfire in the base. Ding, ding. Soon Gilliam's notification was bombarded with letters of premature retirement and resignation from various officers, especially the ones who were on personal leave or medical holiday. In response, Gilliam sent the following text: "Request denied. Report to command base ASAP or head to the way beyond." Gilliam did not take these letters of retirement and resignation seriously because this has become a routine ever since the Demigod Baylor took charge of this command base. Besides, these officers could not do anything but submit their letters and forms as the army held the final rights to decide who gets to retire or resign. Soon the office door opened and a handsome uniformed Demigod Baylor walked out of it. Gilliam saluted him before grudgingly using his card to wear his military uniform, adding, "Sir, the conference room isn't ready yet." As a demigod, Gilliam was not required to wear a uniform, but because his immediate superior was wearing one, he could only reluctantly change into one. Seeing Gilliam use a card to change into his uniform, Demigod Baylor frowned, as he strongly believed that if a soldier could not spare a few seconds to change into his uniform, how could he take his job seriously? Shaking his head, he headed toward the conference room. Seeing Demigod Baylor frown, Gilliam felt a little of his resentment toward his general clear, as he knew it bothered Demigod Baylor when people would use a card to change into their uniform. This little back and forth was what made their duo cute. "Wait for me," Gilliam yelled as he followed Demigod Baylor to the conference room, which was crawling with uniformed men and women. The expression on their faces looked very much like the students who got informed that the maths teacher was taking over the gym period to catch up with the syllabus. Entering the conference room, the uniformed Demigod Baylor did not bother to greet his personnel or give them an explanation. Instead, he directly yelled, "Okay, listen up everybody. Our next target is the Southern royal family." Hearing Demigod Baylor, the crowd broke into a hushed murmur. Taking this as his cue, Gilliam spoke up, "Boss, the royal families do not fall our jurisdiction." Demigod Baylor glared at Gilliam and thundered, "Well then, starting today they fall under our jurisdiction." Hearing Demigod Baylor declare that starting today they will be investigating the Southern royal family despite it not falling under their jurisdiction just because he says so came as a huge shock to them. They were astonished that Demigod Baylor dared to make claims like that. But the smarter ones knew there was more to the story here. The last time they saw the demigod Baylor make claims so brazenly, the entire central region did not see peace for half a decade, leading to the exile and imprisonment of many high-ranking officers running a secret corrupt club within the central government. I don't want to hear any excuse. Do what you do best and dig up whatever you can get on the Southern royal family. I want an initial report on my desk within an hour. Demigod Baylor did not give the crowd time to recover and gave them their orders before asking them to disperse. Except for squads A, B, and C, the rest of you disperse. Yes, General, the crowd said collectively before hurrying to their workstation. Seeing the last of the crowd leave except for squad A, B, and C, Gilliam asked Demigod Baylor, "Sir, now can you tell us what this is all about? First, explain to me the recent news about a fraud related to the Southern royal family," Demigod Baylor asked instead of clearing the confusion of his subordinates. "Sir, are you talking about the rumor where the Southern Emperor helped a fraudster from a third-rate city in the Southern region to get a patent for a fake product?" Squad A's squad leader asked, not being sure whether the general was talking about the incident he spoke of. "I am not sure. Tell me more about the fraudster in question," Demigod Baylor asked Squad A's squad leader to give more details. "That, sir, I did not bother to." Squad A's squad leader hesitated, not knowing how to tell his superiors that he did not have the information he was looking for. As a veteran officer, he knew how to talk to his superiors, but he stuttered in front of the Demigod Baylor as he was his idol. "If I may, General, I have done my due diligence about this case, so I think I have more to offer." Squad C's squad leader stepped forward, saving her colleague some embarrassment in front of his idol. Squad A's squad leader gave Squad C's squad leader an understanding nod, thanking her. Demigod Baylor's gaze switched to Squad C's squad leader, and he said, "Go ahead, Major." Squad C's squad leader nodded and began by saying, "I have been following this since the first it aired in the news. I gotta say, this whole incident stinks of suspicion." With that, Squad C's squad leader went on to explain the silver milk fraud to the crown, bring up to speed. But before she could get to her suspicion about the case, Demigod Baylor stopped her, asking, "How did the Southern Emperor come in contact with a random high school senior in a third-rate city?" Squad C's squad leader hesitated to answer, but then she shyly said, "Southern Emperor is known to enjoy the company of handsome men, and from the photos of the boy, he is quite the looker. So I think the Southern Emperor might have taken a fancy to him, and the boy took it as an opportunity to pull off the biggest fraud of the year." Biggest fraud of the year? From the way I see it, since no money was exchanged, this, afraid, is just another failure that managed to gain the spotlight because of the involvement of royalty, Gilliam commented, disagreeing with Squad C's squad leader. "Lieutenant General, I heard after successfully gaining the patent for his game product, silver milk powder, the boy sold its entire production and distribution rights to the Southern Emperor for a huge sum. You guys did not hear this from me, but one of my contacts in the Central Reserve Bank, who is also investigating this case as a hobby, said that she traced transactions of a huge sum of money between the Southern Emperor and the boy. That is not counting the private transaction they did under the table." Squad C's squad leader tried hard not to sound like a gossiper, as the only female squad leader, but this case was just that good, she could not help herself. Production and distribution rights for a fake product? No, that's just genius, but considering the wealth and expenditures of the Southern family, that amount of money is nothing to them, Gilliam lamented, and it seemed like he was jealous of the boy's haul from the fraud. Considering he was a demigod, his jealousy made no sense, but considering that he was stuck with a dead-end job in the central government, it made sense. He missed the thrill of counting a lot of money with questionable origin. So all the trials lead toward the boy defrauding the Southern Emperor? Demigod Baylor asked Squad C's squad leader with a deep frown, because Ellen's son's crime seemed more serious than he thought they were. He would not be surprised if the Southern royal family hanged him for this, but it was a surprise that they did not sentence the boy to his death yet. No matter the crime, a crime against the royal family would be given the most serious sentence. So what was the hold-up in Ellen's son's case? "Yes, General," Squad C's squad leader nodded in affirmation. "Squad C, use your contacts in the Central Reserve Bank to get me the copy of transactions between the boy and the Southern Emperor. Squad A, you guys head to the Sky Blossom City and get a status on the boy. Don't use the warp array or teleportation array to travel through the borders. You guys have permission to use the chariot. Squad B, Get in touch with the researchers that claim this product to be fake and assemble them in the base's lab. Demigod Baylor gave the three orders their orders, but never explained to them his interest in this case. Before Gilliam could remind him of that, Demigod Baylor's grimoire rang with a text notification. Field Marshal Henricks. Report to my office ASAP. Reading the text, Demigod Baylor frowned. As a general, he doesn't have a lot of people he needs to answer to, but Field Marshal Henricks was one of the people he needs to answer to. Having opened an investigation into the Southern royal family, his superior calling to have a good old-fashioned chat with him did not come as a surprise to him. What astonished him was that it hasn't been more than a few minutes since he made his intentions public, and it had already reached the ears of the field marshal. This could mean only one of two things. The field marshal's office was just that capable, or there were rats hidden among his subordinates keeping tabs on him and feeding it to their real masters. Sigh. Demigod Baylor let out a sigh, remembering how tedious it was for him to get rid of the rat infestation when he was conducting the internal investigation to shut down the corrupt officers' club in the central government. It hasn't been long since then, and new rats have already filled the burrows of the old rats. This time he planned to not get rid of them. Instead, keep them around and pretend as if he was not aware of their presence and monitor them, since there was no point in getting rid of the old rats when new rats will immediately replace them. You three keep me updated on the mission I have assigned you. Any questions? Demigod Baylor's question was rhetorical, but it was also to check the loyalty of the three squads that he handpicked. No, Sir General, the three squads shouted in unison. As soldiers, they were trained to follow orders and not question them. Yes, they were curious why their general was showing a sudden interest in this case, but they knew better than to speak their curiosity. They felt that if there was something they needed to know, their general would inform them. With the three squads passing his small test, Demigod Baylor felt a little delight and then added, "Good. You can take your leave now." "Yes, Sir General." The three squads left the conference room in an orderly fashion after saluting their general. Demigod Baylor wanted to follow them out and head to the field marshal's office, but was stopped by Gilliam. "General, you never explained your sudden interest in the royal families, particularly the Southern royal family." "Lieutenant General Gilliam, the day when Field Marshal Henricks recommended you as my assistant to me, I agreed because I thought that you were a man of integrity. I am hoping I am still right about it, and you will not let me down." Demigod Baylor did not immediately answer Gilliam, and instead asked him not to betray his trust. Hearing Demigod Baylor, Gilliam went silent. It was not clear what he was thinking. But then he asked, "Are you doubting me, or should I take it as a warning?" "Are you doubting me, and should I take it as a warning?" were two different questions. The former meant what it said. However, the latter meant more than what it said, that the Demigod Baylor had already decided that Gilliam was a rat and warned him. Demigod Baylor shook his head, remembering that he planned to act blind when it came to the existence of the rats and quietly monitor them. So he ordered, "LT General Gilliam, I require you to go to the Southern Royal Palace and personally inform Her Highness, Soldier Queen Colleen, of our investigation into her family as a courtesy. After all, they are royalty, making them eligible for this small privileges." "General." Gilliam immediately felt lightheaded hearing Demigod Baylor's orders, knowing that this order was akin to sending him to a sleeping supreme being's domain and poking it awake. The ending to this act could not be more apparent, his death. "Lieutenant General, is there a problem?" Demigod Baylor asked Gilliam as he glared at him. "No, Sir General." Gilliam immediately yelled, feeling that even if he answered a second later, Demigod Baylor would not hesitate to attack him, shouting insubordination. "Good, now get going immediately. I don't want the royal family learning of our investigation into them through somebody other than us, and remember to keep me updated all the way," Demigod Baylor ordered, and then headed towards the field marshal's office. Since the Southern royal family would somehow learn of his investigation into them sooner or later, Demigod Baylor wanted to achieve two things by doing this. First, and most important one, was to repay Soldier Queen Colleen for her warm hospitality, and the other was to show Gilliam his place. Yes, he remembers his plan for the rats, but he could not help himself. They were just too disgusting. Walking out of the conference room, the three leaders of Squad A, B, and C had their own meeting in Squad A's leader's office, having sent their subordinates to prepare for their missions. "So, which one of you two will take the honor of informing Her Highness, Matron?" asked Squad C's leader. Do we need to? With Her Majesty's ability, she should have already learned the information through our memories, right? Said Squad B's squad leader. I don't want to have another discussion about that paradox. So this time I will take the honor of informing Her Majesty, but next time one of you two better step up. Squad A's squad leader summoned his grimoire and called the encrypted contact as he spoke. Hello. Good. Remember to report to me before you report to my husband. Now get back to what you do best. Giving the three squad leaders their orders, Sansa hung up the call. They say that there is a woman behind every man's success, and for Demigod Baylor, it was his wife Sansa, aka Matron. Demigod Baylor became the youngest demigod known, but it was Sansa who helped him become the youngest general ever in the current government. When Demigod Baylor joined the central government, he did not waste time ruffling a lot of feathers which formed many dark clouds above his head, but miraculously, he was never once struck by the lightning from the dark clouds. Instead, every time miraculously the dark clouds above his head would clear, as if a guardian angel was protecting him. Interestingly enough, it was not a guardian angel but a shadow, Matron and her hidden clan of assassins and spies, the Paw clan. If only you were this thoughtful about the living, Sansa uttered as she stared at the void, referring to Demigod Baylor being considerate about his late unrequited love and her dead son. General, Field Marshal will be seeing you now. The assistant to the Field Marshal informed Demigod Baylor as she opened the door to the Field Marshal's office. Demigod Baylor nodded to the assistant, and walking into the office, he heard a thud as the assistant closed the door behind him. Then he searched the room to find the wrinkled, skinny figure of the Field Marshal occupying the office couch, holding an expensive old bottle of rum instead of his chair, his throne, and saluted. Field Marshal, General Baylor reporting, sir. Son, for once can you not be so uptight? I called you here as your mentor, not as your Field Marshal, Henrik said as he fetched 2 frozen glasses from the office bar and filled each one to the brim with the expensive old rum. Then looking at Demigod Baylor, who was still standing by the door, he added, What? Are you waiting for an invitation? Mentor, only you would prefer to drink rum in a frozen glass, Demigod Baylor commented as he walked to pick up the glass of rum offered by his mentor. It reminds me of drinking cheap rum from my frozen military issue mug from my time at the Way Beyond. Did you know that back then, before we sealed the Storm Supreme, the frozen peaks used to be frozen and so cold that even mugs created from A-rank ingredients would break because of the temperature? Imagine being stationed there. Henrik spoke, reminiscing his time as a soldier, and then added, You are one to speak. I offered my good rum believing you would reject, saying you don't drink on duty. Look at you emptying the glass in one chug. Was your visit to the southern region that bad? Yes, I finally understood why you call the royal families arrogant bastards. Demigod Baylor used to believe that the royal families deserved small privileges compared to the common man because of the sacrifice made by their ancestors for humankind, but today his encounter with Soldier Queen Colleen had him develop a small opinion about that. He did not have an opinion about the privileges given to royal families, but the fact that they act as if they were above the law. I heard one of his generals creating a scene at one of the royal warp arrays. It was near impossible for Henriks not to hear about what happened. His question earlier was just to hear what Demigod Baylor thought about the incident. I take it that's the real reason you called me down here, Demigod Baylor doubted. Hey, I meant it when I said I called you here as your mentor, not as your Field Marshal. Henriks was proud seeing his student doubt him. He was always worried his student was too kind and good for his job, but now he took pride on being proven wrong, and then continued to say, Before you go judging me, I have a good news for your unfilial ass. You can continue your investigation into the silver milk fraud incident. Cough. Demigod Baylor choked on his rum, hearing his mentor say that he could continue his investigation into the silver milk fraud incident. This was a huge deal as it meant he could head to the southern region and ask the southern royal family to arrange a meeting with Ellen's orphan son. Before you get too excited, I have bad news too, Henriks added immediately before the joy of the good news could sink in. What are the conditions? Demigod Baylor was smart enough to know that nothing good comes without a price, so he did not beat around the bush and directly asked his mentor to rip the Band-Aid off. Your investigation into the silver milk powder fraud will be unofficial, meaning if you get caught red-handed by the southern royal family, I will deny any knowledge about it, and depending on the evidence your punishment will vary. which is to say any investigation you will conduct about this case will be at your own risk. Knowing this, are you still going to continue with your investigation into the silver milk powder fraud? Henrix asked Demigod Baylor. Hearing Henrix, Demigod Baylor was confused and could not help but wonder if Gilliam was not working for his mentor. And one more thing, you will have to write a 1,000 words letter apologizing for your behavior toward Colleen. This is non-negotiable. If the other 3 Heat Sins learn you leaked your baleful aura towards their family member, they will not hesitate to slaughter a blood river from way beyond and southern region to the central capital just to claim your head. So if I were you, I would make the letter of apology my priority, Henrix added. So, Gilliam is really not your rat? Demigod Baylor asked Henrix, because if Gilliam was the spy his mentor kept by his side to monitor him, then he should have known that he had ordered Gilliam to visit and personally tell Soldier Queen Colleen that he had opened an investigation into the Heatsin royal family. Kid, what did you do? Henrik asked in distress, seeing the confused expression on his unfilial student's face. Well, Demigod Baylor went on to explain his misunderstanding with regard to Gilliam and his orders to Gilliam. FCK, call him back right now. They will kill him. The Heat Sins are not to be messed with. Henrix yelled at this unfilial disciple, but seeing him not take action, he shouted, What are you waiting for? Gilliam's corpse? Just call him already. Calm down. If you are not behind Gilliam, then who is his real master? The only reason Demigod Baylor doubted his mentor was Gilliam's master because he recommended Gilliam to him as his assistant. So thinking about it for a second, he asked his mentor, If not to monitor me, then why did you recommend Gilliam to me? Why you? Why would I keep spies next to my disciple? I recommend him to you because I felt he would make a good tool for you, but instead of using him, you sent him to his death. Now, I am starting to regret not having sent Gilliam to monitor you instead. Henrix almost forgot to breathe hearing his disciple. He no longer took pride in the new side of his disciple, and he prayed it was not too late for him to get his kind disciple back. However, seeing his disciple still not summoned to call Gilliam and retract his orders, he yelled, Call him off already. Demigod Baylor did not react to his mentor's yells. Instead, he silently enjoyed his rum as he found the caring side of his mentor appetizing. To see the great field marshal who was famous for being rampant at the way beyond act like this, Baylor found it cute. The reason he was so casual about this was that he still had his suspicions about Gilliam. He could never trust a man who would use a transformation card to wear his uniform. Seeing his disciple not move a muscle, Henrix summoned his grimoire to call off LT General Gilliam from walking to his death, but before he could make the call, his grimoire rang. Hearing that, Demigod Baylor said, You should pick it up. It must be Gilliam's real master. You are wrong. It is Gilliam himself, Henrix said, identifying the grimoire ID calling him. He called you directly? Should his call not be forwarded to your office's communication staff? Since when did you start giving your personal grimoire ID to anybody with less authority than a general? Heck, as your disciple, I did not have your personal grimoire ID until I actually became a general. Demigod Baylor complained, feeling a little dissatisfied toward his mentor. Field Marshal Henrix ignored LT General Gilliam's call, and looking at this complaining disciple, he said, Here's a fun fact. Every general has an assistant of lieutenant general rank in Demigod Realm. When you got promoted as a general, there weren't any LT General of the Demigod Realm willing to serve as the assistant to the general under you. I could have let some semi-Demigod Realm Lieutenant General fill that position, but then others would use that to undermine your authority. So my office reached out to a few outstanding Lieutenant Generals of the Demigod Realm, asking them if they were interested in filling the position. Ever since I became a field marshal, when my office asks something, they don't hear a no for an answer, but that day, everyone that my office reached out to rejected them, including Gilliam. I don't blame them. You have achieved what they couldn't in 1/5 of the time of their entire lifespan. They were both embarrassed and jealous of your achievements. Working under somebody younger would be a constant reminder of that embarrassment and jealousy. Having achieved the Demigod Realm, these card apprentices are proud, stubborn, arrogant people, and they have every right to be, as they have achieved what billions of others could only dream of. So out of respect for their hard work and dedication, I did not try to force them with my position's authority. Instead, promises were made, and let's just say, except for Gilliam, others valued their pride more than their ambition. That's how he ended up with my grimoire ID. Then you highly recommended him to me, so that I would not go through the list of candidates for my assistant and learn that not many people were in favor of my new promotion. You did not have to do that, you know. I wouldn't let something so little get to me. Demigod Baylor appreciated the fact that his mentor was looking out for him, but he could not help but feel that his mentor was underestimating him. Kid, I knew you would not understand. That's the reason I acted on my own. Henrik shook his head, seeing how his disciple was still underestimating the role of office politics. Sometimes he cannot help but wonder how he made it this far with this mindset. How could he not get the simple fact that as the only general with an assistant in the semi-demigod realm, it would not be hard for other generals to undermine his authority? A capable and powerful assistant was very important, as on most occasions when the general was busy, the assistant to the general acted as the substitute for the general. Now how would a semi-demigod fare against demigods? Even though their titles were the same, people did not need reasons to undermine the only semi-demigod in the room. Knock, knock. The assistant to the field marshal entered the building, after knocking to let her intrusion be known. Before she could speak about her purpose of intrusion, the field marshal spoke. Is it LT General Gilliam? Hearing the field marshal, the assistant was surprised because he was correct. Yes, sir. Do you want me to put him through? Turns out, since the field marshal was not answering the call to his personal grimoire ID, Gilliam decided to call his office with no other options left. Clearly, he knew visiting Soldier Queen Colleen and informing her that they were opening an investigation into her family would only hasten his journey to the afterlife. No, inform him that the field marshal knows about my orders to him, and he should keep the field marshal updated about his mission. Before Henriks could answer, his assistant, Demigod Baylor, answered. Had someone else dared to do this, then the assistant to the field marshal would have yelled capital offense and subdued the culprit, waiting for the field marshal to give out punishment fitting the crime. But she knew Demigod Baylor was the field marshal's favorite disciple, so she overlooked his offense and looked at the field marshal, waiting for his orders. Are you sure the people behind him will reach out to me to call off his mission? Henriks asked his disciple. They will have to, unless they don't mind sacrificing a LT general and demigod realm pawn. Besides, once he makes it to the Southern Royal Warp Array, I will call him and cancel his mission. This just a gamble. If it works, it will save us a lot of time. Learning that Gilliam was not his mentor's rat, Demigod Baylor became cautious, because as his assistant, Gilliam had a lot of power in his command base. He could not just ignore this rat like the others crawling in his base. Since you have thought it through, I will go along with it, Henrik said, and then signaled his assistant to follow his disciple's arrangement and added, ask the personnel to track LT General Gilliam's call logs. I want to know who he is in contact with within these few hours. Will do, Field Marshal. With her new orders, the assistant exited the office. You have the authority to do that? Demigod Baylor asked his mentor in disbelief. Now you know why I don't need to place my people by your side to monitor you, Henrik said, enjoying the look on his disciple's face. Track call logs of Lieutenant General and a demigod, one of the few perks available to the Field Marshal. FCK, Gilliam cussed after the Field Marshal's office hung up on him. Then he called an encrypted grimoire ID with a deep frown, knowing that if this person was not willing to help him, then he would become the infamous sacrifice of political chess in the central capital that people kept gossiping about. Uncle Gilliam, what did the Field Marshal say? A young voice answered Gilliam's call. It seems they were related. Young Master Hui Rin, the Field Marshal, did not receive my call. So I called his office. I did not get to talk to him, but he seems to agree with the general. Gilliam spoke very respectfully. He wasn't this respectful when he spoke to Demigod Baylor, his immediate superior. It was apparent that he was more worried about this person than Demigod Baylor. That is not a surprise, considering the relationship between them. It seems they are starting to doubt you, uncle. So, for now, just lay low and do as they say, Hui Rin ordered nonchalantly. Seeing how the Field Marshal, who never broke his promise, ignored Gilliam's call, Hui Rin knew that the cover of his pawn by the side of the matron's husband was blown. Young master, I will not hesitate to lay my life for you, but I think in my current position I can be of more service to you alive than dead. Gilliam did not dare to question Hui Rin's orders, and instead politely tried to negotiate for his life. Uncle, relax. They might not care about your death, but they will not dare to offend the Southern royal family, no matter the cause. Just report back to them once you make it to the Southern Royal Palace. By then, they will have to lose their poker face and call off their mission to you. It did not take long for Hui Rin to see right through Demigod Baylor's gamble and decide to go all in. I will do as you say, young master. Gilliam had no choice but to follow Hui Rin's arrangements. However, he felt that what Hui Rin said sounded reasonable. As he hung up the call, he could not help shaking his head, getting a sense of why the great elder supported Hui Rin in the race for the heir to the Inyang Harmony sect's leader. After Gilliam ended the call, Hui Rin called a grimoire ID, saved in his grimoire contacts as Carl. I was just about to call you, Carl said, answering Hui Rin. Why? Hui Rin asked in surprise, as Carl would only contact him when he required him to do something. Mike was killed this morning. Carl went on to explain the events of Mike's death, and that he could not shake the feeling that there was a conspiracy behind Mike's death. Ji Feng would not betray the sect or our faction. He would rather die than do something like that, Hui Rue asserted. As Ji Feng was one of the sect disciples from his faction that he had carefully selected to maintain the desolate Punisher array covering each branch of the circle. I agree with you. That is why I believe Matron is behind, Carl said pensively. That would explain a lot, but then you will not like the reason why I called you. The majestic Hui Rin finally showed some fear in his voice. As an incarnation of Carl, Hui Rin's life and death were in Carl's hands, so his emotions could not help but surface as he was about to give him the bad news. What is it? Carl's voice grew deeper, preparing himself to hear yet another bad news. My spy next to Matron's husband got made, Hui Rue said in a single breath. Do they know he is working for you? Carl decided to get a clear picture of the damage before pointing fingers. No, they got nothing. They are just suspicious of him. I wanted to get rid of him, but then asked him to break all contact and lay low, thinking that he could be of use someday. After all, it is not easy to cultivate a LT general. Hui Rin explained his response to the situation to Carl in detail. This is a big loss. We need someone else next to him no matter the cost. This time, if possible, one of us. He is the only known weakness of Matron. Wait, don't bother yourself with this. I will arrange someone else for this matter. As for you, the heir race of your sect is your top priority. Don't let other matters disturb you. I handle them. If you need anything, call. Saying that, Carl ended the call. Date, April 4th, 2321. Time, 11:09. Location, Central Region, Central Capital, Unknown, Field Marshal Office. Had I known of these perks earlier, I would have stayed at the Way Beyond to gather a few more merits. It would help me become a field marshal faster. Demigod Baylor said in awe of the authority held by the field marshal. Tracking call logs was not a big deal as a general. He too could get someone to do it, but tracking the call logs of a demigod and a lieutenant general was a totally different story. Ha ha ha, no amount of merit will help you with that. Field marshal seats are limited. Unless one of us retires or dies, you do not stand to be promoted to field marshal anytime soon. Not to forget that there are a lot of capable card apprentices to be considered before it is your turn. Henrix found his disciple's ambition funny, finding it impossible to achieve. As if seniority has ever stopped me from achieving what I wanted, Demigod Baylor said arrogantly. Considering what he had achieved so far, he had the capability to be arrogant. Seeing his ambitious disciple, Henrix was reminded of his young self and missed that ambition. Sitting at one of the highest positions, there weren't many things he could aim for now. Some would delusion themselves into aiming for something like world domination or world peace, but Henrix knew better than that. Therefore, he decided to invest his power and time in the younger generation that showed promise. Seeing the growth of the Demigod Baylor, Henrix felt like he placed the best bet. Kid, you haven't given me your answer yet. Henrix reminded Demigod Baylor that they were not done with their previous conversation. Well, you did not tell me the entire story, so what did you expect? Demigod Baylor was not naive enough to think that Henrix would let him abuse his authority as a general for a personal vendetta, especially against the royal families. Clearly, there was more to the story than Henrix was telling him. Fine, there is a small suspicion that sliver milk powder is not a fraud but real. A powder which can help mortals cultivate active soul control percentage. Don't tell me you believe something like that is possible. Even if it is, I am sure that a teenager would be the last one to discover it, Demigod Baylor said. Hearing his mentor claim that a few among them, the higher-ups, believed that the silver milk powder might not be a fraud that the media outlets claimed it to be. Here's the deal. If somewhere down in the southern region is a way to help mortals stimulate their active soul control before contracting a grimoire, then the government would like to be the one to regulate it. The allure of something with such capabilities is not easy to ignore. The uncertainty of this case and your personal interest in it is the reason why you are getting the opportunity to lead it. Otherwise, it would not land on your lap, but someone with more seniority. Henrik's explanation did not really explain why the government was willing to spare resources for something like this. It only made it more apparent that he would rather not go into details about it. Could you be any less clearer? Sigh. Please, just be honest with me, Demigod Baylor said in frustration. He did not care what the government was up to, but he did not like the fact that the government had taken interest in Ellen's son's fraud case. First, the soldier Queen Colleen had suspiciously turned hostile toward him when he said he was going to adopt Ellen's son, and now the government was asking him to run a covert mission to check if there was more to the silver milk powder fraud case. So he could not help but worry that there was more to it than he was being led on. Kid, even if your title has changed to general, you are still a soldier. Do you want me to teach you that soldiers don't get to question their orders? You don't have to remind me that, but I thought you called me here as your disciple and not your subordinate. Demigod Baylor glanced into his mentor's eyes and asked, "Why are you being stubborn about this?" Henrix warned his disciple to not dig further. You know exactly why. Demigod Baylor did not show signs of backing down with his mentor's warning. Boy, that girl really did a number on you. Your wife is a saint to tolerate your whims. Henrix scoffed, knowing exactly why his disciple was being so stubborn. No, she was the best thing that ever happened to me. And yes, I have a good wife, Demigod Baylor said, defending both the women in his heart and life. Sigh. I take it you have already arranged your subordinates to gather the researchers who had claimed that the silver milk powder is a fake. Henrix seems to have finally given up and decided to lay it all out for his disciple. Yes, I did, Demigod Baylor answered seriously, seeing his mentor cave. Well, you can call them off. They will not find or will be able to reach those researchers. Henrix spoke mysteriously. Hearing his mentor, Demigod Baylor frowned his brows pensively and said, Is it because the government has already detained those researchers? Most of them have been detained. As for the remaining, they, themselves, are formidable or have strong backgrounds. Since the government can't reach them, your people certainly cannot, Henrix said as he filled his emptied glass with rum to the brim. I thought we were the government, Demigod Baylor said, feeling tense. According to his mentor, the case involving Ellen's son was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Don't kid yourself. I, as a field marshal, don't dare to say I am the government, let alone a mere general such as yourself. Remember, we are military and we work for the government, Henrix schooled his disciple. Demigod Baylor shook his head, seeming to not agree with his mentor, and said, What's the point of detaining the researchers? Didn't they claim that the silver milk powder was a fraud? Am I missing something here? Let me ask a question. What will you do to a patent when you know that the product granted with the patent is a fraud? Henrix's voice grew serious as he asked his disciple this. I will revoke it, Demigod Baylor answered without thinking. Right, but the Southern royal family did not do that. Instead, they left it alone, saying an investigation is still underway. Why would the Southern royal family do that? Henrix's eyes grew sharp as he spoke the last few words. That is it. Demigod Baylor, who was seriously listening to what his mentor had to say, had a complicated expression on his face right now and thought maybe it was time his mentor retired, as he sounded exactly like his uncle, who was a conspiracy enthusiast. There is more. The patent office which granted the silver milk powder its patent has been closed down, and its staff have been detained by the Southern royal family for investigation. Henrix could feel that his disciple was looking at him with a weird sympathy. However, he decided to ignore that look, but what Baylor said next made him hard to ignore it. Field Marshal, I think you should take up a hobby. It will keep you busy. Kid, I am being serious. These small things individually don't make sense, but once you put them together with what the researchers found with regards to the silver milk powder, you will start to notice that the Southern royal family's recent actions are very suspicious. Henrix's tone turned solemn when he said this. So, it all comes back to the researchers detained by the government. Just tell me, what did the researchers find to make the government interested in a small fraud case? Demigod Baylor said, feeling his mentor was not a good storyteller as he was at the end of his patience listening to the field marshal. The researchers claimed that the effects of silver milk powder described in the papers submitted by the boy to apply for the patent were possible if the ingredient named silver milk mentioned in the recipe of the silver milk powder existed. So, has there been any indication to the fact that the ingredient named silver milk exists? Demigod Baylor did not bother to question what his mentor said, because if he spoke about it to him, then he must have strong reasons to back it up. No, there weren't any. Until Dr. Luna Lorne, a descendant of the Southern royal family, a researcher at the Morningstar University, applied to borrow the dungeon relocation apparatus for a hefty price. Henriks's claims finally start to make sense to Demigod Baylor. So you believe that the said silver milk ingredient mentioned in the recipe of the silver milk powder is a new ingredient discovered in a dungeon? Once his mentor brought up the dungeon relocation apparatus, Demigod Baylor's mind immediately jumped to this conclusion. Yes, that's the spark that brought this case to the notice of the government. However, no matter how rational the speculations seemed, they were still speculations after all, not enough for the government to risk making an enemy out of the royal families. Henriks explained that if the government interfered and investigate the southern region based on speculation, then the southern royal family will not be the only royal family they will be offending, but the other 3 royal families too. Because today it was the southern region, then tomorrow it will be either one of them. The only way these royal families could stop the government from encroaching on their rights was by standing together against the government despite their differences. From what you said so far, it seems the government is certain that the silver milk powder is not a fraud, Demigod Baylor said, feeling that it was a slam dunk based on the speculation so far. Yeah, no, there is a problem, Henriks said with a hint of embarrassment, and then added, in the papers submitted by the boy to apply for the patent, he has described the properties, soul pathways, arrangements, and vibrations of the ingredient he termed as silver milk. This is where the situation gets complicated. I don't understand, said Demigod Baylor, not understanding how the properties, soul pathways, arrangements, and vibration of the ingredient called silver milk became the problem. Considering the alluring application of the silver milk powder, the government had recruited 5 demigod realm diamond-ranked array masters and card creationists well-versed in creation rule to use the properties, soul pathways, arrangements, and vibration of the silver milk ingredient described in papers to recreate it. Henriks paused and drank Remain rum in his glass. So, were they able to recreate it? Demigod Baylor asked, knowing that if they were able to recreate the ingredient, then the government would be having a heated talk with the southern region instead of asking him to do a covert investigation off the books into it. Not yet, they are still at it. Things like this take time, but with passing days the government is losing its confidence. Henriks knew that research work took time, but the government did not have the patience for it. Hence, when Demigod Baylor opened an investigation into the southern royal family, overreaching his authority, instead of reprimanding him, the government decided to use him as his personal interest, in this case, made him the perfect patsy. Many people had a bone to pick with the southern royal family, but only Demigod Baylor's interest clashed with the silver milk powder incident. So in case Demigod Baylor or his people were to get caught snooping around regarding this, then the government could appease the southern royal family by claiming that Demigod Baylor abused his authority for his personal grievance against the southern royal family, and they had no idea. As if the southern royal family would fall for that. But they would have to swallow it since the government's hand would clean, since Demigod Baylor would be taking all the blame and allowing the government to open an investigation into Demigod Baylor and his crime. By opening an investigation into Demigod Baylor and his crime, the government would be able to investigate the silver milk powder patent fraud. This was why Demigod Baylor made the perfect patsy for the covert operation into the silver milk powder patent fraud of the southern region. Right now, the government has no reason to claim jurisdiction in the silver milk powder patent fraud, but that would not be the case if Demigod Baylor were to be caught snooping around that case by abusing his power. Why Demigod Baylor? Why not someone else? Demigod Baylor's relationship with the mastermind behind the silver milk powder patent fraud gave the government enough leverage when they would begin fighting with the southern royal family for jurisdiction over the silver milk powder patent fraud. This way the government would get what it wanted while keeping its hands clean when it came to law, but ethically nobody's hands were clean. The government did not have the patience to do things by the book, Who knows how long it would take for the researchers to recreate the ingredient, silver milk, using its properties, soul pathways, arrangements, and vibrations available. That was assuming that the Southern royal family did not omit a few details to buy themselves enough time. All this became apparent to demigod Baylor when his mentor laid it all in front of him. But he could not help but ask, what's the government's endgame here? Even if they prove that silver milk powder exists, its patent belongs to Dalton Wyatt, and he has already sold its entire production and distribution rights exclusively to the Southern royal family. What is the government trying to achieve here? Demigod Baylor was right. The patent already belonged to someone, and there was no place for the government to intervene there. Henrix did not immediately answer his disciple, but instead became emotional and said, "Thank you. Thank you for not doubting my intentions." Despite learning that the government was planning to use him as the scapegoat to achieve their agenda and his mentor, Henrix, instead of protecting his disciple's interests, was playing the role of devil's advocate by mediating the government's intentions for him to start a covert investigation into the silver milk powder patent fraud case off the books to him. Demigod Baylor did not blame Henrix. He did not speak one word about it, nor did he resented Henrix because of it. This action of Demigod Baylor moved Henrix's heart, and today he genuinely felt that he really bet on the right horse. "Field Marshal, you are not the one who should be thanking me. It should be me thanking you. If not for you watching out for me, it would not be possible for me to grow into what I am today. I could never doubt your intentions for me. Even now, there must be a reason why you want me to do the government's bidding." Demigod Baylor was not being humble or saying this to be polite. He genuinely thought so. "Ha ha!" Henrix laughed out loud, trying to mask his teary eyes, and shouted, "If I were to die now, I will have no complaints. Having nurtured a disciple like you, my life has one less regret." "Field Marshal, please don't speak of death so lightly," Demigod Baylor said with an earnest tone. He really wished well for Henrix. "Stop it, you are starting to sound like Jody. But seriously, now that you know the government's plans for you, are you still going to continue with your investigation into the silver milk powder case?" Henrix knew what his disciple's answer was going to be, yet he had to be sure. "I have to, though not for the government, but for Ellen's son. He seems to have gotten himself into something way in over his head. I don't know the full story, but it seems he needs me." Demigod Baylor spoke as if he held the responsibility for Ellen's son. Hearing him, even Henrix could not help but lift an eyebrow, as the most admirable thing about his disciple was also his weakness, his loyalty. Seeing how you, who had not applied for leave in decades, suddenly applied for 2 days of leave to adopt that boy, I realized how much this meant to you. I do not understand it, but I know it is important to you. So when the government approached me with their idea, I did not think twice to accept it on your behalf. And I was right to do so," Henrix said, making it clear that he was not in favor of Demigod Baylor's obsession with Ellen, but out of love for his disciple, he reluctantly took part in enabling him. "Field Marshal, you informed me of the government plans for me, but what about its plans for Dalton Wyatt, that is if it turns out that the silver milk powder is not a fraud?" Demigod Baylor did not seem to care about the government using him as a pasty in their nefarious plans. He seemed to be more worried about what government planned to do with Ellen's son if the product he was granted a patent for was not a fraud. This is where things get interesting. In case the government gets a certainty that silver milk powder is everything it claims to be, then you will be the biggest winner. Henrix's eyes shone brightly, just imagining the future where even the mortals could cultivate their active soul percentage without requiring to contract a grimoire. "I don't understand," said Demigod Baylor, unable to understand what his mentor was trying to imply. "Kid, you recall when I said you cannot become a field marshal because the number of field marshals is limited and you do not have the seniority to compete for it even if an opportunity arises? Well, this is your chance to level the playing field." Henrix did not get to the point, but kept speaking in riddles and using honeyed words. Clearly, he was trying to prepare his disciple for what he was going to say next. "No, I don't care about being a field marshal, if it means I have to use Ellen's son to gain it." Demigod Baylor had spent enough time with his mentor to know what he was trying to do. "Don't be so quick to reach a conclusion. You did not even let me finish what I had to say. It is not as bad as you," Henrix said, trying to convince his disciple to listen to what he had to say till the end and then reach a decision. "Field Marshal, I don't know what you were trying to say, but I know enough to be certain that you plan to use Dalton Wyatt to get me out of the hot water and pave a way for my career. I appreciate you looking out for me, but I will not be a part of it, nor will I let anyone put Ellen's son in harm's way. Demigod Baylor said resolutely, without allowing his mentor to explain how the government planned to use the boy. You do know that if the government cannot use you, then they will find someone they can use, like for example the Duskborn family. Seeing his disciple being stupid, Henrik spoke the hard truth and added, I will be honest with you. The main reason the government is willing to use you instead of millions out there is that they believe that I control you. And since they control me, it works. You see where I am going with this. Hearing the cold hard truth dropped by his mentor, Demigod Baylor was without words. It's like in kindergarten, if you play by the rules of the adults, you get to keep your toys, or else. Using his disciple's silence as an opportunity, Henrik decided to school him. Kid, let me remind you again. The military is the government's dog. We protect our masters and do their dirty laundry without asking questions. Usually we guard the walls, but recently, with the usher of prolonged peace, we are required more in here than at the borders to help our masters keep their errand boys in check. So don't make the mistake of thinking that we are the government. The club of corrupt officials and officers in government that you busted a few years ago had made the mistake to think they were the government. And guess what happened next? Their names landed on my desk. Considering this was an easy opportunity to earn merit and make a name, I passed it to my favorite subordinate, you. Field Marshal, I am trying hard not to jump to a wrong conclusion, so please tell me, what should I make out of what you just said? Demigod Baylor selected his next words very carefully. Kid, don't blame me. This is how I have been able to make it this far. As your mentor, I am showing what I know. But it is up to you whether you decide to take the same route I took. No matter what you end up choosing, I will respect your decision. Despite his means, Henrik was only doing the best for his disciple to the best of his knowledge. He would rather force people with high ethics into power than people who would do anything to come to power. Demigod Baylor was having a hard time processing what his mentor had just revealed to him, mostly because he wasn't sure whether he and his mentor were talking about the same government. It seemed his definition of the government did not align with his mentor's definition of the government. He wanted to confront his monitor about this, but he knew that if he wanted the answer for that, he would have to follow the path his mentor had laid out for him, but then there was no turning back. Kid, in a scenario where a miraculous item like the silver milk powder was to exist, do you really believe the government and the rest of the world would just sit and watch as things played out? Just think about the storm that would follow. Do you really believe a teenager can withstand something like that? He will be among the first to be swept in it. Even you will not be able to shelter the boy from something like that. The smart bet for you would be to take the government up on its offer before the Duskborn family or the others do. If you really care about the boy, this is the only way you can be of help to him. Henrik did not spare any card at his disposal to persuade Demigod Baylor to follow the government's plan. Will the boy really be safe if follows the government's arrangements for him and me? Demigod Baylor finally spoke up, feeling his mentor was right about the government being the safest place for Ellen's son because he would be there to make sure of it. First, listen to what I have to say, and then you be the judge of it. Henrik smiled, finally getting the full attention of his stubborn disciple's ears, and continued to explain from where he had left off earlier. In the case of the scenario where the item silver milk powder exists, then the government needs the boy to cooperate with them to get the exclusive rights for its production and distribution. In return, the government is not only willing to provide the boy an asylum, but also give whatever the Southern royal family promised the boy for his cooperation. The reason why Henrik and the government assumed that the Southern royal family had negotiated terms with the boy and not taken him hostage was because once the silver milk powder becomes public, the entire world will need the southern region and the boy to answer a bunch of questions regarding the origin and ownership of the item. As long as their story adds up, there will not be any place for the government or any other force to intervene with regard to that. So it was important for the Southern royal family to have the boy on their side, and the only way of making sure of that was by keeping the boy happy, which meant that the Southern royal family had promised the boy reasonable conditions. So that is where I come into the picture with my off-the-book covert investigation into the silver milk powder fraud. The government is accepting me to get caught by the Southern royal family while snooping around this case, because this way they not only get a reason to fight for jurisdiction over this case with the Southern royal family, but also to use it to make me Dalton Wyatt's savior. Show him that there is still someone in this world who cares about him, and someone he can put his trust in. Demigod Baylor suddenly went silent as he spoke the last sentence. Don't think too much into it. This is for the best. The first thing the government will do once they get shared jurisdiction over this case is try everything in their power to introduce you to the boy. Since you have already gained the boy's trust, with your history with his parents, it will be easier for you to adopt him. Once you are legally responsible for him, you have to get him to confess the truth about the silver milk powder. If it is really a fraud, then you will be punished for abusing your power and the kid will be fined for his crime. But if it turns out that it is the real deal, then you will have to convince him to turn against the Southern royal family, saying that they threatened him to give them the exclusive right to the production and distribution of the silver milk powder. As for what comes next, let the government will worry about it, while your happy family of 3 enjoys each other's company in a secured location. Regardless of whether the item silver milk powder turns out to be a fraud or not, in the end, you will get what you wanted, to adopt the boy. Henrix painted a beautiful picture of how things will play out from here on if Demigod Baylor were to just follow the government's plan. Demigod Baylor was not born yesterday to know that things do not usually go as planned, so he was not quick to buy the sweet lies his mentor was selling. There were so many variables in the picture his mentor laid out that nobody could predict that they would happen exactly as they planned them. Demigod Baylor brought one of them up. What if the Southern royal family had asked the boy to take an oath in the presence of the world's will and its rules? I know if it is an unfair oath, then the government can force the Southern royal family into undoing the oath. However, what if it is not? What if they had negotiated a fair deal? Even if we are able to get the boy's trust, it will be too late for us to do anything. Kid, the time that had lapsed since your fight with Colleen to the moment I texted you to meet me in my office should not be more than half an hour. However, within that time the government not only figured out your reason for visiting the southern region, but also your reaction to your fight with Colleen, and came up with the best possible scenario from which they can continue to prolong the current peace in the world. The government is a lot more capable than everyone gives it credit for. But to assure you, I will let you in on a secret. Henrix paused, and summoning his grimoire he called his assistant and ordered, Jody, send an agent forger. Field Marshal Henrix, General Baylor, a suited tall blonde woman with a blind right eye greeted Henrix and his disciple. This woman was peculiar. She came off as a mysterious person. It may be because despite being fully capable of healing her right eye as a semi-demigod, she chose not to, or there was a story behind it. Seeing how the lady agent had put thought into how she looked and dressed, it was clear that she did not heal her right eye out of choice. General Baylor, meet Agent Lois Forger, aka the Miracle. Henrix introduced the tall blonde woman to his disciple and then added, she is how the government plans to ensure the current peace. The Miracle? Demigod Baylor asked, a little baffled. As a demigod, he has been in the presence of a lot of women, not of choice of course, but never had he spared them a second glance. However, there was something about Agent Forger that made him gaze into her dim eye. Yes, her blind right eye. Glancing deeper into it, he felt as if all his worries were being swallowed by it. He found that a weight was lifted off his shoulder, and suddenly he was reminded of his mother's warm embrace, the safest place on this soil. Neat trick, pity you are not a demigod. Demigod Baylor commented. The entire time he was aware of the reality while he explored the mystery of Agent Forger's right eye. Respectfully, General, I wasn't trying. Agent Forger did not lie. She never activated any kind of ability or particularly targeted Demigod Baylor. What Demigod Baylor expired just now was just like the heat from the fire. If the heat was this strong, then one had to wonder how strong would the fire be, but then to figure that out one would have put their hand into the fire. Demigod Baylor could not help but lift an eyebrow hearing the female agent. Ever since he had become a demigod, there weren't many people that dared to challenge him, let alone a semi-demigod. So Demigod Baylor proactively added, interesting, someone is letting their pseudonym get to their head. Then I will politely have to ask the general to enlighten me in the arena. Forger took Demigod Baylor's provocation seriously and challenged him to a fight. Enough! Henrix yelled, putting an end to the sparks flying between Demigod Baylor and Agent Forger. And then glancing at Lois, he sternly said, Agent Forger, I know the government pampers you with many privileges, but in the military you will follow proper conduct. When we are done here, you will write a 1,000-word letter of apologizing to General Baylor. Got it? Yes, sir, Field Marshal. Agent Forger agreed to her punishment without a word. Good. Before we get to the business, General, it's better if you do not provoke Agent Forger. Her abilities are a bit peculiar. There was a reason why Lois was addressed with the pseudonym, the Miracle, and why the government pampered her. And Demigod Baylor was going to learn it soon. Demigod Baylor could not help but look at the female agent in a new light, listening to his mentor. As Demigod Baylor's mentor Henrix had a better understanding of what his disciple was capable of. So for him to ask him to stay clear of the female agent meant that he thought Demigod Baylor was not a match for the Miracle. Okay, seeing Baylor and Lois behave, Henrix began the dialogue. General, you must be aware of how for years now the Empire has been blaming our government of stealing their Miracle. Yes, isn't that just a folklore that the church spun up for their followers to hate our government and the four royal families? Demigod Baylor answered, but could not help once again glance at Lois, feeling she was somehow connected to what his mentor was about to say. No, that's not folklore, they speak the truth. We did steal what they believed as their Miracle, and she is it, Henrik revealed, handing Lois a frozen glass of rum. What? I don't understand, Demigod Baylor asked in confusion. Honestly, he felt that if he understood what his mentor meant, then there was no turning back for him. He would become a part of the world that his mentor was in. Maybe it was already too late for second thoughts. They kidnapped me from the Empire when I was a toddler, Lois said nonchalantly as she spits back the rum she just sipped into the frozen glass and placed it on the tea table, causing the field marshal to frown. He hated it when people did not know how to appreciate good rum. If it were his disciple who did this, he would slap him silly, but it was the pampered daughter of the government. He could only show his displeasure, but not act on it. What? Cold rum is not my cup of tea, Lois complained without bothering for the proper military conduct while addressing the field marshal. I don't blame you. I blame those old fools for pampering you too much. From the conversation between Henrix and Lois, it was apparent that they knew each other for a while now. Our government stole a toddler from the Empire? How come I did not hear something like this until today? And you are okay with that? Demigod Baylor interrupted the duo's conversation and questioned them in utter shock and disbelief. General, you have done your share of covert operations in a foreign land to know how this goes, Henrix answered nonchalantly, as if it was not a big deal. The Empire had kidnapped me from my mother, so I don't really care that these group of old guys kidnapped me from the Empire. Lois spoke as he summoned her grimoire, pulled out a bottle of red wine, and began to chug it. Demigod Baylor noticed how Lois, unlike Henrix, addressed the government as a group of old guys. He felt he had heard something that he should not have heard. Yes, that's the stuff, Lois said, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. That's it, you're going to write another 1,000-word apology letter for that glass of rum you defiled. Hearing Henrix, Lois looked at him wondering if this old gentleman was being serious, and could not help but look at Demigod Baylor for an answer. Field Marshal loves his rum, Baylor uttered in his mentor's defense, having regained his calm. Whatever, I will write the damn apology letter, Lois agreed, wondering how to write an apology letter to a glass of rum. Good. Henrix nodded, having sought justice for the wasted glass of rum, and turning to his disciple he said, You must have already noticed that Agent Forger has the physique of the legends. It is called the right eye of the world. The physique of the legend. Hearing his mentor, Demigod Baylor became serious, and his look became dignified, having heard the stories of the legendary physique, the right eye of the world. No wonder his mentor said that her abilities were peculiar. If someone were to fight Agent Forger, not knowing what she was capable of, then they would definitely face a devastating loss, even if they held the clear advantage in terms of the realm. Now you know I wasn't really trying, Lois gloated, seeing the dignified look in Baylor's eyes. Don't be full of yourself. Earlier you may have stood a chance, but now that I know what you are capable of, you just lost your only advantage. Demigod Baylor felt that the realm difference between them could make up for Lois's apparent advantage. Don't kid yourself, but if you really feel like that, why don't we head to the arena? Lois did not bother to be polite or follow the proper conduct while addressing her superiors. If you two really want to do that, I can make that happen, but for now, shut the fuck up. Henrix yelled at the two for forgetting where they were. My apologies, Field Marshal. Baylor immediately apologized to his mentor. As for Lois, she snarkily said, I will submit a 1,000-word letter of apology. Both the letters of apology better be at my desk by evening. Henrik said, deciding to teach Lois a lesson since the old fools from the government could not be bothered to. They will be, Lois said, trying hard to sound serious. Now where were we? Yes, her physique is the right eye of the world, also known as the eye of miracle. For now, all you need to know is that with her present you do not have to worry about any oath between the Southern royal family and the boy. That is it. Now that you know all the facts, are you still willing to undertake the off-the-books covert operation into the silver milk powder fraud case? Henriks did not go into details about how Lois's physique worked or how it would help them with the oath taken in the presence of the world's will and its rules. Instead spoke the specifics, asking Baylor for an answer. Demigod Baylor thought for a second and said, since our government is willing to let me in on this secret weapon of theirs, then I assume the government has already gotten the certainty that the item silver milk powder is not a fraud. All I can say is that you know enough to play your part. So what is your answer going to be? Henriks repeated himself without acknowledging his disciple's assumption. Now that I have met her, do I even have a choice in this? Demigod said, acting helpless, implying he knew too much to back out now. Good, that you understand that. It wasn't Henriks that spoke these words but Lois. Having lived a life of secret, she knew exactly what it meant for Demigod Baylor to meet her and learn the secret about her physique. The choice was already made for him. As for why Henriks asked him repeatedly, it was just to figure out where Demigod Baylor stood on the path that was chosen for him. Good. I am in, but one last question. What is the price of your miracles, Agent Miracle? Being able to cheat the oath taken in the presence of the world's will and the rules was not something heard of. Even if a legendary physique such as the right eye of the world were to be involved, there was no mention of such a thing being possible in history. Considering the sensitive nature of this, it was understandable why there was no mention of this in the history books, but fooling the worlds will had to come with a price, otherwise the government would have already abolished the 4 royal families making use of Lois's physique. General, you don't have to worry about that. You do your part, and let me worry about the rest, said Lois, but she did not deny the fact that her miracles came with a price. Listening to Lois, Demigod Baylor frowned, but before he could assume the worst, Henrik spoke up. I promise you the boy will be fine. Seeing Henrik's promise that Ellen's son will be fine, Baylor decided to trust his mentor and said, Good. Then I will get started right away, but I hope that I get to meet a few of those researchers detained by the government to build a strong case against the Southern royal family and leave a trail of evidence of my crime. Don't worry, everything is being arranged as we speak. Agent Lois will brief you about what to do next when it is time. Henriks knew despite the risk involved the deal was too good for his disciple to pass on, because the only other option available for him to help the child would be to fight the Southern royal family head-on. His disciple was strong, but not strong enough to take on an entire region that was mostly responsible for pushing back the supreme beings back into the way beyond. Good. I will take my leave now. When it's time, you know where to find me. Saying that, Demigod Baylor decided to leave, but before he could do that, Lois suddenly said, Since you are one of us now, a heads up. Your subordinates were caught by the Southern Watch at the border of the Southern region, trying to cross the border illegally. I hope they got their story straight. Does it matter? Doesn't the whole plan depend on me getting caught anyway? Baylor said nonchalantly. As for his subordinates, he was not worried because he knew the Southern royal family would not harm them. At best, they would imprison them for a few months before releasing them. Should I be worried about your lack of enthusiasm, General? Lois asked Demigod Baylor with a frown. Demigod Baylor did not bother to answer Lois and turned to leave the field marshal's office, but paused as he opened the office door, hearing Henriks say, General, once this ordeal is laid to rest, we can discuss your place in the real government. Demigod Baylor did not turn around, just nodded his head in response as he walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Seeing this, Lois frowned and sternly inquired Henriks, Field Marshal, are you sure he will get on board without making any waves? Once the helplessness of their situation becomes a reality, they always come around and cozy up to their new identity. Aren't I the living example? Henriks assured Lois. Then why did you not go into the details when explaining my physique to him, particularly about the fact that as the price of using my miracle, the boy will be crippled for life? Lois asked, feeling that if Henrix was this confident about his disciple following his footstep, then why did he not choose to be forthcoming about everything to his disciple right from the get-go? Because there's a chance that thing might not get to that point, said Henrix. Whatever. I think it would have been best if you had told him the entire truth. Lois did not agree with how Henrix handled the recruitment of demigod Baylor. And then recalling something she added, speaking of recruiting, we got the news that Ah Sung-young has been cured of her chronic disease. Do you still want to recruit her? Others feel that Ah Sung will not be able to see our bigger picture, so we help her see it. Considering her sense of justice and compassion, it will be a simple task. And now that she has a long life to look forward to, it will be easier for her to see what we see. Henrix has an eye for innocent talents, whom he believed to be worthy to carry his dream under his guidance. This was the other side of Henrix he did not show to his disciples. It is because of this fanatic side of his that he was able to form a firm foothold among the shadows that governed the current government despite coming from a humble background. Fine, I will have someone reach out to her, but before you officially recruit her, she will have to undergo screening for the second time. Lois was not surprised by Henrix's new side, because this was the side of Henrix she was most familiar with. Knowing Ah Sung that is not necessary, but if that is what it takes for you to calm your nerves about her being recruited, then sure, go ahead and do as you see fit, however don't break her in the process. Henrix spoke nonchalantly, and then switched the topic asking Lois, what about the dungeon relocation experiment conducted by Dr. Luna? Were our operatives lurking among the demon worshippers successful in their mission? Unfortunately, no. Instead, we lost a lot of good people, Lois said, feeling pity for the agents that died in action. What happened? Why am I hearing of this now? Henrix was enraged that he was not informed about the result of the mission until he, himself, asked for it. Henrix's rage was justified as he was the mastermind behind the plan to leak the news about dungeon relocation apparatus being borrowed by the Southern royal family to demon worshippers in order to use them to get their agents to infiltrate the experiment conducted by the Southern royal family and get the clear picture of what the Southern royal family was really up to down in the Sky Blossom City. Was it a ruse to distract them from the real action, and if not, should they be worried about it? Field Marshal, the agents involved were the secret force of the government. I am only sharing the mission results out of courtesy. Please try and understand. Lois did not flinch in face of Henrix's anger and calmly handled him. Listening to Lois, Henrix swallowed his anger knowing the secretive nature of the organization and inquired Lois about the specifics of mission execution. What happened? Have the demon worshippers grown so weak that they could not even put up a fight against the small temporary base of the Southern Watch? Then what's the point of still maintaining their existence? We should just wipe them out. Hold that thought. They were strong and fully prepared. Even managed to summon a devil, but luck did not favor them. Turns out that His Majesty Heatsin has already chosen his granddaughter Anna as the next heir to the southern region. She made use of the array covering the southern region and slayed the devil summoned by the demon worshippers. This operation was doomed to fail from the start, not because the demon worshippers were not strong or our agents were not prepared enough. Instead, our intel was outdated. No point crying over it now. At least one good thing came out of this. We now know who the next generation leader of the southern region is going to be. Lois explained why the demon worshippers and their agents failed the mission. Apparently, it was not that they weren't prepared or strong enough, but they had bad intel. What is old Heatsin thinking? Considering his erratic nature, I can understand him not passing the throne to his son, but at the least, he should care about the southern region and its people that he and his ancestors have been protecting for centuries. Why her? Everyone knows that girl is bad news. If he was not satisfied by his son, he could have just chosen his daughter, except for her taste in men and obvious shortcoming in growing her child. I heard that she has the making of a brave general and a wise minister. Henrix commented, hearing that Anna was chosen to be the next ruler of the southern region. Walking out of his mentor's office, Baylor did not immediately leave with rage in light of the confidential information he just received. Instead, he approached Jody, his mentor's assistant, General Jody, about Lieutenant General Gilliam's call logs. Can you share a copy of it with me? Baylor, you know better than to ask me that. But since you have asked, let me remind you that what you are asking of me is against the proper protocol. I cannot share Lieutenant General Gilliam's call logs with anyone unless the Field Marshal permits it. Jody said without even sparing Baylor a glance. Demigod Baylor did not argue with Jody, and summoning his grimoire, he took out an expensive and old bottle of liquor and placed it on Jody's desk, saying, knowing why she was acting cold towards him, "Sorry, I couldn't make it to your son's wedding reception. I got caught in something important during the work." Jody glanced at the liquor bottle before saying, "I will forgive you since I know you are not lying, and because I like your wife." She was the life party after the couple left for their honeymoon. Placing the liquor bottle in her grimoire, she then said, "Though I can't share the call logs with you, I can tell you that Field General will not be happy with them, because it is a dead end since who every Lieutenant General Gilliam was contacting was smart enough to use encrypt grimoire ID. Weren't the communication guys able to get past the encryption?" Baylor asked in displeasure, as he still did not know who his assistant was actually working for. "Nope, the conversation was too short for them to do that," Jody answered. "Thank you. Why can't I get an assistant like you?" Baylor thanked Jody for the information. "You could if you were not so uptight every time and this charming with everyone," commented Jody, and then added, "If you are thinking of trading up your assistant, I might have a few recommendations. After you busted the corrupt officers club in the government, everybody's opinion about you has changed for the better. Word around the block is being under command is one of the few fastest ways of accumulating merits." Demigod Baylor understood what Jody meant. People believed that his command got the good missions because he was close to the field marshal. Demigod Baylor would have ignored such words considering the rumors generated out of jealousy, but with his new knowledge about the government, he knew better. "Not yet, but I will remember your offer." Saying that, Demigod Baylor left the field marshal's office and headed straight to his command base to process what he discussed with his mentor and Lois. This was the first time he had felt this helpless ever since he became a demigod. A shadow organization that can use demigods and high-level figures as chess pieces. Demigod Baylor no longer understood the world he lived in. The news that the government that he believed in and worked hard to protect was just a puppet government shook him the most. To think his mentor, a respected field marshal and a powerful demigod, was acting as a lobbyist for the organization running the current government. Demigod Baylor could not imagine how powerful this organization was. But this also made him look at royal families in a new light, as they managed to stand on equal footing with them for centuries. Demigod Baylor did not care as long as they helped him keep Ellen's son safe. Date: April 4th, 2321. Time: 2001. Location: Central Region, Central Capital, Baylor Mansion. Sansa summoned her grimoire, being notified of an incoming call. Mighty hubby calling. The caller was her husband. Sansa didn't waste any time answering the call. "Are you working overtime?" "Yes," Demigod Baylor answered awkwardly, and then said the reason for his call. "I will not be able to make it for the dinner, so don't wait up for me." "Is Ellen's son's situation that bad?" Sansa asked, faking the worry in her voice. "Don't worry, I got it all under control," Demigod Baylor replied with a heavy heart. "You know I can't help it until I see you and Ellen's son at my dinner table." Sansa was surprised that Demigod Baylor had not heard about the boy's death yet, but she did not let it hinder her acting. "Listen, there is something I can't discuss with you. You are going to hear about it in the news, but remember, there is nothing to worry about. It is all part of my plan." Knowing what the future had in store for him, Demigod Baylor decided to warn his wife about it, because he knew she was the only person left in the world who would genuinely worry for him. "Honey, I don't know what you're planning, but do what you need to do. And remember to come home later. I will be waiting for you right here, in our home, in sickness and happiness. Can you promise me that?" Sansa stopped faking it, hearing the rarely heard uncertainty in her husband's voice and genuinely speaking from her heart. "I don't deserve you." Demigod Baylor choked as he spoke these words, and calming himself down, he said, "I promise you, I will always return to you until death do us part." Though Baylor had promised this life for his unrequited love for Ellen, all Sansa asked him of was to be by her side and share his sorrow and happiness with her. As long as these two did not cross each other, he had no qualms about promising Sansa what she asked for. "Good. I will be waiting for you." After Sansa said that, Baylor hung up, as no more words needed to be spoken based on their mutual understanding of each other. They were an odd couple, one of a kind. Though Demigod Baylor's heart had no place for Sansa, he had always been the model husband. He never felt short in that department. The problem was he could never bring himself to do what actually truly defined a marriage. Still, he managed to check all the boxes except that one. After the concerning call with her mighty hubby, Sansa's brows narrowed as she deeply contemplated what her husband said. He warned her and said everything about to happen was part of his plan. But Sansa, who had her spies in his office, knew that the squad her husband sent to the southern region to covertly investigate the situation surrounding the silver milk powder fraud case had already been detained by Southern Watch this afternoon at the border of the southern region. And other two squads also had no luck in the mission assigned to them by their general. With no leads to start with, Sansa could not help but wonder where did her husband come up with his so-called plan. Listening to her husband, it was clear that something was afoot. Therefore, Sansa could not help but feel she was missing something. Sansa had her minions working on this silver milk powder case, but there was no progress so far. Not because her spies were not capable enough, but instead because she was late to the game. The Southern royal family had cleared all clues involving this case, and the government had also acted to suppress the people who had been claiming that the item silver milk powder was a fraud. The government and Southern royal family. The actions of both of them had caused Sansa to suspect maybe Ellen Spawn had invented something that many respected and reputable researchers could not. Now, she was starting to regret killing the boy so early. Because if the item silver milk powder was really capable of what the boy claimed it would be, then she had just killed the fortune that was coming her way with her own hands. Yes, she hates the boy. He would be a constant reminder of Ellen to her husband if left alive, but she could have gotten rid of him after she had manipulated him into handing over the patent for silver milk powder to her. With riches from sales of silver milk powder, she could nurture an army. Sansa already had the Paw clan, but in order to gather the resources to maintain them, she had them doing jobs that would risk revealing their existence, defeating the whole purpose of the secret assassination clan. Thanks to her origin card, she has been able to keep her organization hidden so far, but the chatter of a secret assassination clan manipulating the central capital and other regions' market by assassinating important figures of the society has been circulating among people, and in recent days these chatters have only grown louder. Despite the risk, she had to continue with that cycle because that was the main source of income for her Paw clan. Blackmailing and manipulating memories can only get things done to an extent unless self-interest was involved, and for that, she requires a lot of capital and resources. But if she were to get her hands on the patent of the silver milk powder, she could break this cycle. Unfortunately, she had killed the boy and made the government the final winner. However, thinking that the biggest loser was not her but the Duskborn family, and she was able to foil the plans of the Southern royal family, Sansa found a little condolence. The reason Sansa thought the government was the biggest winner was that with his parents dead and the Duskborn family disowning him, the boy was legally considered an orphan. So after his death, the patent will automatically transfer to the state, giving the government full rights to silver milk powder. Knowing how domineering the government can be, they will definitely do everything in their power to nullify the exclusive production, supply, and distribution right the boy had granted to the Southern royal family. It would be fun to watch the Southern royal family and the government battle it out, but the real kicker would be the look on the faces of the old bastards from the Duskborn family when they realized the amount of wealth that could have been theirs was now being monopolized by the government. Sansa wanted to make use of her deep sleeper spies she planted in the Southern royal family to inquire about the situation of the silver milk powder, but she did not bother to because with the boy's death, there was only one end, and she did not want to get caught up in that storm. As for her husband, when the time comes, she will be there to shoulder his burdens for him. Sansa, who had finally decided to not act in this matter, suddenly received a call from an unexpected acquaintance. She was surprised as the person calling her was one of Carl's incarnations. Answering the call, Sansa said, "I never thought that I would receive this call. The offer you spoke of that day, does it still stand?" Carl's incarnation spoke softly. "So you have finally decided to get rid of the shackles binding you?" Sansa asked, trying to gauge if Carl's incarnation was really serious about her offer or if it was just another one of Carl's ploys. But considering that she had sealed the memories of Carl's incarnation about her offer to him, and the only way he could unlock them was out of sheer desperation and helplessness, he should not be lying. After all, him remembering the memory meant that he really had no other choice. It is either this or death. Carl's incarnation's voice was filled with sadness, knowing the consequence of what he was bargaining for. "Good. Since you remembered our conversation, then you should know what to do next. Once you have equipped the card that I gave you, leave the rest to me. Sansa assured Carl's incarnation. I remember, but are you sure this will work? Carl's incarnation asked Sansa skeptically. You ask as if you have other choices. Sansa reminded Carl's incarnation that if he wanted to get rid of the shackles binding him, he had no choice but to trust her. Sansa did not continue to argue with Carl's incarnation, who called her agreeing to her offer. Instead, she ended the call since all that needs to be said had been said. Now it was up to Carl's incarnation to take action. Only then could she work her magic. Decades ago, when Sansa's Paw clan allied with the fast-rising organization known as the Circle, she and Carl had reached a peace and mutual development agreement. But both knew that the other would not hesitate to stab a knife in their back when given the chance. Yes, knowing each other's secrets allowed these two to trust each other, but it also made them fear the other most. Therefore, despite their alliance, each did not spare any effort to get the upper hand in the alliance between them. For years, Sansa tried to turn one of Carl's into her minion, but that wasn't possible, because if she tried to manipulate any of Carl's incarnations, they would immediately inform Carl, not to mention Carl could just access the memories of his incarnation using his origin card. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Sansa to plant a spy or turn one of Carl's incarnation into her lackey. Carl and his army of clones were starting to prove the most formidable enemy Sansa had ever faced so far, as her origin card, which was the foundation of her unique operation, was being countered by Carl's origin card and unique way of operation. Learning the obstacle for her to gain an upper hand in her alliance with Carl, Sansa decided to dig deeper into Carl's origin card info and how his organization operated, believing that there had to be something there that she could use to get what she wanted. Achieving these two objectives wasn't easy for Sansa and her Paw clan because she had never come across such a closed, tight-lipped, and secretive organization before. The upper management of the Circle was entirely made of Carl's incarnations, making it impossible for outsiders to get any information on the organization members, let alone the information on how the organization operated. As for Carl's origin card info, it was a dead end from the start. Sansa could just kidnap a few of Carl's known incarnations and read their memories, then kill them, but that would be in violation of her alliance oath with Carl. She had unwittingly tied her own hands. But she had no other option, because if she had put off an alliance with Carl, who knows what would happen next? So, she could only place the safe bet. With limited options, it took a while for Sansa to come up with a counter against Carl, which was to offer his incarnations a second life, one that was free from the shackles of Carl's origin card that was limiting their current life. What made Sansa think that this would work? Though Carl's incarnations were basically his clone, they had their own individuality, which entitled them to their own grimoire and origin cards, but this individuality of these incarnations was forcibly bound with Carl by Carl's origin card, allowing him total control over his incarnations. Every individual yearns for freedom, and so did Carl's incarnations. Most of them had their own plans for their life, not everybody's plans of world domination like Carl and Sansa. But thanks to Carl's origin card, his incarnations were always an arm's length from true freedom. They all had their life planned for them before they were even born, which was to be pawns in Carl's ambition for world domination. Sansa could offer Carl's incarnation exactly what they yearned for their entire life, getting rid of the shackles that limited them to be nothing more than Carl's pawn in his great plan. But there was a problem. What Sansa was offering Carl's incarnations was too good to be true for them. So it was not a surprise that they did not trust her when she approached them with an offer that she thought they wouldn't be able to refuse, and immediately rejected her. So in desperation, Sansa could only erase and replace the memories of the incarnation she approached, so that Carl would never get wind of what she was up to. Seeing how none of Carl's incarnations were willing to trust her and take a leap of faith, Sansa was back to where she started thanks to her origin card. Carl's incarnations weren't being cowardly, but practical. Though suppressed under Carl, they were leading a good life. Who to say that would continue once they take Sansa's offer, if it was possible? Like Sansa's Paw clan, the Circle too gave its members lots of benefits which were very attractive even for those of Carl's incarnations who were born in big families and clans. The biggest advantage of Carl's origin card was that he could refine the babies of high-ranking people in society. Once these babies grow up, they not only help Carl infiltrate these families and sects, but also become the connecting bridge between these families and Carl's organization, the Circle. allowing the circle to grow in every possible direction in the world market. This was the main factor that made Circle a very strong organization despite its very short history. With her brilliant offer being rejected by Carl's incarnation, Sansa wrecked her brain to understand what she was missing. She had a good product in her hands, but she was having trouble selling it to the target audience. Yes, she needed a better sales pitch. With that in mind, Sansa began to consider what she offered to Carl's incarnation from their perspective. This way she could come up with a good sales pitch to sell her product to her targeted audience. Then she realized, no matter their difference, Carl and his incarnation consider each other one big family. And if she approached them asking to turn on each other, it would be equal to asking them to turn on themselves, and no matter how good her offer was, she would be rejected all of the time. With time, Sansa came to realize that Carl's incarnation will not turn on Carl no matter how much he oppressed him, because in their mind Carl was equal to their creator, their god, and no matter how cruel a god was towards his devotee, the devotee would never dare to rebel against him unless they were to be pressed to the brink of desperation by the very god they trusted. So Sansa's new sales pitch was entirely different from her previous sales pitches. Yes, Sansa struggles a lot to come to the realization that turning Carl's incarnations on Carl would not be possible by anybody but Carl himself or death. Everyone feared death. The same was true for Carl's incarnations. The only reason Carl's incarnations followed Carl's arrangement for them was that their life and death were controlled by Carl. Carl's incarnation never tried to tell their parents or the families or sects they were born in what Carl had done to them when they were still in their mother's womb, because they felt they would not understand them and they would lose them and everything they came with. The thought of their families learning that they were Carl's incarnation haunted each of Carl's incarnations. This secret of theirs made them feel all alone, even if they were born into a big family with lots of people looking after and supporting them. What they were going through was impossible for normal people to understand, especially their parents. This secret of Carl's incarnations was shared by each one of them. This secret was what became the thing that connected them. Even though they were born and lived in completely different environments, they felt like they lived the same life. All of them could relate to each other. For Carl, they were nothing more than clones, but for his incarnations, each of Carl's incarnations was their brother. Even if they were willing to betray Carl, their creator god, they would not betray their brothers. Therefore, Sansa needed an excellent sales pitch that was not only worth it, but would also convince Carl's incarnation to not only betray Carl, but his incarnation, whom they considered as their brothers. That was not freedom, but a one-time pass from death. Yes, death. People are willing to do crazy things that they would not have considered before just to avoid death. And Carl's incarnations were people in their own right. But for this to work, Sansa would have to play a long game and wait for the results to come to her. That was why when she approached Carl's incarnations this time around, she did not wait for Carl's incarnations to answer or erase the memories of their meeting from their mind. Instead, she sealed them while adding a two-part trigger to the sealed memories, such that the sealed memories would only be unsealed when Carl's incarnations were experiencing sheer desperation and facing imminent death. The moment when Carl's incarnations were very likely to give Sansa's offer a fair shot. Not many have taken Sansa up on her offer until the one that called her today. Sansa did not know what was different about this one, but she was going to find out soon. The two-part trigger Sansa added to seal memories in Carl's incarnations not only unseal the sealed memories when the specified condition was met, but also replace these sealed memories when the specified condition was met. The condition to replace the memories was that Carl's incarnations were not approaching Sansa about her offer within the next minute of their memories being unsealed. This way, if Carl's incarnation were not taking Sansa up on her offer, then they would not be able to warn Carl about this. So hearing one of Carl's incarnations call her today about the offer, Sansa finally gets to know the result of the long bet she had placed. As far as Sansa was concerned, she had not won the bet until Carl's incarnation had equipped the card she left for them to use so that she could help them start a new life free of Carl's shackles. The memories sealed by Sansa in Carl's incarnation's mind won't only spoke of what she could offer them, but also about triggers to replace the memories and the location of the card that could allow her to help them achieve what they deemed impossible, get rid of Carl's control over them. He finally equipped the card. What took him so long? saying that Sansa began to explore Carl's incarnation's memories. The card she asked the incarnation to equip gave her complete access to the incarnation's memories. Curious, Sansa began to explore what was so different about this incarnation of Carl and why he was willing to betray Carl and his brothers. Turns out the reason this incarnation of Carl was willing to betray him was that he was going to be executed by Carl over one mistake despite his years of loyalty and achievement. Learning this, Sansa nodded her head, understanding where this incarnation was coming from. Seeing a potential drama behind this, Sansa decided to dig deeper into this matter, and what she learned shocked her down to her core. Refining unborn babies into incarnations. Refining incarnations into origin cards. Sansa was numb to how cruel and bizarre this world was, but what she learned about Carl's origin card had her gasping for breath. She knew Carl's incarnations were special, but she did not know that they were this special. Originally, Sansa thought, similar to how she could manipulate other people's memories with her origin card, Carl's origin card allows him to turn living people into his incarnations. According to her, that was cruel enough, but she never imagined that Carl's secret would involve even bigger cruelty. Carl refined unborn babies. Big whoop. Sansa overcame that in no time without throwing up, but after learning that Carl could refine his incarnation into an origin card and use them as if they were his origin card, Sansa's breath fastened. She unknowingly had cold sweat covering all over her body. Until now, Sansa was under the impression that Carl had purposefully stunted the growth of his organization and did not make big moves despite being capable of it, mostly because he did not have the power required to stand his ground in the company of other world leaders. Yes, he had an army of incarnations occupying influential positions in big families, sects, and organizations who were supporting his organization and helping it to reach its current glory. But influence and manpower can only get a person so far. In front of absolute strength, nothing mattered. Because of this, somewhere deep in her heart, Sansa looked down on Carl, a little feeling that once his secret got out, Carl would lose everything he built within months. This did not mean that she underestimated what Carl or his organization were capable of. This was just her way of feeling superior to Carl by comparing the pros and cons of the individual organizations they built. And she was not wrong to think so. Though both of the organizations had their ups and downs, Sansa's Paw clan was more versatile compared to Carl's circle. But now learning that Carl's origin card was capable of more than just refining unborn babies into incarnations, refining his incarnations into origin cards, Sansa understood that Carl was more hidden than she gave him credit for. He was not only using his incarnations to build and run a big organization, but also enhancing his individual strength. Digging through the memories of Carl's incarnation, Sansa tried to figure out exactly how strong Carl was, meaning she wanted to figure out exactly how many origin cards did Carl own and what each of them was capable of, but to her surprise, she could not find a lot of information on that because of the hierarchy system that Carl used to run his organization's core management, his incarnations. The hierarchy system used by Carl was both merit, strength, and background-based. Yes, the incarnation's contribution to the organization, its strength, and what family it was born in were all the factors used to be placed in Carl's hierarchy system. Most of the incarnations never get to meet Carl unless they have something to offer. Therefore, within this hierarchy system, the incarnations did not know all the information. The information circulated based on a need-to-know basis, meaning the incarnations got to know the information only when they needed to know at the time they needed to know it. Sansa finally understood why she did not get accurate information about Carl's origin card from the first incarnation of Carl. She used her origin card to manipulate him. When Sansa first tried to infiltrate the circle using her origin card, she chose to target the branch leader of one of the circle's branches in the central region. Upon going through his memories, she made shocking discoveries about the circle and the person running it, Carl. But the information she learned through that particular incarnation was not as detailed as the one she was going through right now. If that day she had the entire information of Carl's origin card and the way he ran his organization, maybe things would have turned out differently. Sigh. Shaking her head, Sansa sighed, knowing that crying over spilled milk was a waste of time, and proceeded to watch the drama behind what forced this incarnation to take her offer when other incarnations of Carl's did not. Going through the memories, Sansa learned that this incarnation used to be Card Emperor when she planted her seal in him, and over the years now, he had reached the semi-demigod realm. Interestingly, he was one of the semi-demigods in charge of safely retrieving Mike, the branch leader of Circle's branch in Sun Blossom City. Going through this part of his memory, Sansa could not help but frown, learning that Carl thought Sansa was to blame for the loss he suffered in Sun Blossom City. Sansa disagreed with that. Yes, she tried to use the Circle as a scapegoat to take the blame for killing the boy, but she was not the one who was backing Ji Feng, the despise of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect, and feeding him information about his incarnation's origin card. And not to mention that she did not have Mike killed, his incompetence did. She was actually counting on Mike to kill the spawn of her husband's unrequited love. Instead, he got outdone by a card soldier and a suicidal card lord. After complaining a bit about Carl blaming her for his loss in Sun Blossom City, Sansa moved on because there was nothing she could do about it. If Carl was willing to believe that she was conspiring against him, then nothing she said or did would change his mind, so it was not worth mulling over. But she too was puzzled by the questions that made Carl believe that she was the one conspiring against him. Ji Feng. Why did he do what he did? With the death of Ji Feng, this question was going to be a mystery. So she moved on to the most important information from this memory. Carl's incarnation was one of the candidates to run for the heir to the sect leader in the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. Now, this information surprised Sansa, just when she thought that Carl's origin card could not surprise her anymore. Carl's incarnation becoming the heir to the sect leader in the Yin-Yang Harmony sect meant that in a possible future, Carl could gain total control over the Yin-Yang Harmony sect. A sect with ages of history and unimaginable influence in the 5 regions would become a pawn of Carl's. Now if that wasn't scary, then what was? Think of this possibility. Sansa could not help but wonder how many influential organizations have Carl's incarnation taken over or were close to taking over. Yes, she could do the same with her minions, but the effect was not the same. There was a huge difference between her minions and Carl's incarnations. Loyalty was a good place to start with. Just as Sansa was mulling over just how strong Carl and his forces were, her grimoire notified her of an incoming call. It was Carl's incarnation. So what next? Carl's incarnation asked as soon as Sansa answered her phone. I have gained access to your consciousness. You can place the card I gave you back where you found it so that others of your kind can use it if they need to, ordered Sansa. This way she was not only hiding the physical evidence, but also keeping the options open for other incarnations of Carl. Heading there now. Carl's incarnation stealthily returned Sansa's card to its original hiding spot, and then asked, what do I do now? All the preparations are done. Now we wait for Carl to start refining you into his origin card. Seeing the right moment, I will transfer your consciousness into a new body free of the shackles binding you to Carl. Or if you want, I can transfer your consciousness to a new body now, but you will have to attempt suicide to cover our tracks. However, going through your memories, I can see that you are a survivor and not someone who would choose suicide. So choosing the latter has the risk of Carl growing suspicious of the circumstances surrounding your suicide. So my advice is you face Carl, but I am fine with whatever you choose. Sansa advised Carl's incarnation to the best of her knowledge. You're right. I will confront Carl. That is the only option with the least risk. But are you sure this conscious transfer will not raise any suspicion, as after refining me, Carl will not only gain my origin card, but also my entire memory? If my consciousness is transferred to a new body at the last moment of the refining, then won't he be missing my memories? Carl's incarnation made a sound point. No need to worry. I will not only just be transferring your incarnation, but swapping it with a duplicate one. This way he will get the new set of memories of yours that I have carefully crafted, erasing any sign of contact and the arrangement between the two of us. Relax. When it comes to manipulating memories, I am a pro. You have nothing to worry about. You are in good hands, Sansa assured Carl's incarnation. I never imagined that I will be trusting life in your hands. Funny how things turn out, huh? Carl's incarnation made small talk to distract himself from the rampaging thoughts in his head. Buddy, if you want to make small takes, I am not your girl. Find someone else. And I will be monitoring your memories, so don't get any funny ideas. When the time is right, I will deliver on my promise. Warning Carl's incarnation from having second thoughts, Sansa hung up on him. Sansa's origin card could work wonders, however it had its drawbacks. It could not affect card apprentices in a higher realm than her. So she should not be able to monitor or manipulate Carl's semi-demigod realm incarnation's memories. But when Carl's incarnation willingly equipped her card, he gave her origin card a backdoor into his memories, giving her permission to do whatever she wanted to his memories. Giving full access to his memories to Sansa, Carl's incarnation had lost almost all of his worth in Sansa's eyes. If not for Sansa wanting to use this particular Carl's incarnation as the poster boy for her offer to the rest of the incarnation of Carl, she really did not have any more reason left to make do with her promise to him. What was Carl's incarnation thinking? Well, Carl had not left him much choice in this matter. Since Carl had no qualms about refining him into an origin card despite salving for him for centuries, he too did not have any qualms about selling information on Carl for a shot at true freedom. Hanging up on Carl's incarnation, she monitored his memories and every thought he had such that she could turn him into a brain-dead moron before he did irreversible damage to the only counter she came up against Carl. Now that she knew what Carl was really capable of, Sansa needed this to work to continue the balance in her alliance with Carl or to reach the balance she thought was there. Consciousness transfer was one of the new abilities of Sansa's origin card. It awakened this ability after it underwent baptism when Sansa ascended to the Card Emperor realm. This ability allowed Sansa to transfer the consciousness of her victims into her origin card or a new body, herself included. When Sansa's origin card awakened this ability, Sansa did not think much of it, but when she consulted one of her brilliant card creationist minions about this, he opened a new path of possibilities for her origin card to her, immortality. Immortality by transferring consciousness into a new body. Her origin card alone could not achieve this, but thanks to a sequence of high-end cards created by her overachieving card creationist minion, she could achieve near immortality without large drawbacks. Sansa did not choose to hide her ability to achieve something similar to immortality from her minions. Instead, she used it to increase their loyalty toward her and the organization. She promised that those of her minions with a lot of merits will be resurrected using this ability of hers in case they die in action. And the members of the Paw clan who were nearing the limit of their age were also promised a new, young, and improved body in exchange for merits. This ability also gave birth to a new form of punishment in the Paw clan for the repeat offenders, transferring the consciousness of those that sinned into the body of an opposite gender or the body of a monster, or imprisoning their consciousness in their origin card, etc. This new carrot and the stick created by using her origin card's new awakened additional ability worked like a charm. Her minions were never more enthused since the introduction of the consciousness transfer-based reward and punishment system. Please spare my family. Sansa was monitoring Carl's incarnation's memories as he begged Carl not to harm his family for his mistakes. She was meticulous and careful about monitoring Carl's incarnation's memories because the timing of consciousness transfer had to be perfect, otherwise they would risk Carl becoming aware that something was amiss. Nonsense, your family is my family. Why would I hurt them? We are one after all. I hate that it has to end like this, but it was nice knowing a part of me this closely. Sansa watched through Carl's incarnation's memories as Carl activated his origin card, preparing to refine his semi-demigod incarnation into an origin card. The timing was the key here. Sansa had to make sure that Carl or his origin card did not realize that she or somebody or something had swapped out his incarnation's consciousness with a duplicate one. And Sansa stuck to the timing and successfully managed to transfer Carl's incarnation's consciousness into her origin card, while living behind a modified duplicate consciousness behind. I can't believe it. It worked. Sansa was surprised seeing how smoothly she was able to achieve her agenda without tipping Carl off. Sansa has rehearsed and used consciousness transfer on and for her minions, but she never had used the consciousness transfer under such circumstances. So she was not sure if she could pull it off, but it appears she had underestimated herself. Yes, she did assure Carl's incantation that she got this despite having her doubts. She did nothing wrong, as that's the part of the job. The hunter does not spook the deer as he hunts it. Patting her back for a job well done, Sansa immersed her consciousness into her origin card to communicate with the consciousness of Carl's incarnation. Hey, I told you I could do it. So how are you feeling? Sansa asked. I am fine, but I am a little disappointed. This was not what I had in mind when I heard consciousness transfer. It all happened so fast. One moment, I feel my body being refined, and the next moment, I feel my consciousness being pulled by an unknown force, and now I wake up to your sound. I guess I had high expectations, answered Carl's incarnation's consciousness. Since you have the strength to blubber I'm an on, I believe you. You are fine. Sansa did not bother to entertain Carl's incarnation's small talk, and instead headed straight to deciding what happens to him next. Carl's incarnation was not bothered by Sansa's words, as he did not have time for that, right? His thoughts were occupied with fearing for his future. A question kept popping into his array of thoughts no matter how much he tried to ignore it or suppress it. Did he transfer from one slave camp to another? Hey, focus. I don't have time to waste on your little paranoia. Sansa had full access to Carl's incarnation's consciousness, so she could hear his thoughts and knew what he was worried about. But she did not bother to waste time assuring him because actions were more powerful than words, or at least in this case. Yes, I am with you. What do you need me to do? Carl's incarnation cooperated with Sansa readily, knowing his life and death were now in her hands. Now you choose, said Sansa. Choose what? Carl's incarnation inquired Sansa, but in his thoughts, he screamed. There it is. The thing he was dreading was finally going to happen. Can you just relax? Listen, here's the deal. I am going to tell you this one time. Do not make me repeat myself, okay? Yes. I promised you a free life, and I am going to give it to you. I am a woman of my word. You have nothing to worry about here, all right? Yes. All I am asking you right now is to choose what type of body you want your consciousness transferred into. An artificial one, or you want to refine a living person into your new body. Whichever body you end up choosing, I am fine with it, and I will get that one for you. Do you understand me? Sansa still ended up assuring Carl's incarnation about her motives for him. She had no choice. He was so paranoid that every word she said to him was filtered by his thoughts such that they all sounded the worst possible thing. There was no way Sansa could talk to Carl's incarnation. His mental condition was not right. So to get through to him, Sansa had no choice but to use her words to calm him down, to allow her to take action, providing her with the chance to prove that her intentions for him were nothing but good and not malice-driven. I do. And since you are asking, I guess there are advantages and disadvantages to opting for transferring my consciousness to either of my body. Hearing Sansa say out loud that she was going to hold up her end of the promise, Carl's incarnation finally found some peace. Why did he trust Sansa's words? First, he had no choice in that matter. And second, the thing about self-made criminal masterminds like the matron and the supreme leader was they were people of principle. Nobody knew about honoring one's word better than them. Yes, an artificial body will be specifically designed for your consciousness, but if you opt for that, you will have to cultivate active soul control from the start. However, I can promise you that the artificial body will be created to display the peak talent and abilities of a mortal. Nonetheless, if you were to opt to refine a living person into your new body, their realm and soul energy becomes yours. You do not have to practice from scratch, but further advancement in your realm will become difficult. If you were to choose this option, I can get you a demigod realm body at best. Now you know the options, choose one. Sansa explained the pros and cons of the two types of bodies Carl's interaction could transfer his consciousness into in a very detailed manner. Now it was up to Marl's incarnation to choose. If I were to choose to refine a living person's body into my new body, will I get to assume their original identity and live their life? Do I get a choice on whose body to refine as my new body? Carl's incarnation came up with reasonable doubt, which anybody in his position would wonder. Sure, why not? Answered Sansa casually without giving it much thought. With what her paw clan was capable of, this was nothing. She could help Carl's incarnation assume an existing person's identity. So can you help me refine Carl? Carl's incarnation stated his choice to Sansa. He was not trying to be smart with Sansa, but he really hoped that if he could assume anyone's identity in the entire world, then it had to be Carl. The reason behind this choice made by Carl's incarnation was obvious. Listening to Carl's incarnation ask her to get him the body of his previous boss, Sansa rolled her eyes and said, "How about I transfer your soul into a pig monster's body instead?" "Geez, you could have answered with a simple no," argued Carl's incarnation. "And you could have just chosen someone whom I actually make available for you." Sansa did not plan on letting it turn this argument into a debate, so she asked, "Just state your or I will make the choice for you. Believe me, when I say you will not like what I will choose for you one bit. FCK it. You are right, I should stop obsessing over my past and get over with it. I always wanted to make my own life. Now that I have been presented with an opportunity, one don't want to take any shortcuts. But before I opt for the artificial body, can you tell me what age my new body will be and what my new identity will be? Carl's incarnation finally reached a decision, but he still had doubts about an artificial body. He was okay with starting and building up from scratch, but not okay with his new body being a toddler. Any age, gender, or race you want it to be. As for the identity, I will have my guys figure something out. And if you have any suggestions about the kind of identity you want, you can talk to them when you have a body. So what is it going to be, huh? Sansa patiently answered Carl's incarnation's doubts. With the capabilities of the members of her Paw clan, creating a fake persona along with the birth certificate to other government IDs was not a big deal for them. Or she could just model the artificial body in the shape of an actual living person, so Carl's incarnation can just assume their identity. All this was not even a problem worth mentioning for someone with Sansa's capabilities. Excellent. Then I chose my artificial body to be shaped in the form of my previous body's 17-year-old self. And I want all the stats of the body to be at the peak of what a mortal can achieve. Carl's consciousness spoke the details he wanted in his new artificial body. Out of all the handsome faces you can have your artificial body shaped after, you chose your previous self? Sansa asked sarcastically. Why? I believe that my previous body was very handsome and attractive. Carl's incarnation was pretty confident about the looks of his previous self, but Sansa's sarcastic remark made him doubt himself. Did your mom tell you that? Sansa teased Carl's incarnation. Yes, she did. So did my ex-girlfriends, wife, daughters, daughter-in-laws, and granddaughters. Carl's incarnation sincerely answered Sansa's rhetorical question, leaving her without words. If you are fine with it, I have no problem. What about the identity you would be using? Sansa could care less how Carl's incarnation's new body looked. She was just being polite so far. Why would matron who commands a secret assassination clan be polite with a mere consciousness of a special type of incarnation? Obviously, she wanted something from it. And that was to get Carl's incarnation willing to become her poster boy to persuade other incarnations of Carl to switch sides. The more incarnations of Carl Sansa helped betray Carl, the more information Sansa would get on Carl by using the memories of Carl's incarnation that betrayed him. With Sansa's ability, she could just edit the memories of consciousness of Carl's incarnation in her origin card into believing that he got everything and more than what he was promised, but considering that all of Carl's incarnations knew she can manipulate memories, none of Carl's incarnation would believe this incarnation of Carl whom Sansa helped escape vouch for her. Therefore, she planned to have Carl's incarnation take an oath in presence of the world's will and its rules to convince other incarnations that Sansa was really here to help them. Why did Sansa, herself, not take the oath? Because if she took an oath, then she would have to follow it. Sansa would rather keep her options open so that if and when the time comes, her hands would not be tied by some stupid oath she took. Nobody knows what will happen in the future. That was why when it comes to taking an oath, smart people don't take an oath in presence of the world's will and its rules unless they have to. Sansa knew that if she played nice, it did not guarantee that she would get Carl's incarnation to speak and vouch for her in front of other incarnations of Carl, but she felt that it did not hurt to try. If that did not work out, she always had her unique set of skills ready to get him to do what she wanted. Speaking of my new identity, when I was actually a teenager, I did not get to attend college. I heard it's a life-changing experience. Though delayed, I would like to try it now. So, what kind of identity would I need to get it to Morningstar University? Carl's incarnation expressed his regret of not having been fortunate enough to attend college during his teenage years, so now with the new body, he wished to achieve what he could not then. I understand you want to attend a top 10 university, but why Morningstar University and not any other university? Sansa asked Carl's incarnation curiously. There are two reasons for that. First, the alumni of Morningstar University are more famous and accomplished when compared to the other 9 universities of the top 10 universities. Second, I have noticed that for some unknown reason, all the true heirs of royal families, sects, and clans opt for Morningstar University 6 out of 10 times. Most royal descendants choose not to attend Morningstar University because their genius cousin was attending it, so they do not want to be compared to them or compete with them. I want to attend Morningstar University to experience what drives these people to attend it. Carl's invention explained why he chose to attend Morningstar University out of the top 10 universities. If it is just that, then I can answer it for you. I learned the secret behind this from my minions who happen to be royal descendants. Apparently, the Morningstar University has an ancient vestige, Forgotten Dunes, famously known as the holy place to comprehend time rules and meanings. To enter that ancient vestige, you need to be an overachieving student with outstanding grades or have a quota. These quotas are divided between the royal families, government, hidden sects, clans, and the other top 9 universities. This information is so confidential that neither the university students nor the general public know about it. Sansa explained to Carl's incarnation why Morningstar University attracted more student traffic from royal and high-end backgrounds compared to other top 9 universities. Does this mean you can get me an identity to attend the Morningstar University? My artificial body and the age of my consciousness won't be a problem, right? Carl's incarnation was enthused about attending Morningstar University, but he had concerns about his actual age and artificial body getting in the way of his dream. You don't have to worry about that. I have a few minions with capable origin cards just for things like this. What you have to worry about is regaining your realm before the university ends recruiting for this year's batch of students. Or else you can try next year. Sansa assured Carl's incarnation. No, I want to attend this year's batch. Then you don't have much time. The university will be stopped recruiting in less than 3 months from today. 3 months is enough time for me to regain my realm to meet the eligibility criteria of the Morningstar University. I will practice day and night to make it happen. Carl's incarnation vowed. You can, I do not doubt that. And finally, what name will the new you be using? Same as the old one, or something new? Sansa assumed since Carl's incarnation stuck to his old looks, he would stick to his old name too. No, a new start deserves a new name. From here on, I am Evan Freeman. Carl's incarnation chose a new name for himself, Evan Freeman, embracing a new and free life. Good name, Evan. Now sleep. I will wake you up when your artificial body is ready. Amazing, right? Exclaimed Jill, as the E-rank field dungeons and the S-rank dungeon underneath them dissipated as if they were never here in the first place. Indeed, it is, I nodded in response to Jill. The dissipation of the E-rank field dungeon and the S-rank field dungeon meant that Luna had completed the dungeon relocation. This meant she was no longer feeding the dungeon relocation apparatus with refined soul energy, which meant that the artificial soul energy vein was no more. Without the power from the artificial soul energy vein, the field dungeons could not sustain by these, so they dissipated, clearing the normal route from Sun Blossom City to Sky Blossom City. Do you need a lift home? Jill asked as she summoned a dark red-colored hover car, the chariot. No, I have my ride, I said, summoning my golden-colored nanomorpher hoverbike. So this is it. We part our ways here, huh? Jill did not immediately get on her chariot. She lingered as if she was waiting for me to say something. It doesn't have to be. If you want to, I lend my warehouse to continue your research, I asked Jill, feeling that she was not ready to part with me yet. I know with Anna and Susan around, if Jill were added to the mix, it was going to be a recipe for disaster, but I too did not want to part with Jill. Though I cannot respond to her feelings for me, she and I had a lot in common. We would make great friends. And since the dungeon relocation was complete, I will be leaving for the Southern Royal Palace soon. Until then, I could entertain Jill. I have expensive cards that can transform into a big-ass research base. Who wants to borrow your warehouse? Jill yelled in a fit of rage. Seeing that the boy knew the words that she wanted to hear but skillfully avoided them, she couldn't help but get enraged. She was not some dollar whore, whom he could just bang him and leave him. Okay, then goodbye. See you at Morningstar University. Jill's mood swings gave me the conviction to part ways with her. What was I thinking? Jill's father was right. A body and a girl can never be friends. Take one more step further, and I swear to God I will hurt you even if it costs me, Jill warned, as her menacing aura covered my body. If Jill were to act on it, she would be punished accordingly by the worlds, well, because of the oath between the two of us. Jill, honey, we agreed on no feelings purely physical. Remember, you said that. So, don't do something rash that we both will regret later, I said, reminding Jill what we agreed upon before getting intimate. Yes, I did say that, but I changed my mind. Jill replied nonchalantly as she moved closer to me. But I did not. I cried out, fearing that Jill was planning on kidnapping me. Not my problem. Jill stood next to me and sniffed me like a pervert. Jill, don't be unreasonable. Let's part on good terms when we can. The future is not certain. If it is meant to be, it will happen. You can't force it. Anything you do now will only make me disgusted towards you. Is that what you want? I explained to Jill that she could not force a relationship. I understand where she was coming from. This was the first time in her entire life she had a feeling for the opposite sex. And now seeing that not everything was falling into place like she imagined and wanted them to, Jill decided to take the matter into her own hands. I understand, Jill said as she fixed my collar and added, you are right. The future is not constant, but neither is it on my side. So what do I do? Why worry about something you cannot control? This, here, right now, you can control it. How do you want me to feel about you? You decide and act accordingly. I explained to Jill to stop worrying about the variable and cherish what she already had. You know, for your age you're wise. Relax, I don't plan to do anything to you. I just wanted to give you a gift. Here, take it. Jill took out a card from her grimoire and handed it to me. A rank, rare grade, skill card, equal exchange. I read the card's name out loud. It's a demonic card, so don't use it unless you have to. My father gave it to me for my protection. Now, I am giving it to you for your protection, Jill said. This is too precious for a gift. I can't take it. Politely gave the card back to Jill, but she did not take it, saying, you need it more than me. I searched for info on you and found that many powerful people want you dead rather than alive. Apart from that, most of your information is restricted. I don't know what you did to piss those many people off, but promise me we will meet at Morningstar University. If that's the case, then I will borrow this card for now and return it to you when we meet at the Morningstar University. I did not know what Jill meant when she said I pissed off many powerful people, but seeing how she was not going into details, I knew that was all she knew or revealed to me. Therefore, I did not bother to ask her who. But thinking about it, I said, doesn't the world think that I died? After all, I went through a lot of trouble to pull off a perfect fake death. No, there is no news of you being dead in the file. I don't know why, but I think they have yet to update it. If that is truly the case, then I hope you take this opportunity to make some serious decisions. Jill's intention could not be more clear. She wanted me to continue to stay dead and only surface when I had the power to protect myself from those that want to harm me. Okay, I will give it some thought. I said that, but did not mean it. Be it Earth or this card world, there was always going to be people stronger than me. If I thought otherwise, I would be a fool. However, if I let the fear of them dictate the terms of my life, then I might live, but it was not going to be a life worth living. They say as long as you are alive, you can get revenge, and it will be worth the wait, but that means you have to get hurt first. However, I did not plan on getting hurt in the first place. I can't always be ahead of others, but I can always trust in myself. Back on Earth, when I started my journey to the top, there was always some big MNC or a government agency that wanted what I had or did not like what I was doing. If I had let them get what they wanted, my journey to the top would have ended even before it started. And just because I made it to the top did not mean that there was no more threat. It was always there waiting for me to let my guard down and strike when I was most vulnerable. This did not mean I was not asking to stand tall even when you knew a bullet was heading your way. That would be stupid. I was saying to be prepared to make the difficult choice, not the safe choice or right choice, as there was no such thing called a safe or right choice. Do you have to be stubborn about this? Jill asked, knowing that the boy said that to assure her and did not plan to act on it. Jill, I appreciate the heads up and the card. However, I don't appreciate this. I warned Jill to say no more. I hate this side of yours, but it's so, FCK it. Jill grabbed the boy's hair at the back of his head as she leaned in for a passionate but non-consensual kiss. I did not resist Jill. Rather, I grabbed one of her ass cheeks with my right hand and her long silky hair with my left, trying to dominate the kiss. Just when I was feeling aroused, Jill broke the kiss and backed out of my embrace, saying, if we continue any longer, I don't think I can suppress my physique. I better get going. See you at the university. Sure. Bye. After bidding our goodbyes, Jill got into her chariot and headed home. Date, April 5th, 2321. Time, 2:43. Location, Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, Passion Motel. Morphing my appearance, I entered the city and booked a room in an expensive motel. This decision of mine had nothing to do with Jill's warning, but with myself. I was exhausted after a long day. I wanted to be by myself. So instead of heading to the warehouse as I usually would, I decided to spend the remaining night in a motel room before easing into my regular life. But just when I was about to enjoy my big and cozy bed, I was disturbed by a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I used my soul pupils to check who it was, and I had to have guessed that this would happen. The visitor knocking on the door was none other than Anna. I guessed the ring she gave me for protection against the curse-type cards gave away my location. Reverting to my original appearance, I opened the door only to hear Anna yell, "Surprise!" I looked behind Anna and asked her, "So, where's the surprise?" "I am the surprise, silly," said Anna, and entered the room without being invited. "You take the couch," closing the door behind me. I ordered Anna to sleep on the couch, knowing she likes to sleep nude, and I, myself, leaped into the huge bed, trying to return to my sleep. "What the FCK, Wyatt? I came all the way to surprise you, and this is how you treat me," Anna complained. "Anna, I am already being generous by giving you the couch, or would prefer to sleep outside." I provoked Anna, knowing how she would react. "Just because you fooled a bunch of semi-demigods, don't get full of yourself," said Anna, climbing into my bed, but she suddenly cried out, "Ah!" I grabbed Anna by her wrist and pulled her into my embrace and spooned her. "Wyatt, what exactly are you planning to do?" Anna asked, and a little tremor could be heard in her voice. Was it out of expectation or shyness? I couldn't tell. "You tell me what you were planning by surprising a single man at a motel and climbing into his bed," I said as I wrapped my arm around her waist and slowly kissed the back of her lily-white swan neck. "Clearly, I wasn't expecting this," Anna uttered, feeling the boy's moist lips on the back of her neck, sending a titillating feeling through her body. Anna was caught off guard, as she never expected her crush to be so enthusiastic. She walked into the room expecting him to be his usual cold and dense self, but he surprised her with this rarely shown side of his. "I missed you, Anna." I wasn't just saying this to make Anna feel better. I genuinely missed her. I never thought there would be a day I would get to say this to a girl. Squeak. Anna let out a weird short cry, seeing me be vulnerable and hearing me tell her my genuine feelings. "I missed you too," Anna said, turning around to make eye contact with me. I did not shy away this time. I glanced into her eyes and let myself be vulnerable like I promised myself. Lost in each other's eyes, we both slowly leaned in, as if our lips were magnets of opposite polarity attracting each other for a passionate kiss. "Stop, stop." Anna pushed her lover away as his hands made their way into her pants. "Something wrong? I thought you were enjoying it," I asked, not knowing if I did something wrong to be shoved away by Anna. "No, honey, no. Nothing wrong. It's just that I want to take things slow. I hope you understand," Anna said as she got off the bed. "What's going on?" I got out of bed and questioned Anna, trying to understand her reaction and words. "I mean, it's Anna I am talking about here." There were no such words as taking it slow in her dictionary when it comes to being intimate. I must be the only guy she asked to take it slow. Was it something I did? Seeing the confusion on the boy's face, Anna shook her head, not knowing how to make the boy understand that it wasn't him but her. She did not want the magical spark of their love to die down because they rushed it. She wanted to flame it into a brilliant and passionate fire. This relationship with the boy meant the world to her. She wanted it to last till her last breath. As for after her last breath, that was up to the boy, but she hopes he moves on, as she would hate to see him live the rest of his life miserably. "It's not you." These words in this circumstance could only lead to a bigger misunderstanding. So she had to choose her words wisely to let the boy understand what exactly was going on. Unfortunately, Anna was not good with words, nor at expressing her feelings. "What is it? Please tell me, because I am starting to feel it has something to do with what I did. Did I read the signs wrong?" This was why I hate dealing with stuff that requires emotions. Constantly being on the lookout and guessing that something I did or say would hurt the person I care about. I guess it's complicated because we care. No, it is not you, FCK. I said it. Why is it so darn hard?" Anna started to mumble to herself, forgetting that there was another person in the room waiting for her explanation. "Anna, babe, calm down, it's me. You can talk to me about anything," I said, trying to bring Anna's attention back to the matter at hand. Anna suddenly paused and glanced at the boy, asking, "What did you call me?" "Anna." Puzzled, I sutured while answering Anna. No. After that, Anna asked eagerly. Babe? Why? You don't like it? I was a little shy as I asked Anna. No, I love it. Call me babe again. Babe. Anna demanded as she rushed into my embrace and pecked my lips with hers. Babe, talk to me, I said, staring into Anna's eyes. This right here, I don't want us not to miss this, Anna said, hoping these words made sense to the boy. Otherwise, she did not know how to make him understand. What do you mean? I have called you babe before, and I am pretty sure that we have at least been on 2 dates, I said, understanding what Anna actually meant. She wanted the whole boyfriend and girlfriend experience before getting to the dessert. Those don't count. They did not feel genuine but forced, Anna uttered. And as if she had thought of something, she continued to say, 3 dates. That's all I ask. Just 3 dates to bed a beauty. Who can say no to that? Great. I am in. Where do I sign? I said, thinking since I have decided to do it, might as well do it right. Let's shake on it with this kiss. Anna's lips pressed against mine, and before I could make my move, she retreated her lips and said, Besides, who said we could do it after the 3rd date? What? You baited me. I complained. I did, but if it helps you feel any better, I will think about it, depending on your performance during our 3 dates, Anna said playfully. So, you better wear your good underwear on the 3rd date. I am going to bring my A game for all 3 of the dates, I boasted while wrapping my arms around Anna's waist, pulling her further into my embrace. I was planning to go commando, but since you asked, no, let's just go with your idea. Immediately interrupting Anna, I hurriedly agreed with her plans for our 3rd date. Ha ha. Anna laughed, and then pecked my lips again, saying, This is for being so understanding. This is not how my previous relationships went. There is less talking and more of, you know. Sometimes I would just get to it to avoid listening to their feelings and stuff. What we have is different. It matters a lot to me. You can't even begin to imagine how frustrated and enraged I would feel whenever you brushed me off by saying you are not ready for a relationship. So what changed your mind? Seeing Anna being so truthful about her feelings, I decided to be truthful too and said, It's a funny story. On my way from the Sun Blossom City, I met this chick from the Central region. She had rented a few E-rank dungeons that fall en route to Sky Blossom City. We got to talking, and one thing led to another, and she asked if I wanted to bang one out. No feelings involved. Totally physical. Even before I could get to the best part of my story, Anna interrupted me asking, You rejected her, right? No. I took her up on her offer and spent a steamy day amidst the dungeons. And on my way over to the city, I decided I want more of that, and here we are. I spoke the truth. It took a lot of me to not flinch and avoid eye contact with Anna, thinking since she could appreciate me being so understanding of her past, she would reciprocate the same. Shocked, in utter disbelief, Anna immediately grabbed me by my collar, and with her emotionally wounded eyes, she glanced into mine, yelling, Tell me, you are kidding. No, I am not. I stared back into Anna's eyes and stood my ground. No, you're just lashing out because I brought up my past. I thought you were okay with it. Who am I kidding? Who will be okay with it? It's okay that you hate that part of me. I can understand that. It's not up to me to tell you how you should feel. However, you lying to me because of that is what makes me feel like you are just making up stuff to hurt me. Anna did not believe me, instead explained what she thought was actually happening and added, If it makes you uncomfortable, I will never bring that up, ever. I was without words as Anna said it all. Was I lying? Jill and I only did it for a morning, not an entire day. I did not accept Anna's feelings because I liked doing Jill and wanted more of it. I did so because I did not want my trust issue to control my second life. If I think about it, I said most of those things maybe because I might not really be comfortable with Anna's past. So I decided to confess. Anna, you are right about me lying, but not about the girl. However, the other stuff I said is true. She and I tried it one time, but I didn't even get to finish. It was a horrible experience. What about the part where you said you wanted more of that, and I was available? Anna seems to care about this more than me doing it with another woman. I just said that to get under your skin, but I am not the only one to blame. You were the one who started with the self-sabotage by talking about your past relationship right when we were having such a good time. Any decent girlfriend knows better than to bring up her past relationship when with her current boyfriend. Now it's my fault despite you clearing cheating on me. It seems Anna wasn't that cool about me sleeping with another woman after all. Didn't we already agree that it does not count since it did not feel genuine and felt forced? I argued using the same defense Anna used to get her 3 dates. Besides, I did not agree to us being a thing or exclusive until today, not to mention it's still up for debate and not set in stones. But I did not say that out loud, knowing it will only put me in more trouble than I am in right now. What? How can you say that? Anna overreacted as if I said something horrible. But you were the one who said it first. How come she gets to use that, and I don't? I did, but I did not think you felt the same way. By putting it this way, Anna acted as if it wasn't the truth. Sorry, you feel that way. Saying that, I headed out of the room. Seeing me open the door and walk out, Anna immediately asked, "Where are you going?" "I don't feel like sleeping anymore. I am heading to the warehouse," I said before closing the door behind me. This part about the relationship I had forgotten. Thanks to Anna, I was reminded about it before I made some big commitments. This was not what I need in my life right now. Neither was it about physical relationships. Why would I be willing to go through all that trouble just for some pussy? With my prospects, I could get any slut I wanted. I was willing to work on this relationship because I thought there was more here. Anna's feelings did show that, but our argument just now showed otherwise. So I chose to leave the room before it got ugly. As soon as the boy left the motel room, a figure entered the room from the window. It was Anna. She followed Anna, feeling her actions suspicious. But seeing her rendezvous with the boy in a motel room, Anna held herself back from yelling at her sister for not telling her about the boy's arrival in the city and decided to wait and watch. At first, things got a little steamy, so Anna wanted to turn and leave, but she did not. Soon things turned for the worse. It felt as if both Anna and the boy were looking for a reason to get out of the commitment they wanted to make. Reaching her sister's side, Anna asked, "What happened?" "It happened so fast. I got everything I wanted, but I couldn't help it. What if I destroy it like everything else?" "I think you already did." Date: April 5th, 2321. Time: 0:51. Location: Central Region, Central Capital, Unknown Command Base, General Baylor's office. Seated on his chair, General Baylor was pensively pondering over his entire day, from Soldier Queen Colleen's taunt to his mentor's offer to Agent Lois's physique. Yesterday had been an eventful and informative day. Since he got back from his meeting with his mentor Field Marshal Henricks, he had a nagging feeling of being monitored. He wanted to dismiss it as his paranoia in the wake of the new secrets he had learned, but then recalling that the organization running the government had agents with physique from the legend, such as Agent Lois. He felt maybe he was not paranoid, it may be Agent Lois or someone from her organization monitoring his entire action. It seems despite his mentor vouching for him, the organization still seemed to be concerned about his reaction toward the new secrets and information he learned recently. Baylor was ready to accept his mentor's offer regarding Ellen's child, but considering how secretly and thoroughly the organization operated, he felt that there was a possibility that they had other plans for him and Ellen's child. But there was not much he could do about it, and he knew that if he acted even a little bit suspiciously, the puppet government's masters would not even require to lift a finger to make sure that he would not have any funny ideas, as he had already fallen prey to their conspiracy by abusing his authority to open an investigation into the Southern royal family. That was enough for them to bury him under regulations for good. Therefore, Demigod Baylor decided to play along until he understood the organization. Therefore, he called home and warned his wife about the possible future and decided to wait in the office until he was called upon. Speaking of the devil, Demigod Baylor's grimoire notified him of a call. It was Agent Lois Forger. Baylor answered the phone, neither spared any time for greetings or small talk, and stayed on point. "General Baylor, it's time." "Master." Old Ben rushed to greet me at the cemetery gate. Even though he was working for me now, he spent his free time cleaning the cemetery, especially the graves of his wife, fallen comrades, and young Wyatt's parents. This freedom of will was the result of his Calamity Daughter Corps' level of authority as one of my right-hand men. "You know, I have asked Fine Gold to buy this cemetery and maintain it, right?" Since I did not plan to visit the cemetery to clean Papa and Mama Wyatt's graves every week as young Wyatt did, I had the Fine Gold do it for me. Since we will be leaving soon, I thought I should spend some more time here before saying goodbye. Not to mention, I don't know if there will be next time. Aside from the Calamity Daughter Corps that will be helping Dana take over the Blossom District, some of the most capable Calamity Daughter Corps would be going to the Central Academic City with me, and Old Ben was one of them. He had already upgraded his grimoire to Platinum Grimoire, and was waiting for my permission to break through to the card overlord realm. Not to forget his origin card, and his comprehended blood rule meanings made him an indispensable asset. About that, the plan has changed. Say your goodbyes now. You and the selected ones will be leaving for the central academic city by tomorrow morning. I have already made arrangements. My friend will reach out to you when you reach there. The friend I spoke of was Dr. Jill Norley. The moment Jill handed me the demonic card for my protection, I realized that she knew something that she could not tell, but her warning was not the reason I fast-forwarded my plans. It was my fight with Anna. Walking out of the motel, I finally act on something I have been thinking a lot lately, that my life and the foothold for my empire I built in the Sky Blossom City were very dependent on Anna and her family. Without them covering me, it all could crumble, and all I could do was run for my life. Therefore, I did not hesitate to pull in favors with Jill on my way to the cemetery at the cost of 10% of my share in the Phantom Sword Wood. Though I did not like giving 10% of the Phantom Sword Wood, I respected Jill for that. Though this woman was addicted to me, she did not let that part of her let me take advantage of her. If she were a boy, she would have made a good friend and a rival. Yes, Master. Old Ben did not show any emotion hearing that I had moved the plans forward. Don't worry about arranging the Tiger Squadron. I will have other Calamity Daughter Corps you have recently recruited in the Tiger Squadron B in charge of the squadron. Help me tell the same to Van, and here, take this storage. You know what to do with the cores in them, I said, handing half a dozen storage cards filled with Calamity cores to Old Ben. The plan of moving a part of my operation to the central academic city had been devised long ago. The only thing to change now was, instead of using the Southern Royal Family's channels to make a place in the central academic city, I would be using Jill. Though Jill's services were going to cost me, it was better than totally being dependent on the Southern Royal Family. Yes, Master, but what about you and Manager Susan? Will you two be traveling with us too? Old Ben asked, the only uncertainty of this plan. Unlike my Calamity Daughter Corps, I could not decide for Susan. Would it be wise of me to take her to the Southern Royal Palace? Or should she stay here and help Vivian and Cindy with pleasure card collection and learn management under Diana? But the Calamity Daughter Corps heading to the Central Academic Region would need a figurehead. Was Susan ready for such responsibility? 3 months from today, maybe, but today I didn't have the answers. No, I will not be coming with you. As for Susan, you guys make the required preparations. I will tell you by tomorrow morning. Anything else? No, Master. I will contact you when the proper arrangements are made. I will take my leave now. Saying that, Old Ben headed to bid goodbye to his wife and his comrades' graves. As for me, I headed to Papa and Mama Wyatt's grave to pay my respect. The Wyatt couple's graves were clean and well-maintained, so I decided to leave after a minute of silence, but I felt several high realm auras suddenly appear in the Sky Blossom City airspace. The city array did not seem to hinder them. The auras emitted by these people were so strong that I felt goosebumps all over my body. Why did so many high realm people come to this unknown corner of the world? Though I did not know the answer, I activated my soul pupils to check on the situation. And to my shock, I found that there were a total of 5 high-level auras, and they all were card demigods except for one semi-demigod. And as if they could feel my gaze, the 5 of them simultaneously turned to look at me, scaring the hell out of me. Out of fright, I took a few steps back only to bump into a person. What? Earlier there was no one here, except for me and Old Ben, who in the right mind would visit the cemetery this late at night. Where did this person come from? I turned to look, only to find that it was one of the 4 card demigod gods who had appeared above the Sky Blossom City a few minutes ago. I hurriedly step away, only to hear the card demigod say, "Your eyes are as beautiful as your mother's eyes." Are you sure about this? When I tried the same, the Southern Royal Family was not that welcoming and accommodating. General Baylor said to Agent Lois, who was planning on using the warp array to travel to the Southern Place Wrap Array. Relax, General. Military and secret police are not the same. No matter how daring the Soldier Queen is, she will have to respect this, Lois said, pointing at the badge sewn on her lapel. Secret police? Is that what you call your organization? General Baylor asked. General, we have many names, but today we will be using the secret police. Try and keep up, said a red-headed man dressed in a similar fashion as Agent Lois. But unlike Agent Lois, he was a card demigod. Agent Yuri, don't worry about me. I will try not to hold you guys back, but shouldn't I be restrained to make this look more believable? General Baylor was not bothered by Agent Yuri's words, rather he acted suspiciously docile. Change of plans. The Southern royal family did not take the bait. So we have no choice but to use the secret police status to legitimize your investigation against them, Agent Lois answered. After learning that General Baylor had abused his authority to open an investigation into the Southern royal family and its recent activities, Soldier Queen Colleen did not act according to the norms. Instead of suing General Baylor for abusing his power to harass them, she let him be as if it did not concern them. This was unlike Soldier Queen Colleen's nature. Clearly, someone else in the Southern royal family acted. So, now Agent Lois could personally charge General Baylor with abuse of power, but that would be within the calculation of whoever from the Southern royal family intervened and stopped Soldier Queen Colleen from walking into their trap, which meant that they would be walking into whatever trap the Southern royal family had in store for them. Agent Lois was not afraid of a challenge, but the thing was the Southern royal family only needed to stall for time to achieve their goal. So despite knowing this, Agent Lois was to charge ahead, then she would definitely not be able to achieve her objective and instead be helping the Southern royal family. Therefore, Agent Lois decided to address this situation with a different approach, even though it will ruffle the four royal families. The approach Agent Lois decided to use was to legitimize General Baylor's investigation into the silver milk powder fraud case by saying that it was the secret police who asked General Baylor to investigate the Southern royal family and the silver milk powder fraud case. But doing this meant that the government was directly interfering with the Southern royal family, which would cause the other three royal families to come to the Southern royal family's defense. But it was worth it because Agent Lois had received news from her operative that Dr. Luna was done with her dungeon relocation experimentation. So the situation had progressed to the point where it was now or never. As for the political repercussions from the royal families for the government interference, as long as she completed her mission, it was the organization behind the puppet government's problem. I see. Hearing Agent Lois say that they would be legitimizing the investigation, he opened into the silver milk powder fraud case off the books. General Baylor was surprised because he thought the organization was going to use this dirt on him to make him their bog. Despite this, General Baylor did not stop being cautious of Agent Lois or the organization behind her. Consider this as a show of faith. Hope, Field Marshal was not wrong about you. Agent Lois decided to use this to change General Baylor's opinion towards the organization. I thank you for that. But let me make it clear, if I wasn't before, I am only in this for the safety of the boy. General Baylor did not bother to assure Agent Lois about where he stood with regards to the organization behind her, because he knew unless they decide to trust him, nothing he said or did would change their opinion about him. So he did not waste time proving his loyalty to Agent Lois and spoke his mind. We want the same, said Agent Yuri. Good. To know we are on the same page. With this, General Baylor made it harder for the two agents to read his mind and left them guessing. Good. The array is ready. Remember, once we get there, let me do the talking, Agent Lois said, eyeing Agent Yuri. In response, Agent Yuri nodded. It seems despite being a demigod, he was not offended to follow the orders of a semi-demigod. This was not because Agent Yuri was being understanding and considerate, but because Agent Lois was that capable. With that, the three stepped into the warp array and arrived at the southern region. This time it wasn't just Soldier Queen Colleen who came to welcome them, but another demigod had tagged along with her. It was the demigod Baxter, the person who grew to fame having dated the Southern Emperor for a record time. What brings the secret police to my palace? Colleen did not bother with small talk and directly questioned the presence of the secret police on her soil. Your Majesty, it has been brought to our notice that the esteemed Southern royal family is taking part in something nefarious that would affect the entire humanity. So, I request Your Majesty to help us prove that the allegation made against the Southern royal family holds no merit and was made out of malicious intent. Agent Lois explained the visit of the secret police to the Southern royal palace politely. Oh, and how do you want me to help you? Soldier Queen Colleen did not even bat an eye hearing Agent Lois. Instead, she played along. If Your Majesty doesn't mind, you could start by kindly providing us with your full cooperation in our investigation. If Your Majesty doesn't mind, you could start by kindly providing us with your full cooperation in our investigation. Lois ditched her polite way of wording from earlier to provoke and monitor Colleen's micro-expressions to check for any subtle signs of Colleen following the arrangement of another party. I see, Colleen replied casually, as if secret police investigating the Southern royal family was not a big deal or of her concern, causing Agent Lois to understand that Colleen was not actually the one making decisions here. Soldier Queen Colleen was known for her straightforwardness, blatantly speaking the first thing that came to her mind. If it was that Colleen, she would be infuriated as soon as Agent Lois claimed that someone accused the Southern royal family of being involved in nefarious plans that could affect the entire humanity, and that she planned to investigate the Southern royal family to prove the accusations against the Southern royal family wrong. But that was not the case. Colleen not only welcomed the secret police into the Southern royal palace, but also politely listened to what they had to say even when provoked. Therefore, Agent Lois concluded that Colleen was acting on behalf of someone. Who could that someone be? There were only 4 known people in the entire world who would dare to puppet Colleen. The first one was obviously her husband. Next came her sister-in-law, Field Marshal Heatsend, and the last 2 were her children, Anna's uncle and mom. All 4 of them were veteran demigods, and each of them could individually take on several demigods. It was a known fact that Colleen's husband and son were on the southern front of the way beyond, leaving 2 people who could control Colleen's rage, her sister-in-law and her daughter. These 2 were bad news because not only were they insanely overpowered, but they were very capable strategists. If it was really either of these 2 people who were directing Colleen's response, then there was no point in provoking Colleen or trying to be slick, leaving Agent Lois only one option, which was to be straightforward about their purpose and stubbornly stand their ground until they got what they came for. So, Your Highness, can I count on your cooperation? Agent Lois began to execute the plan she spontaneously came up with regard to the volatile circumstance. Where would you like to start? Colleen asked with a stiff smile on her face, trying hard not to let her anger ruin her act. Agent Lois was without words hearing Colleen. She did not expect that the Southern royal family would show no resistance to the investigation of the secret police into their family. Their reaction was way beyond Lois's expectations. This was starting to feel just too good to be true. Agent Lois began to feel suspicious of this whole thing, and thought the only reason the Southern royal family would not object to their investigation was they were confident. What gave them this confidence? Then Agent Lois recalled the dungeon relocation, and her face immediately became unsightly. Had the Southern royal family already moved the dungeon to a secure location? How could this be possible? It hasn't been more than an hour since they were notified that Dr. Luna's experimentation was nearing its compilation, unless the information was delayed. Coming to this conclusion, Agent Lois shook her head thinking, "No, I cannot waste my time here. We need to get to the Sky Blossom City immediately." Your Highness, we would like to investigate Sky Blossom City that was recently attacked by demon worshippers. Agent Lois ditched the mind games and immediately got to the point. Still, she did not blabber that their real target was the silver milk powder fraud case. The demon worshippers who attacked that city have been dealt with. I don't know what business the secret police have investigating that incident when you claim that you are here to prove that the accusations against my family were false. Unless you plan to tell me that the Southern royal family has been accused of colluding with demon worshippers, Colleen asked, maintaining a neutral expression. I am sorry, Your Highness, I cannot go into the details of the mission with you. Please understand, as this is to maintain the integrity of this investigation. Agent Lois did not bother to argue with Colleen. Instead, she used the integrity of their investigation as a reason to avoid answering Colleen about what they were being investigated for. Little girl, if you are from the secret police as you claim, I don't think I need to teach you the law. Tell me the accusations you will be investigating the Southern royal family for, or you will lose my cooperation. The reason Colleen was adamant about this, because once the secret police starts to investigate the Southern royal family on their soil, they can only charge them for the charges they disclosed before investigating. As for the other crimes discovered during the raid will not or cannot be used against the Southern royal family. So, if Agent Lois were to begin her investigation without giving the accusations she will be investigating the Southern royal family for, then she could just charge them with every little crime she comes across in her investigation. This law was mostly to help the royal families cover their asses in case of an investigation into them. Otherwise, none of the royal family would be willingly give the government the power to investigate them. Agent Lois knew that her small trick would not work, but she had to try, and then giving it a thought she narrated, the Southern royal family has been accused of participating in patent fraud. So we would like to question one accused named Dalton Wyatt to understand the involvement of the Southern royal family in the silver milk powder fraud case. Agent Lois directly spoke of her real motive, understanding that beating around the bush would only by the Southern royal family to complete whatever they were planning. I see. Is that all, or are there any other charges that you plan to investigate us for? Colleen asked with a grim face. She could no longer force a smile. That was how much her anger had grown. She understands that her family members had a plan, but she thought letting the secret police do as they want in the southern region would only undermine the royal family's authority. Colleen was really angry with how things were shaping so far. Even if she could ignore the secret police and their daring rudeness, she could not ignore General Baylor. She had warned him that if he showed his face in the southern region again, then she will not hesitate to kill him. If not for the voice in her head asking her to ignore other matters and act accordingly, she would really have smashed Demigod Baylor's skull right after he walked out of the warp array as a warning and thrown this wounded body back into the warp array, sending him home, but she had to suppress that because that was going to be counterproductive to the plans of her family. Colleen could not help but mumble in her mind. What kind of plan was this to let the enemy walk all over her? Still, she could only suppress her rage and do as the voice in her head asked her to. Yes, Your Highness, there is one more person we would like to question, Dr. Luna Lorne. She has been accused of selling the secrets of the dungeon relocation apparatus to the demon worshippers. Only a handful of people knew how to operate a dungeon relocation apparatus in the entire world. And in the southern region, it was just Dr. Luna Lorne. Meaning if there was a dungeon that the Southern royal family planned to move to a secure location, then Dr. Luna had to have known about it. Agent Lois's idea was simple. As long as she had secured the boy and Luna, she could get the entire timeline of what the Southern royal family has been up to down in the Sky Blossom City. This meant if the item silver milk powder was real and it was created out of a new product, silver milk, found in a dungeon, then these two were the people who would know the most about it. Ha ha, ha. Colleen began to laugh like a mad person, all of a sudden hearing Agent Lois causing Agent Yuri, General Baylor, and Demigod Baxter in her surrounding to flinch. Especially General Baylor, as Colleen has been giving him passive-aggressive glares since he stepped out of the warping array. He had not forgotten Colleen's warning, though he was not afraid of fighting Colleen, but he would rather not, because no matter the outcome he will be the one to lose the most. Colleen's background was that strong, but for Ellen's son, he had to risk it. Agent Lois was caught off guard by Colleen's sudden burst of laughter. It took her quite a while to get herself together and ask, Your Highness, did I say something funny? Colleen abruptly stopped laughing and looked at Agent Lois and asked, You weren't joking? No, Your Highness, Agent Lois answered stiffly, understanding that her words had to be careful here on out, because it was clear Colleen was showing signs of going rogue and disobeying whoever was instructing her so far. You were telling me that the heir of the family, which killed more demon worshippers than anyone on this world, sold the secrets to the demon worshippers? Listen, kid, I know we are dancing the waltz here, but if you start to speak without thinking of the consequence, then don't blame me for stepping on your foot. Colleen stopped listening to the voice in her head that was yelling at her to get hold of herself and just play along, but did not forget to warn Agent Lois to be mindful of what she says. As the malicious aura of the Soldier Queen covered her body, Agent Lois felt as if she was thrown in a freezer. Unconsciously, her right eye activated and began to swallow Colleen's murderous aura, surprising Colleen and the voice in Colleen's head, but before either could react, Agent Lois immediately controlled her right eye to stop its action midway and hurriedly apologized to Colleen. Sorry, Your Royal Highness. It was not my intention to say that, but my hands are tied. I can only tell what I have been told. Little girl, your masters should attach great importance to this case and should be really certain about the outcome for them to send you here to handle this case. I thought after they kidnapped you from the Empire they would keep you in hiding till the end of time, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Colleen did not know who Agent Lois was, but the voice in her head seems to know her. And learning the true identity of Lois, the voice in her did not seem as confident as it was before. Clearly, a variable had appeared in her calculations. Your Highness, I don't know about that, but I was assigned this case and I plan to see it through. Daring to sound rude, I request your majesty to lend us the Southern Region Teleportation Circle to travel to the Sky Blossom City to investigate accused Dalton Wyatt and Dr. Luna Lorne. Now that her identity was revealed, Agent Lois decided not to waste any more time arguing with Colleen and get to Sky Blossom City before something out of her calculation happens. Colleen did not answer Lois immediately because the voice in her had gone quiet after disclosing Lois's identity to her. Thus, Colleen looked at Lois as if she was looking at a unique specimen. Her look obviously made Lois uncomfortable, but she did not voice her discomfort. Soon turning to her aide, Colleen repeated the voice in her head word to word, "Prepare the teleportation array." Then turning to Demigod Baxter, she added, "Clear your schedule, we will be escorting these three to the Sky Blossom City." "Yes, Your Highness," Demigod Baxter and Colleen's aide said in unison before leaving to make preparations. Colleen then turned to the trio from the central capital and said, "This is going to take a while. Make yourself comfortable." Following Colleen's words, the staff began to guide the trio from the central capital to the lounge. After the trio left, Colleen mentally asked, "Sister-in-law, are you certain that girl is the right eye of the world?" "Yes, the girl seems to have learned to control her eye's powers splendidly. She was right there, and I could not tell her physique apart. If not for you, I would have missed this detail. Sometimes your hot-headedness has its perks, I guess." The voice in Colleen's head turned out to be her sister-in-law, Field Marshal Lorne, Lorenzo Lawrence's wife, Luna's grandmother, and Anna's grandaunt. Date: April 5, 2321. Time: 3:18. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sky Blossom City, airspace. Once the teleportation array was prepared, Soldier Queen Colleen and Demigod Baxter led Agent Lois, Agent Yuri, and General Baylor to the Sky Blossom City as promised. Arriving above the city, all of them immediately used their senses to determine their location, totally disregarding how their high-real aura would affect others. But soon they felt a peculiar gaze on them. Curious, they simultaneously turned to look at the source only to find a teenager with a mysterious set of eyes, daring enough to peek at them. It did not take long for all five of them that this was the boy they have traveled all the way here for. The first to react was General Baylor, as he would recognize that pair of eyes anywhere in the world. Though the pupils were a little different, there were still a lot of similarities to the ones he remembered. General Baylor did not waste time. He immediately moved behind the boy, closing his retreat, and when their eyes meet, he felt nostalgic and could not help but say, "Your eyes are as beautiful as your mother's eyes." "I guess I will have to take your word for it, as I don't remember my mother's eyes. It has been so long since my birth mother's death, all I could remember of her was a warm feeling. I could have the Hive AI tap into my childhood memories to get any memories it could find about her, but I did not want to go through that. Some things were better as they were. It's better not to try and find something that you did not want to find in the first place." It took me a second to realize the card demigod in front of me was not talking about my birth mother, but young Wyatt's birth mother. I can't be blamed for misunderstanding. Though I have two sets of memories, I never let young Wyatt's memories mess with my psyche. It was better that way. I would have turned and left after answering the card demigod, feigning ignorance, but the other for high realm visitors silently descended in the cemetery. If not for my soul pupils and soul ears, I would not have realized that all my retreats were closed by them. Not that I could escape them, but it showed that these high realm card apprentices were planning to use the darkness of the night to leave a lasting impression on me with a silent and spooky entrance, in a similar fashion as the card demigod that spoke of Mama Wyatt's eyes. "That is not funny," General Baylor said with a frown, finding that Ellen's son did not seem to have that much respect for her. But then he turned to look at the tombstone engraved, "Here lies loving mother and wife Ellen Wyatt." His brows eased, knowing that no unfilial son would visit their parents' grave this late at night. Thinking to himself that maybe this kid uses distasteful comedy to mask his sorrow, he questioned the kid with a deep sorrow obvious in his voice. "Is this where she rests?" "Who?" I knew that the card demigod in front of me was talking about Mama Wyatt, but me answering him would only defeat the entire purpose of the tombstones. Listening to the boy, Baylor raised one of his eyebrows and wondered if Ellen's son was using humor for comfort or a little slow up there, and uttered, "Ellen Wyatt." That's what the tombstone read. I said while ordering Hive AI to figure out the identities of these high-level card apprentices surrounding me using the memories of Clown Mask. But there was a problem, except for the card demigod who had revealed his face to me. I did not know what the other 4 visitors looked like, as my soul pupils only allowed me to distinguish people based on their soul pathway and arrangements. Baylor did not expect such an answer from the boy, and then thinking that the kid was using humor to mask his feelings, he decided to get through to him with humor, saying, "You sure you are Ellen's son?" "Nope, I am the cemetery guard. If you pardon me, I will get back to my rounds," saying that I flew to the sky, knowing that the other 4 high realm card apprentices were blocking my retreat hidden in the darkness of the night, only to be pulled back by a mysterious force toward a mature, gorgeous woman. She had this wild aura about her that made me imagine myself with her in every sexual position known to mankind. And I had this nagging feeling as if I had seen her somewhere. Only when Hive AI identified her as Anna's grandmother did I know why she felt so familiar. It has been a while since someone dared to look at me like that. As a card demigod, Colleen had heightened senses and intuition. They all screamed about the vulgar look on the boy's face. I immediately snapped out of my fantasies about dominating Anna's beautiful grandma in the dirtiest and most erotic position I could think of and hurriedly greeted her, yelling, "Long live the queen! Your beauty is unparalleled throughout the realms known and unknown to humankind." "Kid, aren't you daring? Was this sweet tongue of yours what captured my granddaughter's heart?" Colleen said, reminding the kid that the only reason she was tolerating him was because of her granddaughter. Even though the boy had corrected his sight, Colleen could still feel his vulgar thoughts alarming her heightened intuition. It had been ages since she had been thought molested. But what intrigued her most about this situation was that the kid knew who she was and capable of, yet he continued to be daring and push his luck. So she could not help but ask, "Are you not afraid of death or consequences far worse than death?" "If that is the cost of admiring the true beauty, I am gladly willing to pay." I really meant what I said. Surrounded by demigods with unclear motives for me, I really had nothing much I could do but to give in to the most primal instinct any man would feel in my situation, with my chances of survival less than slim, to transfer my genes. Maybe I would have approached this situation differently if Jill and Anna hadn't left me hanging, or if I had just rubbed one out in the motel. "Your Majesty, forgive my rudeness, but let me rip his limbs and poke his eyes out to knock some sense into him," Demigod Baxter offered, feeling that the majesty of his queen was being sullied by a sewer rat, and he wondered why would Anna fall for some like him. "You can try," Baylor said, glaring at Demigod Baxter. Colleen signaled Baxter to step back, while Agent Lois let Baylor use this opportunity to show the boy who was really on his side. They all were demigods, and one had a godly physique. How could the vulgar thoughts of the boy escape their perception? Seeing the boy continuing with his antics despite the ruckus surrounding him, Colleen admired his guts but disapproved of him as the partner her granddaughter had chosen for herself, and said, "You are lucky. I hate to be the reason my granddaughter is sad. No, I am lucky because I got to see the most beautiful creation to ever set foot in this world." With the boy's words, the atmosphere surrounding the cemetery suddenly grew a lot colder and quieter, as if the ice age had descended. Even the 4 who accompanied Colleen forgot to breathe. "No, I am lucky because I got to see the most beautiful creation to ever set foot in this world." This line might be cheesy and cringe, but that was what kept the demigods surrounding me from perceiving my thoughts. The first thing I learned about the demigods was that, when called by their name, they could perceive who called them no matter where the person was in the world, as long as they were not separated by planes. I would be a fool to think that such perceptive beings would not be able to perceive my thoughts when they were right by my side. Take the card demigod who compared my eyes with Mama Wyatt's eyes, for example. I managed to mask my real thoughts by having Hive AI recreate the sorrow that young Wyatt went through when he learned about the demise of his parents using his memories. So despite my desperate attempt to escape, the card demigod perceived I was using humor to mask my sadness. I was only able to do this because of my mutated soul's multiple consciousnesses covered using the Dungeon Calamity Seed cover. Despite that, it was not 100% certain that the demigods would buy what I was selling. To increase the odds in my favor, I had to use what I learned in Sales 101, which was basically the basics of conning. Therefore, I did not mask thoughts using lies that were believable, but the lies that demigods would believe in. In the case of the demigod who seemed to care about Mama Wyatt, I used young Wyatt's sorrow and longing for his mother. And in the case of Anna's grandmother, I acted like a pervert because no grandparent would believe any man would be good enough for their granddaughter. And also because I wanted her to be repulsed by the idea of being together with Anna. I was this daring because I knew due to the oath between me and Anna, the Southern royal family would tolerate and protect me at all costs. Why go through all this trouble to fake my thoughts when the dungeon calamity seed cover made it difficult for them to perceive them? The reason was simple. It was in my best interest that these people underestimated me. The more they underestimated me, the easier for me to get away with things or even escape when the time was right. Though it was highly unlikely, at least I am doing everything in my power. My plan was already showing results, and thanks to it, I learned that all 5 of them were not one group. They seemed to be divided into 2 groups. Anna's grandmother and the demigod that spoke up to cut my limbs and poke my eyes out formed one group, while the remaining 2 demigods along with a semi-demigod were another group. I came to this conclusion because they sided with the demigod who seemed to know Mama Wyatt since the start. I also learned that not everyone knew about Anna's oath to me, because the demigod who addressed Anna's mother respectfully would not have made claims to hurt me had he known the oath between Anna and me. All the allies of the Southern royal family, not knowing about the oath between me and Anna, had its advantages and disadvantages. A disadvantage was already demonstrated by the demigod, who was in Anna's grandmother's group. As for the advantages, I will not be hunted by enemies of the Southern royal family only to make Anna the target of the world's will's punishment for not being able to hold her end of the oath. All these discoveries were of little use to me. What I really wanted to know was the identity of the second group and why were they here. Their arrival was starting to remind me Jill's warning. Therefore, while faking my thoughts for the demigods to perceive, I ordered old Ben to speed up the plan and leave the city as soon as possible. Then I contacted Van and ordered him to collect a few cores from old Ben, find Susan, and head to the central academic region immediately. The idea was simple. I wanted them out of the city and as far from here as possible. Since the arrival of these 5 people, I felt that something was not right. The Southern royal family seemed to have dropped the ball somewhere down the line. The presence of a second group that was not allied to the Southern royal family down here was a sign that I was right to think so. "You asshole, what nonsense are you spotting?" A familiar voice yelled from above us. It was Anna accompanied by Anne. "FCK, what took you so long? Ask her to let go of me. I would love to spend eternity in her company, but I am starting to feel claustrophobic. The mysterious force that stopped me from flying away was still binding me and also tightened with the passing second. I really wasn't lying about feeling claustrophobic." "What the FCK is wrong with you?" Anna asked furiously, arriving next to me. "I worry that I will not be able to enjoy her beauty if I pass out." I ignored Anna and continued my act. Before Anna could erupt in rage again, Colleen looked at her granddaughter a little disappointed and asked her, "And you gave this clown the ring I passed on to you? Are the daughters of my family destined to marry unworthy men?" Listening to Colleen, General Baylor, Agent Lois, Agent Yuri, and Demigod Baxter finally reacted to the ring on the boy's finger. Wasn't this the heirloom of the Henson royal family? It was not a surprise that Colleen would pass it to Anna, considering that she is the sole direct heir of the Southern royal family. What surprised them was what this ring represents and what it signifies being worn by the boy. They could not help but take a second look at the boy and then at Anna and found that the words in the dictionary weren't enough to describe their rampant thoughts. All 4 of them looked at the boy with great astonishment. Knowing Anna's reputation, they did not know whether to consider him lucky or unlucky. Therefore, a combination of envious and petty-filled gaze landed on the boy. Especially the visitors from the central capital took this as a sign that the boy had indeed invented the silver milk powder, and the Southern royal family was trying to keep the patent of the item for themselves by making the boy their son-in-law. Considering that the boy was an orphan, this was just too simple. Neither of the 3 from the central capital seemed to be surprised by the notion that the royal family would use their sole heir just to gain the complete patent of the item silver milk powder, because the gain outweighed the loss by miles. The boy marrying the future ruler of the South was just right for erasing any debate about the boy starting his own family one day. And even if they were to divorce one day, then the Southern royal family would be in the complete right to fight for the patent rights of the item silver milk powder. Therefore, instead of questioning the morality of the Southern royal family for using their only heir, the visitor from the central capital commended them for their decisive and thorough planning. Had they not arrived today, then the Southern royal family would be the through and through winner here. Since they were here, they might as well play the part and object to the future ruler of the South marrying the future richest person in the world. But they were one step too late. Somebody beat them to the punch. It was none other than demigod Baxter, the demigod whose only known achievement so far was to date Anna for the longest period. No, he can't marry Her Highness Southern Emperor, demigod Baxter blurted anxiously, surprising everyone. As the ex of Anna who still had strong feelings for her, Baxter could not stand the thought of Anna rolling in another person's arms, let alone marrying someone else. So he blurted out his inner thoughts out of turn. Out of turn? Yes, he was a demigod serving under the Southern royal family, but his status or authority was not high enough to interfere in the Southern region affairs, let alone the Southern royal family affairs. Except for dating Anna, he did not have any notable achievements to show for his current position. If not for his useful card, he would not be stationed at the Southern Royal Palace, but at the southern front of the way beyond. Feeling Colleen's stern gaze land on him, Baxter realized his mistake. Bowing his head, he hurriedly apologized. "Forgive my insolence, Your Highness." Soldier Queen Colleen snorted in response to Baxter's apology and said, "Even if he is just a vulgar card soldier, respect the ring on his finger." "Grandma," Anna cried in complaint, hearing her grandma speak demeaningly to the boy, choosing to ignore demigod Baxter, mostly because she did not want to cause any unnecessary misunderstanding, as she recently learned that her crush was not completely okay with her past. "What? Were my words wrong?" Colleen asked her granddaughter, but her gaze stayed on the boy. He still dared to have indecent thoughts toward her despite her repeated warnings. So to teach him a lesson, she increased the force of her grip on the boy. "Everybody has to die one day, but if I were to die in your hands, I have no complaints. Maybe this is the way to heaven," I said, feeling my head would pop if Colleen squeezed any harder. Thanks to my physique, I did not have to worry even if that were to happen. Still, I stuck to my act mostly despite Anna's grandmother. I really did not like the way she looked at me. Those eyes remind me of my days back on Earth when I was still figuring out life. I was not sure if she hated me purely because of Anna, or if she really hated me. Intentionally or unintentionally, whatever the reason, maybe we have started on the wrong foot. Blows have been exchanged now, there was no going back. The three visitors from the central capital looked at the boy as if they were looking at a suicidal fool. Not only was the boy engaged to the granddaughter, but he also dared to flirt with her grandmother in front of her. If he wasn't a suicidal fool, then what was he? A dead man walking. Somewhere deep down they could not help but commend the gutsy boy. "Wyatt, do you have a death wish?" Anna erupted, grabbing the boy by his collar as she glared at him. And to her surprise, the boy looked straight into her eyes and yelled, "Go away, you tease. I don't want to die in your hands. I don't want to go to hell. FCKU, you limp dick. I will show you hell right here. Grandma, remove your hold on him. Today, I will teach him what a dog's death is." Anna was furious. A tease. The boy called her a tease and also dared to compare her to a devil. Adi, according to the devil lore, the soul of the people killed by the devil forcefully taken go to the hell by the devil that killed them. Colleen looked at the boy and her granddaughter and could not help but frown. These two brats acted as if they were being wronged when it was she who was humiliated here. Not only did the boy dare to molest her by openly imagining vulgar thoughts about her, but he dared to openly flirt with her in the presence of her granddaughter, who was supposedly his lover. How humiliating and embarrassing should this be for her? Yet, the two brats in front of her acted as if they were the victim. What pissed her off, even more, was that her granddaughter was seemingly not as enraged when the boy dared to flirt with her openly in her presence as when the boy called her a tease and compared her to a devil. While the boy, along with grandma and granddaughter pair, was hung on settling scores with each other. Agent Lois and Agent Yuri were having a heated mental discussion, feeling that their original course of action of getting demigod Baylor to adopt the boy was no longer a possibility. There was a good reason for Agent Lois and Yuri to feel that the course of action they prepared to execute will not be successful, because amidst the bickering between the boy, the Southern Emperor, and the Soldier Queen, they learned that the boy was closer to the Southern royal family than they imagined, and adding the fact that he was the finance of the Southern Emperor. It was clear if they continued with their previous plan in mind, they would be setting themselves up to fail. Even if they were to ignore the close relationship between the boy and the Southern royal family. When it came between becoming an adopted son of a general from the central capital or becoming the prince consort of the southern region, the choice was obvious and a no-brainer. No matter from which angle they saw, the possibility of demigod Baylor adopting the boy was very low. But without this, they had no other plan to get the boy on their side. With one single piece of news, their entire operation had now come to a halt. Agent Lois and Yuri were now at their wits' end and did not know how to proceed. If it were up to them, they would not hesitate to use desperate moves to complete the mission, but it wasn't. They did not know how far the higher-ups were willing to offend the Southern royal family for the item silver milk powder. What was the bottom line? What was the highest price they were willing to pay? While Agent Yuri and Lois were having their crises, General Baylor was happy to see that Ellen's son was doing fine on his own. Yes, Soldier Queen was constraining the boy, but if she really wanted to harm him, she had many other fun ways. Like Agent Yuri and Lois, General Baylor also assumed that the boy was close with the Southern royal family, and that the royal family also treated him kindly. But he had one big problem with this arrangement: Ellen's son's engagement to the Southern Emperor. He has not only heard of Anna's stories, but also witnessed a few of them. She was very popular. So for anyone in a high position, it was hard to have not heard about Anna. He personally strongly felt that Anna was not worthy of Ellen's son. If not for demigod Baxter beating him to the punch, he would have objected to Ellen's son's marriage with Anna. But seeing how Colleen defended the marriage between her granddaughter and the boy despite appearing not to be approving of the boy, Baylor knew without approaching this properly, he could not get the result he wanted. So, thinking of something, he approached Agent Yuri and Lois. Agent Lois, tell me you have plans to stop the marriage between the boy and the Southern Emperor? That is something we too don't want to see happening, but you have seen the Soldier Queen's stance when her subordinate said the same. If you have any brilliant idea, tell me. Agent Lois's thoughts were exactly the same as Demigod Baylor, but they were out of ideas. I can't guarantee this will work, but get me some alone time with the boy. I will talk to him. He is just a teenager. I think if I played my cards right and used the Southern Emperor's party-loving character against her, then maybe even if he doesn't decide to become my adopted son, he will not be willing to marry into the Southern royal family. Besides, if he is really that desperate and lonely, the central capital doesn't lack young women, Baylor explained. He said this not only because he did not approve of the Southern Emperor as Ellen's daughter-in-law, but also because he did not want Agent Lois and Agent Yuri to use desperate means to complete their mission, because that would put Ellen's son in possible danger. Speak ill of the Southern Emperor's character and honey-trap the boy. That's your plan, General. Damn, you would make a good addition to TV's housewife reality show. Agent Yuri mocked Baylor's plan. Agent Yuri, if you have nothing to add to the missions, please shut the FCK up. Agent Lois disagreed with Agent Yuri. She felt that what Demigod Baylor made sense. Their target was a horny teenager. As long as they have enough honey, maybe just maybe they could pull this mission off without turning to desperate means. But will the Southern royal family sit by and watch as they did this? Obviously not. However, she did not come here all the way to just give up at the first sign of a hurdle. Resolute, Agent Lois looked at the three that bickered without bothering for their surroundings and company, cleared her throat at them, and said, "Ahem. Your Highness, forgive my rudeness, but we would like to question the accused Dalton Wyatt along with Dr. Luna Lorne." Before Colleen could answer Agent Lois, Anna glared at her and yelled, "Who are you calling the accused, you itch?" "Your Highness, Southern Emperor, please mind your tongue." Being called a BTCH by Anna, Agent Lois's right eye shone with radiance, but it soon faded. Clearly, Agent Lois controlled herself from having an outburst. "You?" Anna shouted, preparing to put the unknown semi-demigod in her place, but was interrupted by, and who acted like a spectator this whole time. As soon as Anna arrived, she mentally contacted her grandmother to get up to speed about what was happening while monitoring the scene from the sidelines, because she felt there was something fishy about the demigod. He did not speak once since their arrival, Agent Yuri. It took her a while, but she soon figured out why she felt something wrong about him. It was because he was like her. No, not entirely like her, but somewhat similar to her. Then where is his original self? In hiding, why? Was this not just a simple investigation? Was there more to the story? Baffled and continued to monitor Agent Yuri for answers, but she saw him suddenly rush towards her grandma, Anna, and the boy. So interrupting Anna, she yelled, "Grandma, watch out." In a spacious luxury hot tub, a voluptuous, beautiful woman was enjoying a calming and relaxing soak, thinking she was all alone. Weird. She wasn't alone, though. Sitting a few inches next to her was a bulky man enjoying the soak and her beauty in the very same hot tub, but the woman did not seem to notice his presence. Not that the woman was physically or mentally challenged, rather she was a card demigod, yet she seemed to not notice the existence of the man right next to her, even when his grimoire was buzzing receiving a call. The problem was not with the woman but the man. It was as if the entire world was forgetful of his presence and everything closely related to him. "Agent Yuri, reporting, sir," demigod Yuri said, answering the call of his handler. Despite his loud voice, the woman next to him in the hot tub did not seem to hear him. Instead, she was so relaxed that she closed her eyes shut. "Yuri, you have 2 new missions. You can juggle 2 missions at once, right?" A husky voice spoke from the other side. "Yes, sir." Agent Yuri answered affirmatively, but his gaze remained stuck to the woman's plump, wet, gorgeous breasts. "Good. You will be shadowing Agent Forger for a mission while covertly performing another mission. Lay rest to your current mission and read the files I have sent to you briefing about your 2 new missions before meeting me here. Understood?" The husky voice asked. "Do I really have to complete my current mission so soon? You know I can juggle 3 missions at once, right?" Agent Yuri said while his eyes longingly looked at the naked female demigod next to him. Except for avoiding physical touch, Agent Yuri did nothing to hide his presence from the female demigod, but she did not seem to even realize his presence, let alone his perverted gaze scrutinizing every nook and corner of her supple body. "No, your new missions are of a very sensitive nature with an insanely high risk factor. They will require your 100%, nothing less. Got it?" The voice replied very sternly to help Agent Yuri understand the seriousness of the missions assigned to him. "Well, it's just that I was always curious whether a 1,000-year-old virgin pussy will age fine like a wine or rot." Agent Yuri licked his lips with his tongue, looking at the lily-white, naked, alluring beauty beside him, totally defenseless and unaware of the predator eyeing her. "With your ability, you should have already gotten a glimpse of it, right?" Hearing Agent Yuri mention his dilemma, his handler tried reasoning with him. He did not seem to be bothered by Agent Yuri's action. Working as Yuri's handler for decades, he was used to Yuri's voyeur capabilities. "The packaging seems all right, but I cannot vouch for the goods inside. I will send you some pics, you tell me." Agent Yuri submerged his head into the hot tub and stared at the female demigod's nether region. Thankfully, under the calm and relaxing effect of the warm water, the female demigod had spread her legs to get comfortable in the hot tub, making it easier for Agent Yuri to get clear shots of her forbidden garden. You know, for a nun's pussy it is very clean. If she shaved down there, then she might have had frequent visitors down there too. Why mow the lawn when nobody is going to see it? If you catch my drift, the handler grew skeptically about the demigod nun's virginity status, seeing her mowed lawn. "No, I can smell it on her. She is a genuine millennium-old virgin. Maybe she doesn't like the fuzz down there. It is not a crime to be hygienic, you know." Agent Yuri trusted his instincts. "Well, you are the expert on these things, so I will take your word for it." The handler took Yuri's word for it, and then broke the difficult news to him. "I hate to say this, but you will have to end your mission now. Your new missions are a go in less than an hour. Come on, sir. It's the rarely seen millennium-old pussy. It will be a sin to just ruin it without tasting it," Agent Yuri quibbled. "Yuri, if you are going to be difficult about this, I will forward this call to our master. You talk it with him. We are pressed on time as it is." The handler did not bother to reason with Agent Yuri this time, rather he threatened him using their master. "Don't involve our master in this. I will end it here and meet you at the base in 15 minutes. Agent Yuri no longer argued and agreed to his handler's arrangements. "Yuri, I know what you're thinking, but the nun is not an easy target to subdue. There is a reason why our master wants her dead. 5 minutes. If I don't see you, all of you, here by then I will be forced to take the necessary actions. That is how sensitive your new missions are. If it was some other time, not to mention 15 minutes, I would have given you an entire day, but my hands are tied. Do you understand?" The handler knew Agent Yuri's capabilities and that it wouldn't require him more than a minute to complete his current mission. So when Yuri asked for 15 minutes, the handler knew exactly what Yuri was planning to do with the extra minutes. Therefore, he immediately warned Agent Yuri to not mess around and meet him in the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes, got it, saying that Yuri ended the call with his handler. Then he looked at the naked beauty relaxing totally defenseless and pondered on ways to not sin by killing a millennium-old virgin before tasting it. Soon a mischievous grin formed on Yuri's lips. Soon Yuri's naked body started to float. Then it hovered near the female demigod, slowly, making sure there was no physical contact between the two of them, and it stopped when Yuri's erect meat rod was a hair's length away from the nun's pink cave entrance. Here goes nothing. Uttering that, Yuri deactivated his ability and immediately shoved his meat rod into the demigod nun's pink cave. Feeling Yuri's presence on and in her, the nun opened her eyes to find glowing Yuri yelling, "Congrats on losing your virginity, baby." Kaboom! With that, a humongous mushroom cloud raised to the sky. As for the hot tub, it had pulverized. A demigod detonating oneself was a rare but deadly sight, as the cocktail of various energies stored in the body of a demigod was no joke. The frightening thing was that the energy in this explosion wasn't just the result of soul energy as fuel, but the mixture of soul energy, rule energy, and divinity. An explosion with soul energy and rule energy as fuel was deadly by itself, but by adding divine power to the mix, the resulting explosion was enough to pulverize everything within the area of effect. Such was the case with the Church of Michelangelo and every card apprentice present in it. They were wiped out from the face of this world. Yuri's abilities made him a perfect human bomb. He would get close to his target hiding his presence and self-detonate, killing the target without leaving behind much evidence. Like Agent Forger, he too was the puppet government's master's hidden talents unknown to the rest of the world. His abilities were perfect for a spy and were made for espionage and assassination. Yuri's mission was to kill the demigod nun of the Michelangelo Church, but he was unwilling to sin by killing a millennium-old virgin without taking it for a ride first. So he hatched a plan to complete the mission while getting what he wanted. So as soon as he shoved his erect meat rod into the demigod nun's pink cave, he immediately self-detonated while congratulating the nun for finally losing her virginity after a millennium. At first, Yuri wanted to subdue and force himself on the nun, but he was reminded by his handler that there must be a reason why their master personally wanted this nun dead. A millennium was a long time. Someone of this age must have survived a lot of things. Therefore, Yuri did not dare to underestimate this demigod nun and immediately detonated himself when he thought he achieved what he wanted. Unfortunately for Agent Yuri, his willfulness had become the saving grace for the demigod nun of the Church of Michelangelo. As soon as Yuri deactivated the ability to hide his presence, the demigod nun reacted immediately and activated the broken time rune in her divinity, slowing down the time, turning the last few milliseconds of her life into the last second of her life, giving her enough time to close her thighs, clamping Yuri's meat rod between them, preventing it from defiling her, while activating the last resort that she had prepared for in case of desperate times like this. Agent Yuri's one willful act not only became the life-saving grace for the demigod nun, but it also allowed her to protect her innocence until the very end. Because of the warm water, the nun's soft thighs, and the rush, Yuri never realized that his willfulness not only cost him the mission, but he failed to achieve what risked everything for. The Michelangelo city had two parts to it, the Church of Michelangelo at the center and the city surrounding it. Thanks to the church's vanity and Yuri compressing the blast radius to focus it on the demigod nun, the city and its citizens were not the victims of Agent Yuri's self-detonation. How did the church's vanity save the city and its citizens? Not only was the church constructed in the middle of the city, but it also surrounded itself with 30 square miles of gardens filled with monuments of Michelangelo and his brave followers. And surrounding the 30 square mile gardens was a wide and deep moat separating the gardens from the actual city. Because demigod Yuri compressed his self-detonation blast radius to ensure that the demigod nun would die for sure, the blast pulverized up to 7 square miles. That only included the church and the innermost part of its garden. As for the smoke and dust mushroom cloud, it was the result of the aftershock that spread as far as 60 square miles, taking down large and old buildings in the area. throwing the entire city into chaos. This was the result of Agent Yuri focusing his self-detonation blast solely on the demigod Nun. Imagine if he didn't. Date: April 5th, 2321. Time: 0:53. Location: Central Region, Central Capital, Unknown, Restricted Command Base. Agent Yuri, dressed in his uniform, was reading the files shared to his grimoire by his handler in confusion. Then he received a notification from his grimoire informing him that one of him had self-detonated and he could revive them by sacrificing appropriate amounts of soul energy, rule energy, and divinity. Considering that he was able to kill a millennium-old demigod without leaving a trace behind, it was worth the price. Ignoring that notification, Agent Yuri read the notification that followed, asking him to prepare himself for a load of memory transfer. Agent Yuri prepared himself as he closed his eyes, and soon the dreaded memory transfer occurred. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, finally understanding what the files shared to his grimoire by his handler were for, and sighed. Pity I didn't get to take that antique but rare virgin pussy for its first and last ride. Then he began to write his mission report. After writing a lousy report in under a minute, he submitted it to his handler's grimoire and walked out of his office to head to meet his handler at his office. On time, and the mission report has been submitted to your grimoire, said Agent Yuri as sat across from his handler. I read the report. Many details were missing. Let's leave it for another day. Now, did you read the files I shared with your grimoire? The handler ignored the discrepancies in Yuri's mission report in light of discussing other serious business. Yes, I did, but if I have to carry on the second mission, doesn't that put Agent Lois in danger? Not to mention, do we have to expose her if everything is going to end like that? The handler, who had the most knowledge of the two new missions, understood what Agent Yuri was trying to say. Since Agent Yuri's covert second mission was to kill the boy in case the item silver milk powder happened to exist, then why go through all the drama of getting General Baylor to adopt the boy, exposing Agent Lois? Could he not just use his ability to infiltrate the South and kill the boy regardless of whether the item, silver milk powder, was a fraud or not? Wouldn't this way be simpler and much cleaner? That is because at present, even someone with your capabilities will not be able to infiltrate the city where the boy is being held. That is because at present, even someone of your capability will not be able to infiltrate the city where the boy is being held. Listening to his handler, Yuri could not help but lift his eyebrows. Except for a few people with exceptional physiques, such as Agent Lois and her godly right eye of the world physique, many have fallen prey to his capabilities. The list of his praise was long and filled with notable big names. Just take the millennium-old nun from a few minutes ago. She was supposedly the holy maiden of the Church of Michelangelo and the current guardian of the ruins of Michelangelo himself. If the Church was willing to let her guard the ruins of Michelangelo himself, one has to understand how powerful and influential the millennium-old demigod nun he killed a few moments ago was. Yuri's list of achievements goes on about many feats thought to be impossible before, and his handler was the living witness of his feats. For him to claim that even he could not infiltrate the South and kill the boy meant the mission had more to it. So, instead of disagreeing with his handler, Yuri patiently waited for his handler to explain to him why and what he meant by his words. For a card apprentice that doesn't exist on any legal document, his capabilities were what he had going for him. When they were challenged, he could not help but slightly get offended. It's because of Field Marshal Heat Send. She suddenly rushed back from her covert job a few days ago and now is personally guarding the southern region, especially the city the boy is in. The handler spoke grimly, showing how dreaded Field Marshal Heat Send was even in the secret organization that ran the government. What was more dreadful was the organization could track Field Marshal Heat Send's activity. Wait, with her watching how do I use my abilities without getting caught? It was a common practice among all predators to know what can kill them and choose to stay far away from them. The same was the case with Yuri. Along with his list of achievements, he had another list that contained the names of people whom he cannot mess with. Interestingly, the list wasn't short, and among the top 10 names on the list, Field Marshal Heat Send's name was one of them. That is the reason for the drama about General Baylor adopting the kid and why Agent Lois will be going along with you. Remember, even if it is all bullshit, stick to the part. Though the mission read that Agent Lois would be leading the team, the way the handler said it, it sounded otherwise. Wait, Her masters are okay with our master using her like that? Yuri asked his handler in concern because their masters were very protective of Agent Lois since the day she was brought into the organization as a toddler. The amount of attention she got was so insane that everyone felt like she was the lead, and they were all part of her story. They could not even dare to be jealous of her, as the level of affection she was showered with was insanely high to the point where others did not even bother to compare themselves to her, and just went along with it. Well, our master agreed to let Agent Lois be the field marshal post that is going to be empty soon. Not to mention Master was going to favor Agent Lois for the field marshal seat over other candidates eventually, but he saw an opportunity here, Handler revealed. There wasn't even the slightest hint of envy in his voice as said this, nor did he feel that he was more qualified and had more merits than Agent Lois for the job. Hold that thought for a second. What do you mean our master would have favored Agent Lois eventually? Didn't he say otherwise regarding the same to Field Marshal Henricks? Yuri was confused because their master promised Henricks to favor one of Henriks's disciples to take the soon-to-be empty Field Marshal seat to get Henricks on his side. Henricks was one of the top players that all the masters of their organization were trying to recruit on their side. But Henricks was too cunning. He exchanged his support only if they helped him to amass a bit of power in the organization. And with one of his disciples filling in one of the limited seats as field marshal, his status and authority would increase considerably, maybe even enough for him to stand on equal footing to their master. Yuri was so concerned about his master's word to Henricks because Henricks was the only success story about a recruited talent from a humble background making it in the organization, the only one who was about to climb high enough to stand beside their masters, the real rulers of this world. If Henricks were to make it so far, then it meant that one day he too had a possibility of reaching that height. Amidst his dream, Yuri forgot to ask one important question. How did Henricks make it so far with no proper support within the organization? Simple, Henricks was just too strong. So much so that the strings that controlled him when he was first introduced to the organization snapped and vanished, setting him free, and no one in the organization held him accountable for it to date. It's for Agent Lois, so the Field Marshal Henricks will have to understand. If her name was not thrown out for that position, our master would have favored Field Marshal Henriks's disciples for the position. You know how things work around here. Handler spoke as if the name Agent Lois was an undebatable and valid reason. Listening to his handler's reasoning, Yuri did not dare to say that their master never planned to keep his word with Henricks, but he did think about it, and understood that though their organization claimed to operate on a merit-based system, in reality, it was more corrupt and biased than four royal families and the empire. There was no hope for talents with a humble background in the organization. They could only be running dogs of their masters, and unless they were favored like Agent Lois, they can forget about ever losing the leashes around their necks. The leash would only tighten if they were to show any sign of rebellion or deserting regardless of the merits they accumulated working for the organization so far. Though Yuri felt for Henricks, he had a more pressing issue right now, his life. If he were to infiltrate the city with Field Marshal Heatsen standing guard, he can only start engraving his headstone, knowing that his masters would rather have him lay in an unmarked tomb than pitch in for a decent tombstone out of respect for his service to them. So he asked his handler, "Enough about that. How the heck does Agent Lois tagging along with me help my mission? With Field Marshal's capabilities, I will be dead even before I get close to her granddaughter. Forget kidnapping her." Agent Yuri's two new missions were as follows. First, infiltrate the southern region's Sky Blossom City under the guise of helping Agent Lois in her investigation into the Southern Royal Family under the authority of the secret police. Second, locate Dr. Luna Lorne and Dalton Wyatt. Then kidnap Dr. Luna Lorne, assassinate Dalton Wyatt, and rendezvous at the mentioned classified hideout. At first glance, these two missions look like a simple mission of infiltration, kidnapping, and assassination, but once the identity of the targets was considered, this mission risk level would turn into the highest possible level. Yuri, who had read the files on the new missions shared with his grimoire by his handler, wasn't concerned at first and felt a little offended because, frankly, he thought that these missions were unnecessarily being turned complicated and a bit beneath his level, until the name Field Marshal Heatsen was brought up. If he had to face her, a part of him wanted to take his chances trying to run away from his organization, because facing Field Marshal Heatsen meant instant death even for someone of his capabilities. Therefore, When Yuri heard that the organization's solution for this problem was revealing Agent Lois to the Southern royal family and the F-King Bolshevik cover of General Baylor adopting the assassination target, he started to worry for his life and even thought that the organization was trying to get rid of him without getting their hands dirty, and asked, "How the heck does Agent Lois tagging along with me help my mission? With Field Marshal's capabilities, I will be dead even before I get close to her granddaughter. Forget kidnapping her." As an elite handler, Yuri's handler immediately saw through his thoughts and calmly consoled Yuri, saying, "Relax, you know better than me that the organization will not try to get rid of you. Though they don't care for you as an individual, you know how much they value your abilities. Frankly, I am surprised you would think that despite your history with the organization. That doesn't answer how Agent Lois is going to help with my mission, sir." Yuri did not bother with what his handler said because his handler was one of the Nepo babies. This alone made the handler very loyal to the organization, and right for the handler job. Not to mention he did not have to worry about being ditched by the organization at its convenience. Someone like him would never understand what he was going through. "I am getting to that." The handler fixed his posture and then continued saying, "The reason why Agent Lois's presence will help you in your mission is that one of the additional effects of Agent Lois's physique is a bane of Field Marshal Heatsend specialty that allows Field Marshal Heatsend to counter your origin card. Agent Lois's godly physique has many miraculous functions, and one of them is to mask her past, present, and future at her will. Not just her alone, but also her surroundings too. During the mission, as long as one of you sticks close to Agent Lois, you can mask your presence along with your past, present, and future under the influence of her physique, while the remaining of you can perform your mission without worrying about Field Marshal Heatsend, as she will not be able to learn what you are really up to. You and I both know that Field Marshal Heatsend's specialty is not what she is known for or what makes her deadly. Agent Lois's presence will only delay the inevitable. Once Field Marshal Heatsend catches on to my mission, it will be too late for me to cry." Though Yuri did not have the pleasure of facing Field Marshal Heatsend, but he has heard about her abilities. Heck, every operative in the organization was warned to avoid Field Marshal Heatsend as much as possible. Falling on her radar as an enemy was equal to game over. She was just leagues above their level. Yes, even with Agent Lois's physique covering your tracks, it will be hard, but you will have to be smart about this and complete your mission as fast as possible. In case your cover is blown, 15 minutes is how long Henrik has promised to keep Field Marshal Heatsend busy. Within that 15 minutes, you will have to complete your mission and escape. As for General Baylor and Agent Lois, they can take care of themselves. The handler revealed the contingency the organization had prepared for the smooth completion of the mission, even if it were to meet hiccups midway. 15 minutes, huh? Yuri hesitated and did not give his handler an answer, not because he felt the time was short, but because he wondered whether Henriks was strong enough to hold off Field Marshal Heatsend for 15 minutes. Not that Yuri underestimated Field Marshal Henriks, but considering his opponent was Field Marshal Heatsend, he couldn't help but do so. After all, his life was on the line, and the bloody history of the unparalleled bloodline was not something to gloss over. Hesitation on Yuri's face was obvious. It was impossible for his handler to miss it, but he did not blame Yuri for being reluctant to take on the mission. Not that it was a choice, but he understood where Yuri was coming from. Those with unparalleled bloodline were just monsters. Their strength was on another level. But unlike Yuri, his handler knew Henriks. This field marshal was as cunning as he was strong. If he said he can hold off Field Marshal Heatsend for 15 minutes, then he would not have said so. Sir, you know what? Now that I think about it, I feel that the government stands to gain more if they let Demigod Baylor adopt that kid. Yuri knew he cannot reject the missions, even if they were suicide missions, but there was still time for the missions to start. If he was wise about this, he can change his master's mind about the objective of the mission. Shut up, Yuri. The government stands to gain more with the boy's death. With him out of the picture, we can regulate the item silver milk powder at our convenience and price, i.e. if it exists. If it really does exist, then it could be the arrow that our query is missing to get rid of the 4 royal families and the empire for good. Before you spout some other bullshit, just take a look inside this storage card, saying that Yuri's handler handed him an SSS rank storage card. FCK. Yuri cussed, looking into the storage card, wondering, How many semi-demigods and demigods do I have to kill to gather this much divinity? That is your pay for the 2 missions in advance. So, now, do you still have any problem with the 2 missions assigned to you? The storage card contained the largest amount of refined divinity both Yuri and his handler had seen in one place. Sir, no, sir. Yuri knew that the reason the organization gave him this much divinity as advance payment was that they wanted to help him use his origin card to the full of its potential and not be limited by lack of divinity during the mission. Considering the threat level of the mission, by the end of the mission, Yuri would be lucky to have even 1/10 of the refined divinity in the storage card remaining. Yet, Yuri accepted his mission because he did not have a choice even if his handler made it sound like he had won. And with this amount of divinity, even if things grow out of control, he can guarantee his life. As for the rest, as long as he was alive, he can always think of something. All of us have been in the company of at least one annoying couple who would say, she didn't say it, but I heard him her. You feel like running them over with your car rather than agreeing that you want what they have. Until today, the day I would be a part of something like that, I thought they were just making that stuff up. Honestly, with my trust issues, I am surprised that today I too would get to experience something like that. Having a mutated soul with multiple consciousnesses has made it easier for me to process multiple thoughts at a time, which meant I could engage in multiple activities at a time. So while facing Anna and her grandmother, I was busy with other things too, such as monitoring my surroundings using my soul pupils. The presence of the second group of power that did not belong to the Southern royal family had me very concerned, especially with Jill's timely warning. Now I feel I should have pressed Jill for information regarding her warning and not left it at that in order not to make things difficult for her. Not that knowing who this second group of demigods belonged to would help my situation, but it would have been good to know who I am up against. Sometimes information by itself was stronger than a fist. Quite frankly, the old me would not have hesitated to manipulate Jill's feelings for me and try to monetize them. I don't know if this was a bad thing, but since I had no plans of reciprocating Jill's feelings for me, for now, I think it was for the best. However, the old me would be disgusted with my current self for not using everything available. Since the priorities of my second life were different, I don't think I should care what the old me would have done. The demigod who accompanied the demigod who inquired about Mama Wyatt and the female semi-demigod was very suspicious, because I could see that his soul pathway and arrangements were very active compared to others, as if he was using a card. At first, I just made a note of it and did not think much of it because I was not sure what kind of card he was using and believed that Anna's grandma and the demigod that followed her should be aware of it. As demigods, even if they are not array masters or card masters, their heightened senses should be aware of what's happening in their surroundings. Since they did not seem to mind him using a card, I decided to leave it at that and concentrate on the female semi-demigod next to him. She seemed to have a physique that directly connected her to the world, her right eye in particular. I prioritized exploring the girl's physique over the suspicious activities of the demigod accompanying her, and it proved to be a huge mistake on my part a few minutes later when his active soul pathways and arrangements suddenly blowed up with a refined and pure form of energy that I had seen the semi-demigods use, divinity, as he suddenly vanished from my sight. It was at this moment I thanked demigod Michel Angelo Godson for his insight foresight skill, and not just for unintentionally giving me an opportunity to learn the secret behind blessings. Thanks to this skill combined with my soul pupils and high val, I could tell that he did not disappear but was rushing toward me. Seconds could not be used as a standard unit to measure his speed. Even milliseconds seemed to be barely passable. My current cultivation barely allows my mind to keep up with such speed despite using all the skills in my arsenal, let alone letting my body react in response to such speed. I thought this was the end. But Anna, who was right next to me, suddenly jumped right in front of me. She seemed to have somehow heard the peril I was feeling. After the fight in the motel, I am dumbfounded to find Anna to be the one to share an emotional connection with me that transcended words. But hearing and yell, "Grandma, watch out!" I wondered whether it was Anna's origin card that warned her of the threat. And the imminent danger to my life was making me see things that weren't there in the first place. In the end, it all came down to whether I trusted Anna enough to fool myself into thinking the connection between us transcends words. Because, according to me, that was what love was, fooling ourselves into believing something that has no way of proving its fickle existence. At the same time, an image of old me appeared in my mind, puffing a cigar and saying, "Kiddo, it is good to know you are not beyond saving." Who am I kidding? I am still the same. I thought to myself as my bloodshot eyes watched Anna disappear with the hostile demigod, yelling, "Unparalleled arena. What is the meaning of this?" Colleen shouted while her baleful aura bombarded confused Agent Lois and General Baylor as she prepared to rip their divinity out. Before Agent Lois and General Baylor could answer, they heard Agent Yuri's voice from behind them. 1 down, 3 to go. Agent Lois and General Baylor wanted to question Agent Yuri, but they paused seeing that there were 2 Agent Yuri. Using this opportunity, Yuri said, "Priority Code Alpha, I am leading this mission now. Agent Lois, take care of the Southern Emperor's twin. General Baylor, kidnap the boy, while I hold off Soldier Queen and Southern Emperor's ex. We only have 10 minutes before Field Marshal Heatsend intervenes. So now or never, people." Without waiting for Agent Lois and General Baylor to answer, the 2 Agent Yuris rushed towards Soldier Queen and Demigod Baxter. The reason he asked General Baylor to kidnap the boy instead of killing him was that he was warned that if General Baylor knew the true goal of their mission, he would not hesitate to turn against them. Besides, once they bring the boy to the rendezvous point, it would not be too late for him to kill him. Right now, his only priority was to make it to the hideout within the 15-minute time limit. Taking the margin of error and time required for them to make it to the hideout into account, 10 minutes was what they could use out of the 15 minutes. "Grandma, how do you know Grandpa loves you when he doesn't say it enough and is too busy to show it?" "Silly girl, what kind of question is that? Your grandpa does not need to say he loves me or show it because I know he loves me." Cringe. But wouldn't it be nice to have him say or express it once in a while? For insecure women, maybe, but not me. If you are fortunate, I hope you will experience it in your life. Grabbing hold of the boy's collar, Anna wanted to question him about how she can be a tease for wanting their relationship to be more meaningful and savory, but right at that moment she saw a look in his eyes that shouted he saw death rushing toward him. What do you do when you see death heading toward you? Try to get out of its way. But this boy, from his eyes, she heard them scream. Whatever may happen next, know this. I, Dalton Wyatt, love you. So Anna could not help but jump in front of him to face death in his place, as if she would ever watch as harm befall him. Unparalleled arena. This moment, this action of Anna, was pure instinct. Anne's mental warning may have played a part in it, but Anna would beg to differ. Because for her connection with the boy had transcended the realm of words. Southern Emperor, activate. Unparalleled glory. I am dumb. Mother, help your silly daughter. Activate, S-rank, bestowal card, starry array sky slate. Pre-recorded array formation. Summon. Southern Crown Constellation Array Formation, one of 88 constellations array formation. Activate, Pledge of Stars of South. The South protects those that protect them. Kaboom. Yuri had rushed towards the boy, preparing to take him out by detonating himself regardless of the friendly in the vicinity, because he was told they could take care of themselves. But things did not go Yuri's way. Even before he could self-detonate, the Southern Emperor had transported them into one of her famous field cards. Still, he proceeded with self-detonation with a simple aim, one less hostile. In the meantime, Anna activated the Pledge of Stars of South of the Southern Crown Array Formation, knowing that she would be taking on the full concentrated blast of a demigod self-detonating. Even before Anna and Yuri appeared in the arena, they had played their first move. Now the only question that remained was whether Anna would be able to survive Yuri's suicide bombing. Even before Yuri's explosion could reach him, an array of stars conjured and covered Anna, shielding her from the blast. But the force of the explosion was too large. It managed to shatter the shield of stars and make its way to Anna. Cough, cough. Anna coughed blood as her incomplete and blood-covered body lay on the arena floor. Her limbs were missing, and underneath the blood stains was her charred skin. What was left of her body did not have a single hair. They were all burnt with the explosion. She was barely able to grip her consciousness from passing to the afterlife. Despite her severe condition, Anna had achieved the impossible. She survived the suicide bombing of a demigod. But considering that a lot of her unparalleled bloodline had been consumed, this result was given. After all, The unparalleled bloodline was the strongest and most resilient bloodline of all. Right then another set of stars conjured and covered her body, helping it with its recovery. This was the work of the Southern Crown constellation array formation's pledge of Stars of South, to protect those that protect them. This array formation was not only known as a very strong protection array, but was also known for its safety and recovery additional effects. Now that her enemy was dead, Anna was being forced out by the arena, but the consciousness of her ancestors stopped it from doing so and upheld the pledge of Stars of South, fulfilling their pledge to protect those that protect their vows. Anna was having a hard time staying conscious, let alone maintaining the unparalleled arena and starry array sky slate. If not for her ancestors coming together to help her from their afterlife, her incomplete body would be thrown outside in between the heated battle, becoming a nuisance for her allies. Anna could use her origin card to transfer some of the damage she incurred but she did not. Knowing that, and the boy were facing a life-and-death situation. Damn, a demigod realm suicide bomber? Did the war between the royal families and the government ultimately break out? One of the statues of unparalleled bloodline ancestry in the viewing area of the arena spoke. I knew taking those oaths would come back to bite us one day. Another statue added to what the statue before him said. Ancestor, don't you think we should not be jumping to conclusions? There may be other enemies. A statue from the younger generation argued. With demon cult uprooted, except the spies from the government, who else is crazy enough to suicide bomb the heir of my family? The statue from earlier defended his quick conclusion. Groan. Anna groaned, hearing the statues buzz and hum as if they were in a heated argument. She wanted to tell them to shut up, but the muscles of her cheek that help with the movement of her jaw had yet to recover. She was so irritated by the constant sounds made by the statues that she wondered why her ears were spared during the explosion. After her last visit to the unparalleled arena, Anna discussed her experience in the arena and she learned that she was right about the statues trying to communicate with her. And it turned out that the noise made by statues was called soul whisper, since the statues did not have a physical month to talk. Wanting to communicate with her ancestors, Anna agreed to Anne's advice for her to learn soul whisper, but she did not know that her second visit to the unparalleled arena would be so soon. Ever since she met the boy, she has been fighting one powerful enemy after another, begging the question of whether he was the love of her life or bad luck in her life. During wartime, a group of card apprentices, the researchers, who could not contribute to the war at the front lines, took it upon themselves to train a new generation of card apprentices who would replace the current generation at the front lines, in case, God forbid, the war was the only thing left their future generation could inherit from them. While training the future generation of card apprentices, these researchers came to learn the unavoidable truth that the future generation may not be as talented and resourceful as the current one. Worried for the fate of humanity, a part of these researchers walked a path so heinous that those who know of it swore to never speak of it, the Unavowed Project. This project was conducted when times were tough and crimes against humanity were labeled as necessary sacrifices. It had two sides to it. 1. Serving beyond the grave. The bodies of fallen soldiers with special physiques or traits were dug up to serve humankind once more, in a series of ungodly experiments to uncover the secret of their special physiques or traits. 2. Willing sacrifice. A special unit was created in the Allied forces, which recruited desperate people who wanted to be of service to the cause in any way possible, to willing become the living subject of the series of ungodly experiments to replicate the determined physique or traits. Yes, the card apprentices had decided to play God. At times they failed horribly, but like a needle in a haystack, once in a while, they achieved what they set out to at a price that some thought was not worth it. One such case was the three-body, one-mind physique, aka the Trinity Immortal Physique. A special physique that allowed a person to possess three identical bodies controlled by a single mind. When one hears about this physique, a question arises in their mind. How can one mind control three bodies? Was there some side effect? Now, my friend, that's the beauty of this physique. It allowed a person to have three fully functional bodies without any side effects or shortcomings. The user of this physique showed great prowess in the war, achieving remarkable achievements and earning himself the title Trinity Immortal, because the user of this physique would not die unless all three bodies were killed within the same time frame. Otherwise, The living body could instantly revive the deceased body by paying appropriate sacrifice to the physique. The researchers saw a myriad of possibilities when it came to the Trinity immortal physique, so despite the initial failure and lack of funding, they kept this one experiment alive until one day they finally found a method to turn this natural physique into an acquired one. Though they were successful in achieving their goal, they were faced with a universal truth. Only one in millions meet the requirement of acquiring the physique, and it was not guaranteed that every one of these select few would be able to make it to the end of the experiment and acquire the true Trinity immortal physique. There were two methods created to acquire Trinity immortal physique. 1. Identical triplets. This method involved the most dominant of the identical triplet using the bodies of their two identical brothers as the fated ingredient and refining them into their origin card. But there was one requirement the identical triplets attempting this method should satisfy. All three of them should share a strong mental bond, and the result would be more promising if the bond was so strong that one could feel the other two were their fated ingredient. Basically, the stronger the bond, the more chances of them acquiring the true Trinity immortal physique. 2. Cloning oneself. This method involves the card apprentice creating two perfectly identical, fully functional clone bodies of themselves, then using these clone bodies as their fate ingredient to refine them into their origin card. Like the previous method, this method also had a requirement. The card apprentice attempting this method should have insanely high mental strength, as the stronger their mental strength, the more chance of them successfully acquiring the true Trinity immortal physique. Agent Yuri was born with strong mental strength, but due to his circumstances, he never had the chance to put it to use as a card creationist or an array master. But it did help him rise in ranks when he joined the central government militia at the Way Beyond, gaining the attention of his current master, who introduced him to the organization running the puppet government, saying that he could be part of the organization if he were to use the cloning method to acquire the true Trinity immortal physique or die trying, else he would be silenced to maintain the secrecy of the organization. Left with no choice, Yuri agreed and followed his master's arrangements. Though Yuri's inborn mental strength was strong, it was not strong enough to acquire the true Trinity immortal physique, but he was able to acquire a partial Trinity immortal physique, which still held most of the advantages of the Trinity immortal physique, especially the ability that made it near immortal. Yuri's partial Trinity immortal physique fell shy of the true Trinity immortal physique, but it was complete enough to uphold the legend of the Trinity immortal physique. Therefore, he joined the organization without any hiccup and was also awarded a false relic, Mobius Presence, as a joining bonus, which made him the perfect agent for infiltration, assassination, and espionage. False relic, Mobius Presence. Effect. This ability allows the user to perfectly hide the presence of an identical self behind the other identical self infinitely. Note: the false relic's ability can only be used on the user and not any other live or inanimate entities, only when they were not in contact with other alive entities. The ability of false relic Mobius Presence was based on the principle of the Mobius loop, where a rectangle can hide its symmetric half behind its other symmetrical half by constructing a one-side surface by holding its one end fixed and rotating the opposite end through 180 degrees and joining it to the first end. The ability of the false relic allowed its user to perfectly hide their presence and their other clone's presence as long as they had one identical clone replacing the presence of all their other combined presence. Meaning, Yuri and his clones could hide their presence as alone as one clone was there to fill their absence. That was, Yuri and his infinite clones could hide their presence as long as a single clone made its presence known. But there was a catch to how perfectly this ability could hide the presence of the user and his identical clone in exchange for one clone making its presence known. It depended on how perfectly identical the clone making its presence known was to the original body. Meaning, for this ability to work flawlessly, the clone replacing the presence of the original should be perfectly identical to the original. Otherwise, the small differences will become the flaw and tell signs of the presence hidden using this ability. Because of this shortcoming, this false relic could not be used to its full potential, as all clones created by the user may be identical, but they did not possess the same strength as the original. This difference in strength of the original and the clone became the main reason nobody bothered to use this false relic until Yuri. Because Yuri's Trinity immortal physique allowed him to have three perfectly identical bodies, even in terms of realm and strength. Since Yuri had three identical bodies, he could use the false relic, Mobius presence, to perfectly hide the presence of his two bodies while one body was out in the open. Usually, the body that was not hiding its presence would stay back at the base while the other two with their presence perfectly hidden would go out to perform missions. This was the case when Yuri went to assassinate the demigod nun of the Church of Michelangelo. After assassinating the nun with suicide bombing, the body which did not hide its presence but was hiding in the secret base received the notification of the death of one of their body, and after reading its memory, it went to report the success of the mission to their handler. Unlike the true Trinity immortal physique, Yuri's partial Trinity immortal physique did not allow the three bodies to share the sense when apart for long distances, but thankfully their origin card filled in the shortcoming, but it still was not as good as the real deal. After being teleported to the city, Yuri used the opportunity when General Baylor approached the boy in the cemetery to use his Mobius presence, second origin card to stealthily summon his other two bodies of his Trinity immortal physique, first origin card, while making sure that one of his bodies that did not hide its presence stuck close to Agent Lois to hide his past, present, and future. As for his other two bodies who had hidden their presence using Mobius presence, they scoured the city in search of Dr. Luna Lorne. Apart from killing the boy, Yuri's other mission was to kidnap Dr. Luna Lorne. With Field Marshal Heatsin monitoring the city, it would be the stupidest thing to do, and that was what made this mission very risky. If not for Field Marshal Henriks promising to keep her at bay for 15 minutes, Yuri would not be sure this was something even he could pull off. Yuri had already been briefed that he would be able to find Dr. Luna Lorne in the temporary base of the Southern Watch on the outskirts of the city. But there was a problem. Though there wasn't a demigod in the base was covered by an SSS-grade array formation. With help of his second origin card, Mobius presence, Yuri's two bodies could easily bypass the array formation, but the problem was how would they make it out of the array formation after kidnapping Dr. Luna Lorne? As his second origin card, Mobius presence, would not work when in contact with another person. Yuri wasn't an array master nor that well versed in terms of array formation, so his two bodies could not figure out what type of SSS-grade array formation was covering the Southern Watch temporary base and what were its features. Kidnapping was not Yuri's forte. He was the best at espionage and assassination. In either of his cases, he never had to come in contact with a living person. Even if he were to be caught, he would suicide bomb and escape. But today that would not work because kidnapping the royal family's descendants would already put him in hot water. If he were to kill her, then there would be no place left in this world to make him feel safe. Even the organization would not hesitate to abandon him if it meant they could decrease the strain on their already strained relationship with the royal family. Let's not forget the current patriarch of the Heatsin family. If Yuri's two bodies were to foolishly enter the array formation just because they were two demigods against one SSS rank array formation, then they may have to pay with their dear life for underestimating the power of an SSS rank array master. For someone with the Trinity immortality physique, the death of two of his bodies was not that big of a deal, but here it risked blowing off their mission by alerting the enemy of what they were really up to. So, the two bodies of Yuri decided to approach this matter smartly. They both entered the SSS-grade array formation without being detected under the effect of Yuri's second origin card, Mobius presence. First they found the array core, and then split up with two different agendas. As demigods, they did not require much time to find the core of the array. But they were surprised to find out who the array master was. It was the infamous reigning alchemist, the husband of Field Marshal Heatsin, and their kidnapping target's grandpa. Learning the identity of the array master they were up against, they gave up the idea of killing the array master for making things difficult for them, and instead decided to just destroy the array formation core and escape. Then one of them stayed behind while the other headed towards Dr. Luna Lorne. When the two of them were in position, all three of them immediately signaled each other that they were in position. One was in position to destroy the array formation core, the second was in position to kidnap Dr. Luna Lorne, and the third was in position to suicide bomb the assassination target. Now that all three were in position, they did not immediately act to complete their mission, but the one next to Agent Lois mentally contacted his handler, asking him to ask Field Marshal Henriks to make contact with Field Marshal Heatsend. Only when Yuri's handler replied that Henriks had already made contact with Field Marshal Heatsend, Yuri finally decided to act. When it comes to the fight between demigods, a second was more than enough to end the battle in their favor for powerful demigods like Field Marshal Heatsend. Therefore, Yuri acted so cautiously. Now that Henriks had acted, Yuri was pressed by time, not planning to waste any more seconds of the precious time bought by Henriks. All three of his bodies immediately acted to fulfill their individual tasks. After the continuous attack of the Een Widow and the demon worshippers, Lorenzo decided to increase the safety of the Southern Watch base by covering it with an SSS rank array formation. Earlier, he did not do so because it would raise the question of why a simple dungeon relocation experiment would require an SSS rank array formation as protection, but now with the attack of a devil, he had a valid reason to set up an SSS rank array even if it cost the royal family a fortune. But never in his dream would he have imagined that somebody would not only be able to infiltrate his array formation, but also destroy its core with him operating it. After Yuri's body destroyed the array core with a massive force, then it headed to meet up with other bodies while Lorenzo fainted from the backlash of the array core being destroyed even before he could react. As for Luna, she was staring at her grimoire, admiring the one-time use field card Derank Gate Dungeon Silver Beach that she created using the dungeon relocation apparatus. She did not even realize something was up as she was knocked out cold by Yuri's second body, then it carried her to meet up other body, and together they headed to the cemetery, as Yuri's third body had failed in its task. Unfortunately for Yuri, despite him being so cautious, careful, and calculative of his every action, his third body failed to complete its task to assassinate a card soldier. He blamed this failure on himself for underestimating the Southern Emperor. Yet even though he did not manage to kill the boy, he managed to, if not kill, incapacitate one of the boy's protectors. Sacrificing required divinity, rule power, and soul power. The two bodies of Yuri revived his third body. Then Yuri's body, which happened to be carrying Dr. Luna Lorne, rushed to the rendezvous point, while the other two bodies made it to the cemetery and arrived behind clueless Agent Lois and General Baylor as Soldier Queen Colleen's baleful aura bombarded them and said, "1 down, 3 to go." Agent Lois and General Baylor wanted to question him, but they paused seeing that there were 2 of him. Using this opportunity, he updated them on the updated mission agenda without going into details. Priority Code Alpha. I am leading this mission now. Agent Lois, take care of the Southern Emperor's twin. General Baylor, kidnap the boy, while I hold off Soldier Queen and Southern Emperor's ex. We only have 10 minutes before Field Marshal Heatsend intervenes. So now or never, people. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.